Hey, do you guys remember how for like a solid year and a half that Spider Pig song from the Simpsons movie just completely took over all culture? I don't know why. Like in retrospect, I don't know why, but yeah, I don't know. It's like locked in everyone's mind. It was dumb and catchy. Yeah, but was it that catchy? What's up, people? Um, have you rewatched the movie recently? No, I just randomly found the like Homer saying that in my head. It's just weird how much of a lock that has, you know? I remember the Simpsons movie being pretty good, but I haven't seen it in ages. Can somebody remind me? I kind of remember the Simpsons movie being like the last hurrah of good Simpsons. Like it was good and then it went downhill and then for the movie they like summoned their like spirit together, their spirit bomb and they yeah, it was the last hurrah. Okay. Well that's pretty good, right? Like I mean, it's better that than like being shit all the way to the end, you know? It was middling, nothing amazing or terrible, just mid. Maybe. I don't know. I watched a pretty good video on the downfall of the Simpsons recently. I think it was from that YouTuber who has the name and icon of that philosopher. Uh fuck. God damn it. They recently put out a video on the God damn it. Jonas Seika CCK philosophy. There we go. Yeah, the class analysis of Joker and the Dark Knight. A Heideggerian analysis of Studio Ghibli's films. Jesus Christ. Oh, is this did they used to call themselves cuck philosophy? They did. This was cuck philosophy. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. Yeah. I thought that I was familiar with their stuff before I saw it, but I didn't remember the name. Okay, why did they change Cuck Philosophy? That's a good name. Anyway, yeah, The Simpsons and the Death of Parody. It's a good video, very good video. Was Cuck Philosophy an anti-fan? Not really. I think that basically everybody above the age of like 25 is a big fan of the earlier seasons of The Simpsons. I just don't think that a lot of people understand like how different it was to what was available at the time and how funny the earlier episodes were. I think the main thing that made The Simpsons really funny, I think, was that there was an underlying sincerity that let them feel like they could just make 50 jokes a second and just keep rolling with it. Because, like, modern adult animated comedies will do, like, they'll do the Family Guy thing where they'll make a joke and then they'll rub your face in it. Like, they'll make a joke, they'll build up to a joke, and then, like, you will all stare and you will laugh at the fucking joke. And if you don't laugh at the fucking joke, then God help you because we are going to be here for a while on this fucking joke. Um, you know? Family Guy is infamous for it, but yeah, like The Simpsons would just do like 12 jokes in a row and not linger on any of them. It's very good. It's very good. Um, no, F3, you're not. The steamed hams bit is good even outside the meme. Yeah, maybe a lot of younger people watching are only familiar with the steamed hams bit, but like the steamed hams bit, that's what all of early Simpsons was like. Like the steamed hams bit is funny for the meme or whatever, but it's also like 20 jokes just in a row with like there's no like beat to pause, you know? Like the Superintendent Chalmers and Principal Skinner will just be riffing back and forth and there will be jokes in every set of lines, but they won't like even Rick and Morty does this. Rick and Morty is so pleased with it. Rick and Morty is pretty good with like the series of jokes in a row, but even then Rick and Morty can't help but like rub your face in some of their super smart like they can't help but like because they're so self-aware, you know. It was literally the same as Futurama but less sci-fi. um I think people overstate how good Futurama is. Now, hold on. The good bits of Futurama are really, really good. But the good bits of Futurama were never as good as the best bits of The Simpsons. Sometimes people talk about Futurama as like the better Simpsons, and that's not true. That's not true. Futurama is great, but like I do not think that it ever topped the best of The Simpsons. Yeah, I know Matt Groening made Futurama. I know. I mean, it's the same art style. You know. I will say Simpson had higher highs, but Futurama is more consistent highs. I think I could agree with that. Yeah, especially now that Simpsons has had like 5 trillion seasons. Yeah. Um. So you hate Futurama? You got me. You found out the hidden meaning, covertly contained within my statement. Yeah. Um. The Troy McClure bits in the old Simpsons. Well, there's a lot. There's so many good bits all the time. What do you think of the take that The Simpsons is out of touch with it being a middle class family where one job could afford 3 kids, 2 pets, 2 cars, the house wash? Or do you think that's no? I think that's important. Yeah, because the whole point of The Simpsons was that it was supposed to be a satire of like the super pro family, schmaltzy, overly sincere, conservative American sitcom, and in line with that, like Homer has a good job, you know, because he's like the safety inspector at the nuclear plant, so he can afford the house. The problem is like it's a sitcom, so they can't change the status quo. But ultimately, this is the problem with like cultural satire. The culture changed, so the stuff that The Simpsons is satirizing doesn't exist anymore. It's not the same culture, and you can't change it because then you're doing something different. Ultimately, you just can't keep a sitcom going for that long unless you're willing to change the status quo. Or alternatively, if you're going to do a satirical sitcom that's meant to challenge the status quo, your characters have to be so out there to begin with that they can survive cultural changes and adapt to them. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The characters are basically the same from beginning to end on a fundamental level, like excluding some early season weirdness in season one. They maintain the same basic character traits, but they're so out there that culture will never reach a point where the behavior of the It's Always Sunny crew becomes socially acceptable. It's not possible. And they're willing to adapt and change. What about South Park? I've never been a South Park fan. I never have. South Park is allergic to sincerity. The worst thing you can do in South Park is care about anything. If you go into an episode of South Park having a sincere value on any issue associated with the episode, the show will make fun of you for it, and I think it's really fucking lazy. Um, I think that comedic writing is difficult, but I think that comedic writing that is also meaningful is even more difficult, and I think that like Stone and Parker are really good at comedic writing and really fucking bad at comedic writing that's meaningful because it seems like so often all they have to say is like like look at me, I'm sniffing my own farts, I'm a comedy writer. And that's really annoying, you know. The best episodes of The Simpsons from the earlier seasons, like it was very obvious what points were being made in addition to the comedy, and I think that's much 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 better than just making jokes. This is another issue with Rick and Morty as well, because the first season of Rick and Morty, you have like this constant recurring comedic through line of Rick being self-destructive and self-hating and whatever. And then it's like, oh wow, I wonder where they're going with this. Are we making a statement about how these like edgy, nihilistic, like, haha, look at me, I'm the Joker, baby, super smart protagonists are actually like completely miserable and insufferable, and we're actually gonna like lean into that? And it's like, nope, here's season 7. He's still doing the same thing. Like nothing can change. It's a sitcom, so yeah. And we'll keep doing it, Jamie Wacker. Have you seen Disenchantment? I saw like 2 episodes. It was it didn't really. Have you seen your subreddit shitting and crying themselves about your Mortal Kombat takes? Dude, I got emails about that. It's so fucking fun. One guy was like, "Okay, I disagree with your takes on Mortal Kombat. Can I come on stream and explain to you the differences between the games?" Like, holy shit, guys! A lot of people just don't understand what fundamental gameplay experience. They don't like, and it's not my fault because they're making no effort to like understand what I'm saying either. Um, because I like tried explaining it for like 20 minutes, and it's just people get mad, like really, really fucking mad, you know? I think somebody in chat said it best, where it would be like, imagine if every Minecraft major update was its own game. And I'm like, okay, the fundamental gameplay experience of Minecraft 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, etc. is all the same. And people are like, what? No? In 1.9, they did the combat update. Are you seriously telling me that you don't, dude, you can't just spam hits anymore? It's like, and you can imagine like Minecraft hyperfans doing that. You can imagine them being like, bro, you seriously think the fundamental experience of 1.1 is the same as 1.20? Are you seriously telling me the Cliffs and Caves update didn't fundamentally change? And it's like, they don't, like, they're not trying to engage with what I'm saying. They're just, they think their game is being attacked. I got multiple emails and like DMs and stuff from people who like actually said that I said negative things about Mortal Kombat. One person said that I was being socially irresponsible because fighting games are like a big social hub for people where they can make friends, and they're big with POC. So me smearing fighting games is socially irresponsible. I like the degree to which people will like launch themselves into oppositional like arguments just because they hear like anything that's even a whiff of critique of something they like. And it's not even critique. I'm not even saying it's bad. I like some games that preserve the same fundamental. I like Doom, and I like Doom 2. They're like the same game, except like Doom 2 is like an expansion pack with some more levels and enemies and one new gun. Like like, but I like Doom 2. Like if I said, yeah, playing Doom 2 is basically just playing more of Doom 1, but like a bit better. It's like the same basic thing. That's not me insulting Doom 2. I like Doom 1, you know? Um, man, that one was wild. Bro, chill. Vosh doesn't like fighting games because it's just not the type of game to. We're not talking about whether I enjoy them. We're just talking about whether or not there's a tendency for them to preserve the same fundamental game experience. And by the way, if you want like an actual insult or whatever, or like a direct criticism, okay, we do not need there to be as many fighting games as there are within a given series, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, all right? There is no way that the differences in between every iteration of all these fighting games warrant an entire new game as opposed to like content packs, okay? I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Of all the Mortal Kombat games, you really don't think any of those could have been folded into like an expand? Yeah, no. But yeah, like whatever. People are so fucking mad. They're so mad. They're still mad. Oh my god. Vosh, same fundamental game experience is an arbitrary metric that is not measurable and entirely subjective. Yeah, are you familiar with the concept of media criticism? What do you mean a non-arbitrary, measurable, objective metric of game analysis? What would that be? Frame rate? What the file size of the download? What? Yeah, of course. Um, well, no, I don't like fighting games because I don't like fighting games. I do think that they like fucking release way too many. But that's why I said Mortal Kombat and not Street Fighter. Street Fighter seems to be a lot more restrained in their like releases, which I respect. I will never respect a game franchise where they just release like the same game every year. I don't respect Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, blah blah blah, blah like all that. Yeah. But that's not a fighting game thing, right? Because like Guilty Gear, Guilty Gear is great. I think Street Fighter is pretty great, you know, from the limited experience I've had with it. Obviously, I'm a fan of the Smash series, like, you know, but that's not like a fighting game thing. I think Tekken is pretty. There's a lot of Tekken games. Tekken's pretty okay, right? But I feel like Can we agree? Can we at least agree Mortal Kombat is the most desperate and sweaty of the fighting games? Like they've released a million of them. They hit fame 50 billion years ago because they were bloody, and now they're like, well, shit, everything's bloody now. Well, how we got to be more bloody? And now they're doing like a whole fucking canon reboot in the new game. Like, come on, this is sweaty behavior. This is sweat lord behavior. Okay, they're very sweaty over there. If you deny they're sweaty, you're denying reality. All right, they're very desperate. They're very sweaty. Wait, AC is bad because the garbage story, not the mechanics. They change the mechanics pretty frequently across the games. No, nah, same game. No, don't no. By change the mechanics in the difference between Assassin's Creed games, what that means is like there are alterations on the existing gameplay mechanics and like they add or remove stuff, but it's always the same game. This is what I mean. A lot of people don't really know how different games can be or how different games can feel, but like I've played a decent number of Assassin's Creed games. I haven't bought them, but I've played them, and they're the same game. They're the same game, you know? It's very, very, very minor differences. It's incredible how much you can add to a game while making it like the same game. Like, imagine how many mechanics you could add to Minecraft, but still have it be like unmistakably Minecraft, right? Because no matter what you add to Minecraft, the game has such a distinct feel that almost anything will like it'll just feel like, oh well, it's like a thing on Minecraft, you know? Mass Effect 1 and 2 are like entirely different games. I haven't played them, but I have heard that. What about people who just want more of X game? I mean, that's fine. Though I do think there's a limit to how much you can get away with that because like are we can't defend like FIFA slop, can we? Like NBA slop. Here you go, Piggy, have your like once a year game that people are going to buy just for the sake of it. You know, like there's a limit to that. Um Art is art and it has to be treated as such. What about the FromSoft games? Quoteth, I'm gonna fucking ban you, dude. Quoteth, you are here for every stream, and you have heard me talk about the FromSoft games and my opinions on them relative to this topic. Both times this has come up. You've heard my answer to this, and you know the answer to this, and I don't know why you're asking. They justify it through licensing, and it sucks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like corpo shit. It's not art. What about Hollow Knight? There's one Hollow Knight game. I haven't been to those streams. Can you tell me the answer? I think that the Dark Souls games, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring all have the same fundamental gameplay experience. I don't think Sekiro does. Um, and mind you, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with the fundamental gameplay experience being more or less the same between these games because these games are really good. You know, like these games are really good. They're not like it's not like FromSoft is like crunching out one new Dark Soul every year, and it's just like basically the same game with some new frills. It's a whole new fucking game. I mean, Jesus, Elden Ring was like the size of 3 Dark Souls games put together. It's huge. Um, no, Doctor Strange. I know that modern AC games are closer to RPGs than the original AC games because every single modern game is a fucking. Okay, you know what? Nuh-uh. Mm-mm. We need to put a line on this, okay? From now on, RPGs can only refer to games like Baldur's Gate. I am tired of RPG being used to describe anything with a leveling system, all right? Skyrim, not a real RPG. Sorry. You know why? Because you can't roleplay in these games. All the NPCs you're talking to are stiff wooden boards. There are no meaningful decisions that you can make when it comes to defining your character. I'm sorry, but like crouching down at the edge of a cave and then AFKing for 8 hours so your sneak goes to 100 and then putting your points around that. Sorry, it's not RPG. Okay, this is a leveling and level up system. Okay, that is not RPG. Role playing game, not level up system. Christ, if we go by that, then what isn't an RPG? Everything has like points that you can put into things. Jesus Christ. BioShock, why not? Make that an RPG. You can get your plasmids and level up guns at the fucking vending machine. I just fucking make everything an RPG. Sure. Nothing means anything anymore, right? No. RPG has to be some shit. Man, dude, I was watching Joseph Anderson play some Starfield. The dialogue in Starfield, perfect Bethesda tier. Holy shit, it's such fucking hot garbage. They can't write dialogue for the life of them. Oh my god. It's like you can't have an RPG where your character can't. It's like, okay, here's something where if the developers of a game do this, I think they should be sent to fucking Dinosaur Island, okay? To perish. All right? If you are making a game with dialogue choices and none of the dialogue choices from you or the other person mean anything, you're going to Dinosaur Island. This is a classic Bethesda thing where like the NPC will say anything and you will have like 3 possible responses. Nice, yes. Not nice, yes. Can I know more? And the actual things I was watching Joseph Anderson, whose background was like space trucker, talking to an NPC, and the NPC was like, "In all my years, I haven't found anything about this artifact in space." And then the dialogue tree opened up from their side, and one of the options was like space trucker. Yep. And I've been out there a while too. It was like, oh man, because I chose the space trucker background, I can choose this response. Click. And then she gave the same response she would have given if you had chosen any other fucking option. It's like, dude, Bethesda writing, yes. And I genuinely feel like I want to take like I feel like I want to like induce some kind of Bethesda coma in a bunch of people where they can do nothing but play like the Fallout games or whatever, the later ones, not the good ones. And then I want them to play Disco Elysium, and I just want to watch their, it's like you know that meme where it's like the time lapse of a person like doing math homework and they're like this, like they're bored as shit, and then it's like here's them playing video games or whatever. That's like playing a Bethesda game versus playing Disco Elysium. Say, all right, we're gonna show you what an actual RPG dialogue system looks like. Let's fucking go. Let's get you Neverwinter, get your goddamn Baldur's Gate, get your goddamn Disco Elysium, get your shit together. Divinity Original Sin 2, that game made me cry. Okay, the only thing that made me cry like fucking Skyrim it's when I realized the whole game would be like this. All right, I'm sorry. Uh, you forgot dialogue option number 4. No, but actually yes. Oh, those ones are always the most fun. Where the person is just like you've done one quest for them, and they're like, "All right, time for you to lead our organization. Will you join us into the fray?" And the fourth answer down there is, "I don't know. I don't. This doesn't sound right to me." And they're like, "Well, okay, but do it anyway." And then like quest complete, joined the order, and it's like, yeah, we just thank you, Todd Howard, for the RPG system. Oh, are the Disco Elysium games any different? Yes. Holy shit, yes. Yes. Can you imagine if Disco Elysium was written like that or whatever? Where Kim Kitsuragi is like, Lieutenant, we should really go and focus on the body now. And then and you're like, all right, that doesn't sound fun to me. I don't think I'm gonna. Or can you tell me more about the body? It's fine. Accent clipped. I can't do Kim's accent. I can't do Kim. Kim is perfect, and I'm just a human. Kim is a god. Are Omori and Earthbound not RPG games because your choices don't matter like Baldur's Gate? You know what? Yeah, I actually genuinely think they should be called different things. Omori and Earthbound aren't about role playing as Sunny, or Ness, respectively. They're about like experiencing a story, and the role playing mechanics are just a way of engaging with the combat, which and that's not even real. That's just like, is it really role playing to like you level up when you beat the enemies and then you save the money to get the higher tier weapon? Like, is that role playing? I just don't like that. I just feel like I just don't like the idea of the same term getting to refer to like BioShock, Earthbound, and Baldur's Gate when clearly only one of those games lets you play a role. So Final Fantasy isn't an RPG either. Well, we call them JRPGs because they're bad. That's me. You play the role of the character. Yeah, but you play that's every video game. Like that's Doom. But like when I think of like JRPG, the only RPG elements in JRPGs is grind the area with the slimes to level up and then save money to get the bigger sword in each of the shops that you unlock when you go to the new area. There's no actual like turn-based combat. I mean, people call them like JRPGs, and that's fine, right? What JRPG actually lets you make meaningful decisions? Not fucking Persona, right? Like every Persona story plays out exactly the same way. You just make decisions when it comes to like ordering your leveling up and do how to spend your day or whatever. Like it's not. It's totally different. It's a totally different thing. Completely different. Bosch is a very basic and surface level understanding of games design. Nice bait. I'm playing the role of the guy with the biggest sword. True. That's true. Bosh, you're not a very good game critic. Dude, people get so fucking mad. I'm completely right in this, by the way. If people genuinely think that that Final Fantasy VII and Baldur's Gate are the same type of game, like they fit in the same like category, like man, if you go to hold on, consider illustrate my point. If I go over to Steam, God help me, um, and I go to the store and category, um, even even there are subcategories. It's role playing, and then it's action RPG, adventure RPG, JRPG, party based, roguelike, strategy RPG, turn based. But if we just go by role playing, which would be like role playing game, then wow, there we go with Fallout 76 at the top. That's great. Um, there's Baldur's Gate and Starfield right next to each other. Fantastic. Here's South Park's The Fractured Butthole, Lost Ark, which is an MMORPG. Cyberpunk, I think you could fairly characterize as an RPG, from what I've heard with like decision stuff. I think that's okay. Divinity Original Sin, that's like, I'd consider that a real RPG. Remnants is just like a Dark Souls kind of game. Like it's an RPG in the sense that like you have weapons and levels and stuff, but I don't think there are story beats where you get to make decisions. Smite? Ah, because you level up in Smite. See, this is what I mean, right? Like if a person I understand you can like subcategorize, but this is like every type of game, you know? Like if I go to the section, if I go to categories and then I go to like strategy, if sports or racing simulation, I feel like there's a lot more specificity there with the exception of the adventure category, which means literally nothing. What is this? Puzzle, casual, hidden object under adventure? How is story rich and visual novel under adventure? It's Steam. Okay, it's Steam. I'm not I know. But like you understand what I'm talking about, right? Dave the Diver. That's more of a simulation game than an RPG, but you know, Divinity Original Sin Definitive Edition, 60% off. Boys, if you've got how many hours did I put into this? If you've got like 100 hours and $18, you can have like a legit 10 out of 10 gameplay experience. Okay? Buy it now? Oh, I already bought it. But yeah. Oh yeah, I have to be careful. I have porn games enabled. Good point. Someone in chat just pointed that out. Good point. Do I need to play the first one? No. No, you do not. Which is better, Baldur's Gate or Divinity? I haven't played Baldur's Gate. But it's made by the team that made Divinity Original Sin 2. And Divinity Original Sin 2, I would put in one of my favorite games ever. Like ridiculously good. I would easily put it up at like the top tier. I'd say an RPG is any game that places significant importance on sort of getting in the head of your character. Well, that would leave out a lot of JRPGs because characters like Ness or Cloud, we don't really get in their head at all. You know, most of those games is just about having party members that follow us around and we hear them talk about their hopes and dreams. But the main character is almost always a blank slate or kind of like close to one, you know? Um You get into we literally get in Cloud's head. To go, oh, please. We're literally comparing this to like Disco Elysium. Do you seriously want to put any game up against Disco Elysium when it comes into getting into the protagonist's head? No, you don't. Nobody would. There is no game that's willing to stand shoulder to shoulder in that particular category. But like even past that, you know, I don't know. How much do you get into your own character's head in Divinity Original Sin 2? You make a lot of choices, but I think Disco Elysium is really unique in how psychological it is. I wish there were more games that were like that. Because, okay, I think I said this before, but like, or maybe I was talking to Kanye about this, but you know how it's really frustrating when in a heavily story-based game, a character, especially your character, does something irrational or fucks up, and then it leads to a bad outcome, and you're like, dude, like, you're thinking, if I had been in charge of the wheel there, like, if I had been at the dashboard, I would have nailed that. But now that it's the time for the character I'm playing to make a decision, they fuck it up. I think one of the things that I really appreciated about Disco Elysium is the fact that since the game is so psychological, it internally justifies the fuck ups of the main character. So like, if you try to flirt with a girl in Disco Elysium and you fuck it up completely, it's not just you fuck up a role or whatever. It's you get taken through this like mental thought process where his body is kind of like betraying him and then you fuck it up. And I think it goes a long way towards making you sympathetic to his fuck ups. Isn't there a point in Disco Elysium where you're trying to press somebody on a question, but you actually get fucked up and trip over what you were saying because the encyclopedia skill makes you remember a thing mid-convo and your brain gets fixated on it because Dubois is autistic and he starts thinking about the details of the thing that he just remembered, and then when the game kind of like snaps back to, he's forgotten what he was saying and he like actually loses like a dialogue check. Like shit like that is so relatable. It's so good. Whereas that if we didn't have that insight into his head and it was just like him going like, what? Like that would feel really bullshit. Like what the fuck? I selected this dialogue option. He just didn't do it in time. Like what do you mean? But yeah, it works really well. It's so good. Damn, I really ought to play it. It's so good. It's so 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 good. How would you categorize The Witcher 3 exactly? Um that's a tough that's tough. A lot of what people say about The Witcher 3's RPG elements are just like mechanics bullshit, but you can make a lot of decisions in those games, can't you? You can make a decent number of decisions in The Witcher 3 like that are purely sort of story and character developed. I would say so. I am fine with thinking of The Witcher 3 as like a proper RPG. I haven't played Mass Effect, but I know you can make tons of decisions in there, even if they end up not mattering for the sequel because they don't put enough effort into accounting for it. What was that one? You kill the whole council, and then the next game it's like, oh yeah, here's the council too. We have a mission for you. Yeah. Is OSRS an RPG? What's OSRS? Knights of the Old Republic 2 is a type of psychological game. I didn't like the gameplay of Knights of the Old Republic 1 that much, but the story was great. Old school RuneScape. I don't know if that would fit in the category that we're describing here. Gotcha, Noahs. Is it going to be a long stream today? Oh yeah, you're right. We need to get our shit done. Um, I'm talking to some libertarian dipshit on a Twitter space at 4 p.m. PT. But because it's a Twitter space, I have to do it on my phone. It's so annoying. Anyway, I don't expect it to be very productive. It's literally like a Twitter space debate. It's probably just going to be a stupid shit show, and not much is going to get done. But like, I accepted it, so why not? Um, are you going to be able to route the audio through the PC? I don't know if I'm going to be streaming through it. Maybe I will. Maybe I could join it on my PC, but talk on my phone and mute my microphone so that you hear me through the audio being picked up by my phone on the Twitter space. Maybe. Excuse me. Twitter Spaces now work for desktop for speaking. Is that true? I don't think that's true. How to use Twitter Spaces on desktop. I know you can join Twitter Spaces, but you can't speak on them. I don't think you can speak on them, which is the point. Download Android Studio. I don't want to. Thumbman responded. Okay, this is the thing we have to not do. All right? Stop. Okay, this is the thing we have to not do. When reactionaries took some like SJW back in 2013 and made fun of her or whatever, okay? They didn't linger. Okay? They take the meme and they run with it. Now we're going to give this guy the opportunity to like rant endlessly and like use the attention that he's getting for being a lol cow, and that's the bad thing. You don't want that. The point here isn't to give him attention. We're not here to engage in debate. I don't care what he has to say. He's laughable and he should be made fun of, and that's it. It doesn't matter. There's no reason to engage with this, like, at all. He's also so boring. Well, yeah, they're stupid. They're all stupid. You don't want people to leverage, like, careers off of this shit. No save point? Uh-huh. Wow, what a surprise. Considering Saudi money was largely responsible for Twitter being able, or sorry, Elon being able to finance the purchase of Twitter. Twitter accused of helping Saudi Arabia commit human rights abuses. Lawsuit says network discloses user data at request of Saudi authorities at much higher rate than for US, UK, and Canada. Is this a surprise? Elon Musk screams and screams about free speech, protecting people from government, not giving in to government compliance, and then he immediately turns around and gives censorious information to Modi in India, to Erdogan in Turkey, and now he's turning around and doing it in Saudi Arabia. He doesn't. He obviously doesn't give a shit about freedom of speech or anything. He's perfectly fine seeing people being executed. For him I remember people giving him shit for that. People saying like, "Haha, you claim to be a resistor of government requests of information. You claim to protect us, but you then immediately run around and give information to Erdogan." And he was like, "But Erdogan said that he would block Twitter in Turkey if I didn't do it. I had no choice." So like now all any country ever has to do is threaten that, which is something only an authoritarian country would do, because only authoritarian countries would threaten to block Twitter based on their non-compliance for user data information. Um, the lawsuit was brought last May against Twitter by Arij Al-Sidhan, the sister of a Saudi aid worker who was forcibly disappeared, then later sentenced to 20 years in jail. Uh-huh. Oh, this goes back even earlier than Elon. Well, we know that Jack Dorsey is a dipshit too, so. The new lawsuit details how X had originally been seen. Oh, I said X accidentally. Twitter had been seen as a critical vehicle for for democratic movements during the Arab Spring, became a source of concern for the Saudi government as early as 2013. Twitter did not respond to, or does not respond to questions from the press, right? Because they fired their entire press department. It just auto replies with a poop emoji. That's right. Yeah, this goes well before Elon. Obviously, these policies have not changed under Elon. At least there's no reason to believe they would have. The problem with social media companies like collaborating with or facilitating authoritarian purges has been a thing for a while. I mean, was it Myanmar? Am I thinking of Myanmar or Bangladesh? Which one am I thinking of where the far right, like military junta, weaponized Facebook as a way of facilitating an ethnic cleansing? Myanmar? Okay, yeah. Yeah, Myanmar was Facebook, yeah. It's a broad problem with social media. Saudi man with 8 followers on Twitter sentenced to death for retweeting posts critical of Mohammed bin Salman. Just retweeting. God damn. Under Article 30 of Saudi Arabia's counterterrorism law for, quote, describing the king or the crown prince in a way that undermines religion or justice, Article 34 for supporting a terrorist ideology, Article 43 for communication with a terrorist entity, and Article 44 for publishing false news with the intent of executing a terrorist crime. Al-Ghamdi's trial judgment states he used his accounts on Twitter, platform, and YouTube to commit his crimes, quote unquote. To be honest, the Myanmar incident was why I left Facebook. It's pretty bad. It's not good. Elon also wants to collect biometric and employment data from users. Interesting. And how are we doing this? Biometric data on its users, such as a photograph of their face, and an update to its privacy policy. Who signed up can choose to provide a selfie photo ID. The policy also states Twitter may collect employment and educational history. This would be to, quote, recommend potential jobs for you to share with potential employers when you apply for a job. It's been speculated Twitter might want to offer recruitment services. Ah, this is perfect, actually. This is him. He really knows his user base. You use Twitter frequently, get a job. I understand. Twitter acquired a tech recruiting services called Lasky. Oh, I've heard of them. According to reports, the first takeover of company since Elon Musk bought Twitter, as it was then known. 44 billion. The new privacy policy will come into force later this month. It states, we may collect and use your personal information, such as your employment history, educational history, employment preferences, skills, abilities, job search activity, and engagement, and so on, to recommend potential jobs to you, to share with potential employers when you apply for a job, to enable employers to find potential candidates, and show you more relevant advertising. It's, man, it really is incredible how far we've come from the beginning of the internet, where the beginning of the internet, it was like total anonymity was the default expectation. People would just go online with whatever username, and that would be that. And now there are only 5 websites left on the planet, and all of them want to get your blood data and DNA sequencing strands so they can recommend you like exactly what Amazon warehouse to die in. Um, just remarkable. Establish more targeted and individual experiences for users and rival platforms such as LinkedIn. So this, yeah, this is part of making it like the everything app. Of course, it's not going to work, you know? The only businesses that are going to like sincerely advertise jobs on Twitter are going to be crypto scams, call centers, and other places that people don't or shouldn't want to work at. Um, you're not, yeah, you're not going to outdo LinkedIn, but in the process of trying to, he will collect a bunch of like biometric data that he can use to sell for money, which is how a lot of websites make their money, by selling user data. Dr. Stephanie Hare, tech ethics researcher, says the data collection, quote, is a massive data grab, though with your consent. I disagree completely. I don't think that I don't think that updates to a website's terms of use, or like the little do you accept all cookies thing, is reasonably consent, okay? Like it's like the cookies thing. The average person has no idea what this is or what this means. What matters is informed consent. Like imagine if there was some like really obscure like financial thing you could consent to by clicking a little agree down here. Like do you agree to accept the terms of like this like financing for your like linked credit card? Oh, like yeah, click whatever. I bet you like 20% of Americans would click yes on that without thinking. It's like, "Oh, well they just consented to have like their entire bank account drained." Not really. I think that when it comes to stuff like regarding anything of your personhood, your privacy, you kind of need to be sat down and have it explained to you. But nobody's going to have that done for them for a website. So functionally, it's either forced on you or not. The company told the BBC Twitter will give the option to provide their government ID combined with a selfie to add a verification layer. Biometric data may be extracted from both the government ID and the selfie image for matching purposes. This will additionally help us tie, for those that choose, an account to a real person by processing their government issued ID. Are you guys ready to upload your fucking driver's license to Twitter? Are you ready? This will help Twitter fight impersonation attempts and make the platform more secure. Hmm. You know, we once had a system to help fight impersonators. Wonder what happened to it. Mr. Musk has also reiterated Twitter's plans to give users the option to make video and audio calls. He said the feature works on iOS, Android, Mac, and PC, and no phone number would be needed. I I know that Elon's like an old dude. Has somebody explained to him that the ability to video call people via a social media site is not new? Are you guys ready to get unsolicited video calls from people? Like, I'm gonna boot up Twitter in service of like an argument that I'm making on stream for a segment, and I'm gonna get 57 video calls from followers trying to get my attention. Do you think they're gonna pop up on the side, or do you think that they're gonna do the right thing and just have it like locked in with the unsolicited call thing? What if I already have accepted a DM request from someone like 2 years ago, replying to something what they said, and then they call? Um, He wants Twitter to be the everything app. Remember, this is him making baby steps towards that. Yeah, but it's wrong, and it's not going to work. Neat. Not even close to the worst thing that Elon Musk has done that we're going to talk about today. Might as well just do that back to back, right? Wait, can we put a barrier between these? Nope. As long as you sound good. Someone wants to debate me on the capitalism video from the Sabine Hossenfeld person. Um, we'll see how long it takes them to get back on that. Okay, so a couple of days ago, I think 3, but it doesn't really matter, 3 or 4. The trending tag ban, or is like ban the ADL, destroy the ADL, something like that. The ADL is the Anti-Defamation League. It's a predominantly Jewish organization that categorizes tracks and brings attention to hate speech, hate crimes, members of hate movements, that sort of thing. The ADL is not a good organization for a number of reasons. First of all, if I remember correctly, they're a Zionist organization, which means that their desire to identify hate crimes really dries up when it comes to Palestinians. They're also liberal-leaning, which causes some ideological short gaps. They tend to be a bit behind the times. Do they still have Pepe listed as a hate symbol? It's, they're not perfect. However, in spite of their imperfection, it's worth noting that 99% of the time when people are freaking out about the ADL, it's because they're Nazis. Like, for instance, George Soros. Is he a great guy? No. He's done lots of bad stuff, actually. But if you go online and you see people freaking out over him, odds are good it's probably because he's a Jew. Just a consistent pattern. So, Elon Musk, who definitely does not just like goose step right along with the Nazis on his website, saw the trending, fuck the ADL stuff. And he thought, well, might as well get in on this. And he is now blaming the ADL for tanking the value of his website. So first he tweeted this. To be super clear, I'm pro-free speech, but against anti-Semitism of any kind. The replies to this are absolutely full of far-right people freaking out that he would say this. Who is questioning this? Oh yeah, here's Cernovich. It's been proven Democrat groups buy bots to falsely smear people via association. How many anti-Semitic accounts are real versus how many are funded/operated by the DNC to create fear and division? Right, and of course, this is the one that he replies to and engages with. Not my reply, which is much funnier. Hey, I stand against anti-Semitism. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Is anti-Semitism even a real thing, or is it completely made up by the Jews? Anyway, this person asks who was questioning this. Elon Musk replies, since the acquisition, the ADL has been trying to kill this platform by falsely accusing it and me of being anti-Semitic. Our U.S. advertising revenue is down 60%, primarily due to pressure on advertisers by the ADL. That's what advertisers tell us. So they almost succeeded in killing Twitter. And I like how he calls it X/Twitter. It's kind of weird for him to do that to his own thing. And then he posted, to clear our platform's name on the matter of anti-Semitism. It looks like we have no choice but to file a defamation lawsuit against the ADL. Oh, the irony. Wouldn't be the first time the Defamation League would be found to have defamed people. This particular lawsuit is more complicated. The fine had to do with like a specific change in law. It wasn't about them defaming somebody. And also it's from the year 2000. And then Elon replies, interesting. In our case, they would be potentially on the hook for destroying half the value of the company. So roughly 22 billion. So essentially, after ban the ADL trended because Nazis were getting riled up, he sees this and goes, yeah, sure, man, and essentially says that the Jews, and let's not play here, okay? That the Jews are to blame for Twitter losing its wealth. Now, what we are seeing right here is kind of like a microcosm. We are seeing like an almost exact recreation of the logic employed by German elites after the Treaty of Versailles, where after a miserable defeat and failure, in this case, the loss of an enormous amount of value for the company, we are concocting a narrative. The idea that the ADL reporting accurately on the increase in anti-Semitism in the site, which is massive and incredibly evident and all over the place. It's very difficult to not see it. Not see it. That it is actually the Jew that has defamed and thus destroyed Twitter. Of course, this lawsuit isn't going to happen. It would be insane for him to actually do it, in large part because that would give the ADL the opportunity to lay out a ungodly amount of evidence in a highly publicized trial, which would make Twitter look even worse. Like, it would not increase Twitter's value for its representatives to spend months locked in litigation where the ADL has the opportunity to lay out all of the evidence substantiating their claim that Twitter is full of anti-Semitism. That wouldn't look good. So Elon Musk is really just doing this because he saw, he's done the same thing he always does. He saw his mark getting riled up on Twitter, Nazis, and he thought, oh, here's a group of people I can get accolades from. You know, I can get applause from these people. In a desperate effort to fit in and be liked by the group of people that he associates with most closely, you know, he saw them complaining about the ADL. He'll complain about the ADL. You know, whatever. He'll say he'll sue them. He won't. It'll say it. I wish he would, purely because it would be incredibly funny to see how that plays out. But you know, I really feel like how long ago was the acquisition? It was less than 2 years ago, wasn't it? No, it was like 1 year ago. God, it feels like it's been forever since Musk took control of Twitter. I feel like if somebody had said within 1 year he will blame the Jews for losing half the value of the company, I would assume that was some kind of exaggeration, maybe a you know, meaningful and well informed one, but still an exaggeration. But no, yeah, it didn't even take a year. Didn't even take a year. Is Elon Musk the modern day Henry Ford? No, because Henry Ford was competent. He was also a far right lunatic who, you know, palled around with Nazis. But Henry Ford was undeniably competent and intelligent. It's hard to take that from him. It's difficult to compare Elon to anyone except for like the most water-brained of incestuous bred European nobility, because it's hard to find someone who is simultaneously so hateful, so incompetent, and so powerful. You know, it's actually really difficult. Most people with that level of power are in some way meritorious of something, not maybe not of the power they have, but like I think he would struggle to hold it, you know, I was about to say I think he would struggle to hold a janitorial position, but I don't like the implication that being a janitor is easy. I think that he would tank a janitor position. I don't know what job he could do. You know, I don't know what I don't know what he's fit for. Certainly not this. Unless the job is tanking Twitter, in which case he's doing it better than anyone else, and anyone else could. Head of the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt, called Tucker Carlson an obvious anti-Semite and demanded he be deplatformed from X. Should Tucker sue the ADL for defamation too? Remember how all these guys claim to be pro-free speech, but the nanosecond you call them out for any of the shit they do? It's like how people said that Donald Trump was like the free speech guy, but one of the loudest claims he had on the subject was expanding libel and defamation laws so he would have an easier time suing the press for accurately covering what he did. Tucker is welcome to join our suit. A class action lawsuit of two. It's just, all of the Nazis on Twitter uniting in a 1,000-man class action lawsuit against the ADL. Absolutely. Well, Tucker's a white supremacist. When Tucker Carlson did his bit on Twitter, when he moved from Fox News to Twitter, he just sounded like a Nazi. Like, remember? Didn't he? He was literally calling like Zelensky a rat, and he was doing like full on Soros, like JQ shit, like with the to whatever degree of subtlety he was engaging in this behavior prior while on Fox. All of that went out the window. Yeah, a greedy rat-like persecutor of Christians. That's what he called him. That's right. Yeah. Which is like, Jesus Christ. Just say it, man. Just say it, set yourself free. You can just say Jew, you know, you don't have to Tucker, you're dancing around it so much. I like how Keith Woods is tagged in this thread as well. If I remember correctly, he is also a Nazi. Oh yeah, hashtag ban the ADL. What is this? Vosh? From Keith Woods. Watch the moment I exposed Israeli intelligence officer Vivian Bersovici trying to disrupt the ADL files Twitter space. After asking about her background working with Israeli intelligence firm Black Cube, she quit the space and deactivated the account. What? I don't have any context for this. The ADL files. I don't I can't speak much to the claims of Israel having people there's literally a griper right here as one of the speakers. I can't speak much to Israel having like agents online to disrupt and do psyops or whatever because they literally do that. So that is true. Whether or not that particular instance is true, can't say. Yes, VGG also does this. That's also very true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's true. Doesn't Russia all do that? Many countries do this to some extent, but Israel does it very, very, very aggressively. Get a reply from this person. All right, maybe we'll get the debate. Elon Musk blames elite LA school for brainwashing communist trans daughter into hating her for being rich. Yeah, I saw this. This is old. Kind of old. Remember when he called himself an anarcho-syndicalist? Keith Woods literally calls himself a third positionist slash national socialist. Yeah, I gotcha. No, Casey J. All right. While we're waiting for that person from email, I got sent a couple of videos pertaining to some kind of Australian news spotlight about detransitioning that I wanted to take a look at. 7 News Spotlight.
I was 15 when I had my breast surgically removed.
It's the most controversial story this year.
Children are being told they should change from boy to girl or girl to boy from as young as 12 years old.
Thousands of kids are doing it and regretting it.
I've gone through a medical catastrophe.
Oh, this seems good right off the bat.
Parents are being kept in the dark.
No children should be transitioning without the parents' knowledge and consent.
I believe our children are being lied to.
These are life-changing decisions being made before our kids have any idea of the consequences.
Is a generation being brainwashed?
It's a medical scandal.
When we reached out...
Is 7 News like a Murdoch outlet? Is this one of the Yes, it is. It is. It's one of the Murdoch ones. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. 7news.com.au. Let's see. Seven News Australia, because apparently it brings up something local as well. Wikipedia. The highest rated news service in Australia. My goodness. Well, it's done quite well. Is there anything here that's not technical? Technical news? Something specific? Political bias? Controversy? No? No. Bored. Well, I suppose we'll judge them based on the contents of this. Gosh, that's a low bar. Right, center, mixed reporting. Right, yeah. Not Murdoch. The Seven Network is owned by Seven West Media Limited, a media group controlled by billionaire Kerry Stokes. Not Murdoch, I guess. Ah, well, you know. Some billionaire or another. Wealthy guy, does philanthropy. All right. Well, let's see. Maybe they have good points to make.
To the bosses who run these clinics, all we got was silence.
Urged on by social media, but it's confused kids that are paying the price.
Wait, what? I am 23. Is that confused kids?
Kids that are paying the price.
I was just looking for a sense of belonging.
7 News Spotlight on 7 and 7 Plus.
Nice. Good, good. Okay. So, quite a lot of dislikes to the like ratio. We've talked about this specific stuff many times before. I want to see if they've got a specific angle here. Detransitioning Gillian Spencer extended interview, 7 News Spotlight. Whoa!
In simple terms, why were you stood down from your clinical duties at the hospital?
The hospital took the opportunity to remove me from clinical duties on the grounds of being a danger to trans and gender diverse children. Because I've got a history of expressing concerns about the gender clinic in the hospital and the model they're using called the affirmation model.
This affirmation model.
We've talked about that before. Now, I have already Googled Dr. Gillian Spencer, and it seems this person is known almost entirely for this specifically. LGB Alliance Australia, the Daily Mail, binary.org.au. So it's all TERF and anti-trans sites. Gender Clinic News, WNG.org. What does that stand for? Sound journalism grounded in facts and biblical truth. Ah, okay. Let me see if I can find something that... Family First Party. Can I find any reporting on this woman that is not explicitly from conservative partisan sources? I'm actually having a very tough time doing that. I'm down to the end of the first page of search results. This site can't be reached. Okay. 3 women in Australia cancelled for gender critical views. Canada Free Press. Dr. Gillian Spencer removed from clinical duties. But that was written 7 hours ago. Okay, I actually cannot find any non-biased reporting. I have no clue. No clue.
Can I paraphrase that? Tell me if it's wrong. So if a child comes in and presents with gender dysphoria...
So you agree with her not being allowed to work with trans kids? Yeah. If she denies the affirmation model, which is currently the accepted medical practice for the best way to deal with transgender people, Like, would you have a doctor who was like, actually, I don't believe in like standard care. I'm gonna do my own thing. Like, of course not. Obviously, no job would do that.
Regardless of the mental state of that child, the hospital and the gender clinic just goes along with what the child wants.
No. The affirmation model means that you don't try to deconvert them. You don't argue with them about their gender identity. You talk with them about what they say their gender identity is. You don't just do whatever they say. A trans kid doesn't walk into a clinic and ask for an ice cream and just get, like, that's not how that works. If you think that a kid is only saying that they're trans because they're depressed or anxious or having a schizophrenic episode, first of all, not common or likely, but possible, I suppose. If you think that's the case, it is not effective to challenge that by saying, actually, I don't think you are trans. What you do is you go, okay, so all right, so you're trans. So why don't you talk to me a little bit about these feelings you're having? And then you work through that, and then you arrive at a better answer. The people who have an issue with the affirmation model just want, like, they effectively just want gender clinics to be a deconversion, or sorry, like a conversion center being done by doctors, basically. It is accepted as the standard model for a reason.
Yes.
So the hospital just expected you, directed you in fact.
Directed me.
If a child was presenting with gender dysphoria, you were, no questions asked really, send them straight to the gender clinic.
Yes.
Yes, because the gender clinic is the clinic that deals with gender dysphoria. Yeah, yes, obviously. Like, if a person is saying that they're having like a bunch of, like, I don't know, foot pain, you would send them to the department for that too? I don't understand.
Yes.
Forgive me if this is a stupid question, but
It will be.
how do you know if you were sending the right kids on what is an irreversible journey?
The journey to the gender clinic is not irreversible. It's a different room in the building. You can go back if you want. The elevators go both ways. You can go there, and then you can go somewhere else after. It's fine. It's all right.
No one can know, and that's really important for parents to know, because when a child with gender
the one-way trip to the gender factory, exactly. Sentenced to gender.
dysphoria sits in front of a child psychiatrist or any mental health clinician, they have no way of knowing whether these children are going to persist in their gender dysphoria. And what's been hidden...
That's for the gender clinic to determine. That's the point of the gender clinic. The gender clinic is the clinic where they deal with gender issues. That's the point of the clinic. That's why you would go there. To help understand this stuff. That's the point.
Are the thousands of parents across Australia who are in anguish because they're very concerned about their child receiving care according to this affirmation model, and they're in a very difficult...
The affirmation model is not a prescriptive guideline on medical care, such as hormones or surgery. The affirmation model is a description of how, on a psychological level, you engage with people who claim to have gender dysphoria. The affirmation model doesn't mean that you, like, just give hormones or whatever. You have practices that vary clinic by clinic for that. It's just a matter of how you treat how they talk about their issues.
Position, and they often can't speak out because their highest priority is to remain close to their child and to try to protect their child.
What?
But if they keep going...
Wait, what? What, the parent can't speak out on their fear of a thing because they want to protect their... Wait, what? How does that make any sense? There's no law that forces the parent to do anything. What fear are we trying to play on here? What is happening? Oh yeah, the state, like, persecuting people for not bringing their kid to the gender clinic? What are we talking about?
They go to the gender clinics and then they start to have body parts cut off. They're never going to recover.
I think we're missing a couple of steps on that one. Again, I like body parts cut off because, like, the stupid fear-mongering language is absolutely essential for this brand of, like, parental anxiety transphobia, or, like, you could describe anything like that, you know, like, oh, you're getting an appendectomy, they're removing organs, like, you know, oh, which body parts? Yeah, they sent me to the gender clinic, they cut my arms off, you know, they didn't specify what parts. It's
an absolute disaster, and it's so sad because child psychiatrists and other mental health clinicians are keeping quiet about their concerns. So it is
classic. Actually, all of these doctors who think I'm a crank secretly think that I'm in the right and they're too scared to speak up. The go-to copium excuse for every single fucking crank who runs out and disagrees with the scientific consensus with no evidence to... Yeah. Every time.
creating this false impression that we all agree with the affirmation model.
You've been labelled transphobic.
Probably fair. Wait, does Gillian Spencer have a Twitter? I'm guessing that she's going to be like banking on... Yep, of course she does. That she's going to be banking on social media attention. Oh, wait, that might not actually be the Gillian Spencer. Oh, maybe she doesn't. Or maybe it's under like a different name. I can't find it. A surprising amount of restraint.
How do you relate to that?
I see this as a really serious child protection issue. And as a 45-year-old woman and as a mother and as a child psychiatrist, I could not hold my head up if I didn't speak.
Well, former child psychiatrist, because you were let go.
About this. It's too important. And what we're talking about is the well-being of children and their health. We want kids to grow up and be happy. We all want that. We don't want them to have regrets and serious health problems.
Why do you think this...
Again, like the classic like appeal to anxious conservative parents line here where she's doing this like fake crying bit. You know, as a mother, I'm just terrified for the children. Does anyone remember that old like War on Terror era political cartoon where it was like, how do you want this wrapped, sir? And there's a box called censorship, and then there are two wrappings, and one of them is like protect the children, and the other is fighting terrorism or something.
This has become such a significant social issue?
I think there's lots of social factors contributing. There's a very vocal social movement. But what this issue has revealed is a crisis in the published medical research. And so journals usually use a peer review process to determine if a study is accurate before publication, but that peer review process is failing. And so...
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this. How'd you like this wrapped? Control of internet speech, anti-terrorism, protect kids. Yeah, it's this. Yeah, I remember this. Still true to this day. And not just control of internet speech.
We're seeing very poor quality studies being published, and the conclusions drawn by their activist researchers are...
We're at like fucking 20 studies now that are all saying exactly the same thing when it comes to like trans people generally don't detransition. The majority of detransitioners do so for reasons other than regret of their transitioning. But they keep saying like, oh, well, actually these 20 studies aren't high quality enough. This is like a big Jesse Singal bit as well. Where they have no issues whatsoever with making a fuck ton of completely unsubstantiated claims, but then when it comes to like following the medical consensus, nothing will convince them, and all of our studies are insubstantial.
Often the exact opposite of what the study has found.
Okay, the best example of this is people who say that existing studies on desistance are unreliable because they're low quality, but then they'll turn around and use the term rapid onset gender dysphoria, a made-up term that had absolutely no backing, you know?
What parents really need to know is that it's a very dangerous time for children and families, and they need to be very cautious about who they let engage with their child. So what I would recommend is
who they let engage with their child. In other words, keep queer people away from your children. It's always eugenicist rhetoric. Remember, the point here isn't to protect children. None of them give a shit about children. They don't care what happens to children. They don't care if they get murdered or hurt or raped or whatever. They're monsters. They're demons. They don't care. But the fear here is meant to be like, you need to protect your children from the grooming influence of these degenerates. You need to be careful about who you let around your child. Yeah, and these camera angles are so dramatic, dude. Holy shit. I don't think we've seen a single shot where I could see her forehead. Just eyes to mouth the whole time.
Is that they see the health professional first without the child to find out what approach they can...
That isn't eugenicist rhetoric, it's transphobia. No, I disagree. I think if you are making the claim that queer people are natural groomers whose presence around children will influence them into being socially degenerate, the only logical outcome of that belief is genocide. You cannot possibly believe that an entire like social minority is just an innate grooming influence to children without believing in political positions that just lead to the abolition of that group. It's literally the degeneracy argument.
Going to take towards their child.
Do you think the hospital want to sack you?
Yes. Yes, they do.
They want you off the books.
I think that she has been sacked since making this interview.
Don't want me hanging around in the hospital.
Because as far as they're concerned, you're a troublemaker.
I guess the problem
Well, you're just loudly like refusing to do your job is the thing.
with having me in the hospital is that I become a rallying point around the issue, and it might motivate other people to raise similar concerns.
I'm struggling with the concept of seeing you as a big, bad troublemaker.
Thank you.
because
So stupid. Yeah, this is like a totally serious investigation of an issue and not just a puff piece meant to give attention to like a dissident who has no evidence to her claims. Tee, how could you be any kind of threat? You're just a little old lady, huh?
you want an open-minded approach to this. That's your sin, medically.
Yes. Well, I see this as a child protection issue. I think we need to take urgent steps to figure out how interventions that are so serious and poorly evidence-based have been delivered to children across Australia. And I think that we need to have a federal independent inquiry into the model of care.
Wow, that's crazy. We want to use politicians to intervene into medical practice. That's definitely the thing that we do when we're actually concerned about evidence-based results and not just trying to use people's fear of social degeneracy as a way of controlling medical institutions from engaging in what's considered best accepted practice.
For children with gender dysphoria in Australia.
Do you think you will get your job back or not?
Well, the lawyers seem to think that it's unlikely, but what I've discovered about myself is that I do live in a bit of denial, and I just can't imagine not being back in my office and being with those colleagues that I've been with for years.
Do you want your job back?
I do. Just in my job, I've met a lot of really courageous people, patients, and so I gain inspiration from them. And so I try and keep myself happy and strong, and I look forward to walking back in the door of the hospital.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's going to happen, lads. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know. I talked to my lawyers, and it turns out they are legally allowed to fire me for not doing my job. Oh, wait, the person wants to debate. I guess we can do some splicing. Yeah, fuck it. Yo, what's up?
Hey, Vosh.
Hey. Hello?
I'm still here, yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Check this.
You can hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. Hold on really quickly. This is important, all right? You can just type the answer. You don't have to say it. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh, okay.
I'm a woman. I know you don't interact with those regularly, so.
Yeah, well, usually when I interact with women, they don't sound like 12-year-old girls. But that's okay. I'm just making sure, you know? There's a lot of young people out there already.
Okay.
Looking to argue. Okay, what did you disagree about?
Fundamentally, I guess I would word it as you don't have a very good grasp of the economics that Sabine, the video was fundamentally just an explainer of that. So let me check the emails to see what the points I made. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to start with the first contention I had. You said that supply and demand is just a natural law of economics and not like a part of capitalism.
Yeah, if something is more in demand, people are usually willing to give more for it because there's higher competition to get that thing. But that's been the case for as long as trade has existed. I mean, that's just a feature of trade, not like capitalism specifically.
The issue with that is there are elements in feudalism, such as bonded labor, where that systemically prevented the sort of changing of allocation of resources that allowed for supply and demand to naturally come into balance and have an equilibrium price.
There are
So for
forces
example,
that keep equilibrium prices from being met in every economic system, including the one we exist in now. I'm just saying that as like a feature of the way trade functions, it's certainly not it's not as though that's something that only applies to capitalism. Like supply and demand has guided the way that people price um the stuff that they sell forever.
well, again, I'm going to continue on where I was. Things like bonded labor under feudalism, that could result in some people ending up, some like lords ending up with a way higher supply of labor available to them than would be allocated in a market. So it's not describable with the hypothetical ideal of what it would be is describable with supply and demand. It's just feudalism didn't have the mechanisms to reach like that equilibrium, and capitalism does.
This doesn't have anything to do with what I said, so I don't really feel a need to respond to it. It's a
Um,
feature of all economic systems. We sometimes reach market equilibrium in capital. Even then, we don't know when we've reached market equilibrium, right?
well, sure we do.
No, there's absolutely no way of knowing the answer to that for sure, because
When there's not a shortage or surplus.
that isn't what describes a market equilibrium. It would be
That's precisely what describes market equilibrium.
it would be when you've reached a okay. Well, then, pardon me if I have the wrong terminology here, but I was under the impression that an equilibrium on a given price point was when you reached the point that perfectly represented the balance between how much people want a thing and how much of it is available to be given. When you have a
Yes,
perfectly
and
representative price.
that balance is reached through the price rationing mechanism, but the proper quantity and price is when people are willing to sell, when the market clears, when the amount being sold is equal to the amount being bought.
Yeah, we don't know when we've reached that exact point. And there were points when what we considered that to have been reached would have been reached in the past as well. There's just it's too nebulous of a term to know for sure.
I would still disagree with that. We can
My
not we,
claim was that supply and demand have been features of economic modeling for as long as trade has existed, not just capitalism, and that is an empirically correct claim. So I don't see much of a point in arguing on the specifics of that.
I fine, whatever. I don't think you're correct because again, part of what makes supply and demand work is the shifting of resources between, well, in capitalism it's firms, under feudalism it would have been lords or something.
Well, it's
So
not whether or not it works, it just is. If there's more competition to buy something, then people are going to pay more in order to distinguish their claim for it. But that's not
I think I've just noticed you seem to be focusing on like end consumer goods maybe, but it's also there are labor markets, there are capital markets.
yeah.
So supply and demand is also about getting those productive resources into the hands of the people who can use them the most. And again, with feudalism and any system that isn't capitalism, you don't get that efficient allocation.
I disagree. Under feudalism, an effort was made to make sure that both the means of production and the resources necessary to make good use of it would be sent to the appropriate fletchers and blacksmiths and butchers and what have you. Whether or not you consider it efficient is kind of like a subjective assessment.
That's I would point you to the example of the Black Death in 1348. When a bunch of peasants died, all of a sudden they had more labor negotiation power, and they were able to escape from the bonded labor that they were trapped in. And in the immediate years following the Black Death, wages doubled. So they weren't being put to that most efficient, highest and best use.
But that happens in capitalism.
Yes,
Employment fluctuates, and it can lead to labor shortages or labor surpluses that, again, the things you're describing aren't capitalism specific. This is just how like supply and demand functions. It's always going to be the case. Capitalism isn't about whether or not there's supply and demand. Capitalism is just about whether or not you have a class distinction between the bourgeois and the proletariat, one which is associated with relationship to the means of production. It's fundamentally a political relation. You know, the actual mechanics of trade. I mean, look to trade. You can go to China. Hell, you can go to North Korea if you want to. There are plenty of elements of the way in which the economy is managed in North Korea that are capitalistic. They're certainly not feudalistic. The government has control over some of the ways in which they manage their internal trade, but you know that happens within capitalism as well. Protectionist governments can still be capitalistic.
But then they're not adhering to the market mechanism. I will agree that you said that the supply and demand themselves exist, and I agree. In feudalism, there was a supply and demand, and there was a hypothetical equilibrium point. But again, without the free markets, laborers couldn't go to where they were most needed, and so that equilibrium point wasn't reached because the society didn't have the institutions to enable that.
Do you think we live in a capitalist country today, despite the many elements of protectionism, state-run organizations, the fact that we have borders which prevents labor from flowing freely across them, that sort of thing?
I would say that there are significant barriers, like exactly what you're talking about, like free immigration. I saw studies indicating that like world GDP would increase by literal trillions if we allowed more immigration. So I agree that there are still significant barriers, but I would say that the economy now is more capitalist than not. I don't agree that there's a fine, hard distinction point of to the left of this by 0.1 capitalism's you're a dirty commie, and to the right of this by 0.1 capitalism's you're Ayn Rand.
All right, I agree with that, yeah.
In that video also, sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
That's totally okay. I don't fault you for that.
At about 23 minutes in your video, you started talking about capitalism itself being a labor exploitation.
I've been known to say that, yeah.
Sorry. It's just a funny way of responding. I fundamentally disagree with that because while I agree that, you know, like I said in the bonded labor example, labor can be exploited in that way, with the removal of a lot of the barriers to free association, employment has become a voluntary contract. So it's a mutual agreement and not an exploitation when somebody accepts a job.
Could I run a hypothetical by you?
Sure.
Do you know which one I'm going to run by you?
No. I have a feeling.
Okay, well, stop me if you've heard this one before. If you're on a plane that crash lands in a desert island, and you come to, and you realize that there's only one other person who has survived the crash, they woke up before you, and they have, while you were still asleep, gathered all the coconuts on the island, which they're happy to share with you on the condition that you suck their dick. Would that be a consensual arrangement for you to say yes to this?
Yes.
Well, I fundamentally disagree, and I think that that's insane of you to say.
Okay, I would say it's definitely unfair, but it's still consensual.
Then your definition of consent is meaningless. You know, you could have like in the sleep, like on a boat with two people on it, like one person could gather all of the food or whatever and be like, oh no, in order to get this now, like I'm gonna fuck you. And then it's like, oh well, that's consent. It's clearly not consent. It's definitionally coercion. Which is not meaningfully consent. I mean, this isn't just my definition. The law would agree with me. By setting up circumstances where a person has no choice but to say yes, you're functionally removing their ability to consent.
Okay, but now I'm seeing how you're analogizing this labor market. But people do have the ability to not work for an employer. There's nothing stopping you from becoming self-employed as you currently do.
There is actually. If everyone could just become self-employed, they would become self-employed. The economy
No, they
doesn't.
wouldn't.
Yes, they would. The economy doesn't allow for 330 million self-employed people. Necessarily, hundreds of millions of people must abide by traditional authoritarian, capitalist business management. I mean,
Well,
maybe any individual could get lucky and live free of that, certainly. But obviously, if that was the case, we'd have no businesses or corporations. Nobody would be an employee.
but it's mutually beneficial to the employee and the employer to enter into an employment contract. That's why employment at firms still exists.
And it's mutually beneficial for you and the person with the coconuts. You get the
Yeah.
coconuts and they get their dick sucked. It doesn't make it any more consensual.
Again, with the coconut example, it's consensual but unfair.
Well,
There-
it's
there's
not. The law would agree it's not consensual. It's coercive. The conditions have been set up in such a way where you don't really have a choice.
You do have a choice. You did it.
Well, you could die, but that's not a real choice, is it? That's like saying a
Are-
person's giving you a real choice when they like put a gun to your head and say your wallet or your life. Like,
Vosh, you're self-employed. You did it. You made the choice.
yeah, do you think that would apply to everyone?
Every individual person can attempt to be self-employed, yes.
Attempt to. But
Yeah.
people have bills to pay and rent to pay and families to feed.
Yeah, sure. And?
So, meaningfully, then, the economy is not set up in such a way where this is a meaningful choice. If the economy, if things were set up in such a way that maybe you wouldn't have to suck the dick for the coconuts, but one in a group of several people who had just woken up would have to, that would still be a coercive system. Maybe you can luck out of it and not be the one who actually has to suck the dick, but somebody will have to. And the arrangement there is set up in such a way that some people have to take the fall. We're talking, after all, about a society with billions of people globally. I mean, we're not just talking about any individual rolling the dice on being a YouTuber. As much as that might be fun for that person, like the fact that I did this doesn't change the fact that we're being watched now by thousands of people who are going to have to go to work tomorrow morning. And they can all try to be self-employed. Everyone can try. But obviously it doesn't work out that way.
Well, in the Coconut Island example, somebody has monopolized the resources to becoming a coconut merchant. And that it just doesn't, that's not a condition that exists in society today.
Sure it is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, with the
You
means
can,
of
you
production.
can acquire capital.
And you can acquire coconuts. But not everyone can be a member of the bourgeoisie, because being a member of the bourgeoisie is defined by your relationship to the proletariat. If there's no proletariat, you can't be bourgeoisie.
I don't see the point of establishing, you're not bound into being bourgeois or proletarian. It's a fluid thing that you can change between.
And yet, the system is set up in such a way that it is virtually guaranteed that the vast majority of people will be workers who work paycheck to paycheck, and a very small minority of people have disproportionate control and power. Power which is increasing year by year.
Do you believe in declining marginal benefit of money?
I've heard that term used in a few ways. Can you specify?
So the idea is, if you're broke, the first $10,000 you earn, that's literally life-changing.
Yeah, certainly. Money is worth less the more of it you have.
Again, so we agree here. The trade-off that people make when they agree to become self-employed is they can expect to make some amount of money if they try to be self-employed. Maybe they have some amount of capital and they can expect to earn a wage of $40,000. And but the thing is with self-employment labor is there's a risk to that. Some years you earn a little more, some years you earn a little less. So,
what would they do being self-employed?
Produce goods and services.
Self-employed? As what? A street market vendor?
Yeah, sure. That's an example.
So again, the problem I have, and this is, this is one of the things that makes me wonder, like, if we're having a real world conversation or if we're having like a you've read a lot of posts and you have strong opinions conversation.
Uh,
In the real world, the vast majority of people work. They work long, tiring hours, often with no reliable guarantee on their hours or scheduling, and they're not paid very much to do it. The problem that I have with conversations like this, which open with what I consider to be a pretty ludicrous position, the idea that that aforementioned coconut example is not one of exploitation, um, is the idea that like we're operating in this fantasy universe where people can just choose to be in different situations. The reality is most people sell their labor for money, and that arrangement is not one that people consent into meaningfully because it's something they have to do to survive. Hell, even if they were self-employed, they would still be workers, would they not? They would be, at that point, managing not the exploitation of their boss, but rather the exploitation of the economy of scale and the fact that for the same amount of labor, there are people in the economy who make far, far more. And they can't benefit from that because they're locked out of access to the means of production. They're still a worker. They're just one without a boss, you know?
Well, sorry, I was eating. This distinction of that self-employed person still being a worker, sure, they still perform labor, but they're also owning capital. It's a simultaneous position of being both, and that's why I don't believe that this is a particularly useful dichotomy. But
I would disagree.
Okay. But if I were to continue where I was, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
This person who can, with my former example of a person becoming self-employed, if they expect an average income of, again, say 40,000, some years it's 10,000 more, some years it's 10,000 less. The years where they earn 10,000 less are, oh shit, I'm going to go fucking broke sort of years, where the years where they earn 10,000 more is just, oh, that's neat kind of years. Whereas if they, so there's the expected utility of a $4,000 income is lower than the actual utility of a $40,000 income. So it's not so much that they're forced into, you disagree with that?
Completely. The premise here has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, I'm explaining why somebody would voluntarily enter into a contract.
But no, but that's the framing here is what I take issue with. I don't think there is a voluntary. In a system where there is a coercive force that determines the decision to enter into such a contract, I don't believe that it's the term voluntary contract is a rapist term. It's for rapists. I don't believe in it. What we're really talking about here is social incentives. People are socially incentivized into engaging in certain behavior. And as long as those social incentives exist, as long as their incentives are meaningful, as long as they guide people's behavior, they must be treated as forces that operate on us. And if these are forces that operate on us in a way that lead to a very small number of people growing very powerful, and the vast majority of people being left in poverty and desperation, I think that that must be critically examined. Whether or not they consensually agree is, well, if you want to do that, sure, then the serf consensually agrees to the terms of the Lord by living and farming the land. They could leave if they wanted. You know, I don't believe in this. I don't care whether or not people agree to the cookies and the website and the button down at the bottom. It's about what actually happens.
But what is the compulsion? Because with the Lord, they have the force of law. They have, if you don't agree to work for me, I'll fucking kill you.
You can leave. Serfs were often given the ability to leave. Admittedly, not in all cases, but if they wanted to, there were usually other people who could take up the lands and plots owned by the Lord.
I'm sorry, I phased out for a moment. Can you repeat that?
Serfs were sometimes given the ability to leave. Not in all cases, but there were usually enough people who wanted to be able to farm that there were other people, say farmhands, who could take control of a lord's plot of land should the existing serf leave.
Serfs overwhelmingly could not leave. That's the definition of bonded labor.
And people overwhelmingly can't just make an income doing self-employment, but we didn't seem to have an issue with that before. And what's more, I mean, even with that not being the case, here in the United States today and the world broadly, you are compelled by force of law to make money. Many cities are effectively criminalizing homelessness, and if you don't pay rent, you can be evicted. You have to make money.
But most people are not on the verge of poverty. They choose to make money because they want more money,
They're
not
forced
because,
to.
well, there's a distinction here, Vosh. There's the US GDP is what, $70,000 per person? Somebody choosing to make $70,000 a year isn't being forced at gunpoint. They could easily make $60,000 a year. They have that choice, and that's not a Coconut Island compulsion.
So
That's not.
so they don't have a choice. They have to work a job. You're saying like, well, they could choose to work one job over another. Like that's still being forced to do something. If someone holds a gun to your head and says, "Here, choose one of these 5 candies," like you're still being forced to have a candy.
Well, Vosh, yes, people are forced to do something.
Well, that's not
I
consensual.
don't. Well, I'm sorry, but you can't do literally nothing.
Well, why not?
Because you'd starve to death.
Why?
Because you're not collecting berries. You're not doing anything.
There are other people collecting berries.
Okay. And?
So there are enough berries.
Not necessarily.
There are in
What
the
if they-
world today
What if
enough
they do
berries.
nothing too?
Well, what if nobody did anything?
Yeah, that's
So-
you are approaching that extreme. That's what you're saying when somebody choosing to make a little extra money is compelled to, or is you compare
Not
it to
a little extra money. Not working in the U.S. means a life of desperation and poverty. It's not a superficial choice.
People choose a quantity of work.
People,
They c-
no, again, this is sort of like the I don't think you've interacted with reality thing. People are working multiple minimum wage gig jobs just in order to make rent, and they're making it with like 60% of their salary. The idea that people are choosing between a lifestyle of base comfort and cosmopolitan wealth based on how much they're willing to work is just not true. People are struggling to get by. The vast majority of people can't even afford a small emergency of a couple $100s. In the
That's
wealthiest
bullshit,
country on
and you
earth.
know it, Vosh.
That's not bullshit. It's literally true. You can Google how many Americans can afford a $400 emergency.
Those stats you see on the internet, they are designed by marketing firms more than anything in order to give people a false impression.
Are you denying reality on this?
Most people have more than $400 available in credit. They have ways in order to handle an emergency. Yes, sure.
That's not being able to afford a $400 emergency. That's indebting yourself with an emergency. Very different.
But they have the purchasing power.
No, come on. Oh my God, hold on. Are you like a grad student? What are you? You've never worked a job in your life.
Yeah, I did.
When?
This year.
The idea that you can afford an emergency, just take out more debt is such an incredibly ass-brained thing to say. With what they're not going to be able to pay that down. If they didn't have the money to pay for the emergency, why would they have the money to pay down the debt that will now accrue interest that they use to pay the emergency?
Well, clearly, the reason that the bank gave them access to that debt is because they believe this person has the ability to. They can make changes to their lifestyle.
That is, you are so out of touch. The idea that like in the email your framing was that I am like an out of touch socialist, but then your argument to defeat the defeater of like Americans being able to afford emergency is okay, well, could they take out more debt for it? This doesn't solve the economic problem. I think the problem ultimately is that if your understanding of these issues is determined entirely by this like hyper abstract, disconnected from people's real experience situation, what's the point of even talking about it? Like, what's your investment in these issues?
Vosh, I just looked online for a little bit. The median net worth is $121,760, according to the Federal Reserve's 2019 survey of consumer finances.
Mm-hmm.
They have that's an enormous amount of value that they can tap into to pay for things.
So you realize that that net worth would include their house and their car and their personal possessions, right? So wait, do you think net worth is the same as like having money in the bank?
Yes.
What was the job you worked this year?
I worked at Amazon,
What position?
fulfillment center associate.
Okay. Did you work a job prior to that?
Yes.
Did it in any of these jobs give you an understanding of what net worth means relative to liquid cash? Okay, let
Value
me
is
put it this
value.
way.
I understand that there's
If a person says, I can't afford to pay my rent, and your response is, sure you can. That furniture you're sitting on right now, you could sell that on the Facebook marketplace and pull together some money. Do you think that's an answer that meaningfully addresses the issue that person is having?
Yes.
It could be a troll, but she could also be like hyper autistic. It's hard to tell. Where'd she go? She probably muted to laugh. That would be the troll answer.
No, I'm silent because I'm waiting for a response from you.
Well, there's not really a response. It's just a clown answer. You don't see. The first response that I gave you in email was I don't know if there's a point to talking about this. It seems like it would mostly be me having to explain stuff to you. I didn't think I would have to explain like the concept of net worth versus liquid income.
But okay, Vosh. Again, I'm gonna
So
get you back to reality a little bit.
You don't need to bring me back to whatever reality you think
I clearly
you're living
do.
in. No,
Again.
you're not dictating the terms of the conversation. So,
Okay, sorry.
In the context of this, in this reality that you're operating in, let me try this. Let's try to get this a bit more abstract, a little bit more theoretical. Okay, I think that society would be best if as many people as possible were happy. Is that a fair sentiment? Can we find some common ground on that one specifically?
Yes.
Okay. I think that extreme wealth inequality negatively contributes to human happiness in a number of ways. Where are we on that one?
Yes.
Okay. So, given that, I think that if we have people who are struggling to pay their bills, it is technically true that they could sell everything they have, or that they could, rather than working 40 hours a week, work 60 hours a week, or some other inane thing in order to pay their bills. But when people say, I'm unable to pay my bills, the appropriate answer to this is not, well, have you considered sucking cock off Craigslist to make a little extra money? Now, technically, this would make you more money. This is a way to boost your income. But the implicit belief when people are talking about this sort of thing is, I'm not able to afford these things, and I should be able to, given the amount of work I do. Because if you're going to say, well, you could just do more work, this is true of all humans on Earth. There is no one alive who could not be doing more work. There's always somebody who could be doing slightly more, right? So it's kind of like a meaningless answer. It doesn't actually give you any power to solve or even address these issues.
And I'm sorry, what was the question you were asking with that?
Well, with that being said, with the fact that we're trying to solve these issues, ideally, since we both seem to believe that society would be better if people were happy, do you understand why things like, oh, this isn't a problem, they could just take out debt, or, oh, they could just liquidate their net worth in order to meet, like, their bills, doesn't actually fix what we're talking about?
So I would agree and disagree at the same time. I'm sorry, let me explain. There are people on the extreme left side of the income distribution that they just don't have very much money, yes. But again, the average person, $121,000, selling their furniture to make rent isn't the average experience of the average person.
Yeah, usually when people can't afford rent, they move.
And they can move.
Okay. So if people are being forced out of their houses because they can't afford them, and these are recent developments changed by shifts in the amount that people are having to pay for rent, would you agree this is a social problem? Because you said earlier that human happiness is a good thing. So now things are happening that make people unhappy. And I would imagine this would then be something we would try to avoid.
Yes, that's a problem if people are having trouble affording things.
Okay. So do you understand then how saying stuff like, well, they could just sell their furniture, it implies that this is sort of a skill issue, when in reality what we're talking about is a broad social problem, a shift in resources.
I think there's been a slight misunderstanding here. In the general case, yes, we should expand housing supplies. That way the prices get lower and more people can afford it. Ideally, there's some sort of, again, even in the Sabine Hassenfelder video that made me initially message you, she said that there are rules in place and things be put in place to help people out. So I agree that those are all necessary. We should have some sort of floor on the income you can earn. But so systemically, yes, I agree. There need to be systemic solutions. But in individual cases, people can make these decisions to sell their stuff to afford rent.
But this is, respectfully, this is a retarded thing to say. In individual cases, anyone could do anything. It's a bullshit way of skating past actual issues. Like, in individual cases, you could say anything about anything. You could say, oh, well, in an individual case, I think that, like, well, here's a list of, like, 57 things. Sell your blood plasma, whatever. Obviously, there's always something a person can do, or in many cases, there's something a person can do. But if the goal here of the conversation is to produce good social outcomes, and you're suggesting things which, if done broadly, would bring about bad social outcomes, you're sort of avoiding the problem and wasting time. Like, I don't understand what exactly the point is of trying to argue the idea that people can get by if they just go on credit when they can't afford their bills, or when there's an emergency that pops up.
Can I repeat myself? Again, yes, there are necessary social reforms we need to do. We need some sort of floor to make sure people always make above a certain minimum income. I'm 100% in support of that. And given that, the US GDP is $70,000, we have the resources to be able to do that.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that.
And so when you frame me as being this psychopathic, I don't give the slightest shit about the poor sort of person, it's a dishonest thing to say.
Well, you did say it would be consensual for a person to steal all of your food sources and then say that the only way they would offer you any is if you perform sexual favors for them. That is a very weird answer to give.
Again, it's unfair but consensual.
So
I don't think we should allow these unfair.
Again, this is a
dilemmas.
point where it's not just me, like the law disagrees with you. And the reason I'm repeating this is because I think often when I make these arguments, I get framed as some kind of idealistic commie. But in reality, like, I think like a lawyer, like if you asked a lawyer that, they would be like, what? That's not consensual. Like, I feel like I'm taking the normal position here, and you're taking some kind of hyper-distanced, like, economic real, like some sort of heavily online position. But it doesn't matter ultimately. If we believe that social changes should be made for the better, I mean, shit, that's why I'm a socialist. So, with that in mind, were there any other technical inaccuracies you saw in my video on Sabine Hossenfeld?
Yes, thank you for asking. You said a lot about the suggestion Sabine Hossenfelder made to price pollution instead of your suggestion of locking people up. And I fundamentally think that Sabine's position of some sort of pollution tax is a better solution.
Yeah, I think tax is fine. I think that if people break rules that are set, they should be sent to jail. The main issue that I had was the carbon trading schemes. It seems that conservatives don't like the idea of framing it as a tax. I think that a tax would be, in most cases, the best possible solution. I think that arrests would be like a very specific sort of thing. But like in instances, for example, where illegal dumping is found, so often companies get away with a fine. Flagrant violations of rules like that should be met with prison time, not with fines.
Well, I mean, sure, if there's a hard and fast rule, the penalty should be more than a fine.
Yeah.
People involved should pay some real penalty. But with pollution, for example, we've had it be extremely effective in reducing pollution by pricing things like sulfur dioxide emissions. And that has led to, again, a huge improvement of standards of living. And in the video, at least, you seemed to be a lot more apprehensive towards this tax approach.
Yeah, I think chat. I got a couple of emails about this where they were talking about me conflating carbon credit trading with carbon taxing and a few other things. I think I stand by a lot of what I said. I think I would have, if I could go back and remake that video, I would have been more specific that I like the idea of a carbon tax. The issue that I have is with the credit system because it seems like that gets exploited pretty ruthlessly, and it makes businessmen rich, which of course I cannot abide. But yeah, no. Overall, I think my issue with the arrests is it wouldn't be like arresting 1 year in prison for every ton of carbon produced or whatever. More along the lines of flagrant rule violations, which happen pretty often. When corporations get fines for ecological mismanagement, it's not exactly a super uncommon phenomena, and no one ever gets arrested for this, even though people willfully decide to ruin the environment for their own personal gain.
You're right that people get away with it. I remember a couple years ago there was some Swedish dickhead who bought like 1,000 acres of Amazonian land, claiming to be wanting to protect the land, and then he was caught doing illegal deforestation there. And the fact that he got away with that when there are protections against the illegal deforestation in the Amazon is unconscionable. But it's a fundamental difference to say that when people break the rules, there should be a penalty versus what the rule and should be in the first place.
Sure. Well, that's very like specific stuff. I mean, EPA guideline technicalities are obviously require a lot of technocratic knowledge. I wouldn't pretend to understand enough to specify what rules I think there should be. Only that I know that under existing rules, corporations break them quite often with very little in the way of penalties.
Okay, then. So reviewing this, we're broadly in agreement that a carbon pricing system or pricing for other sorts of pollution is more or less an effective solution here?
Yeah, I think a carbon tax seems to do pretty well. Even the carbon trading has some limited utility, but I don't like it. And of course, we should arrest some people.
Okay. I'm glad we could resolve that misunderstanding a little bit there. Yeah, later in the video, you talked about worker co-ops a bit.
Love those.
Explain why that would be better than just having a 401k.
They're not really in the same category. I guess we could have a 401k. People really
sure they are. And they're mutually exclusive too. A worker co-op is having equity in your own company. A 401k is having equity in the broad basket of all companies in the economy.
Oh, sure. Well, I don't believe in stock trading. So I suppose, I mean, if you, by 401k, I assumed you meant like broadly a mechanism for investing into retirement. If that was to exist, then, sure. I don't think that stock trading should be a thing. As for a worker cooperative, I'm not so much interested in equity as I am the worker democracy, because I think that worker cooperatives could also essentially function in a government-run institution, which of course would not allow for equity. It's publicly owned, but would rather just be a matter of internal control. Though obviously for private firms, the equity is implied.
So if it's government owned and there's no equity from the workers, in what sense is that even a worker cooperative?
The democratic element, management would be elected in those cases. Of course, we can't have people working at like the post office, collectively own the post office. You know, the whole point of a government run institution is that it stays as such. And in that case, what we'd be gunning for is democracy. Probably very strong sectoral unions as well. I mean, there's lots of stuff that you could do to protect people in those positions without giving them literal equity.
But then what's the benefit to the worker if they don't have any equity in the firm that they work in of a cooperative like that, other than just, oh, they get to do more work of managing the company? Why is that good?
Well, the occasional meeting to elect their management isn't that much more work, but I think that democracy is worth its own, is its own reward, effectively. I think that in a worker democracy, the management is much more likely to not be a gigantic asshole because they know that they're directly accountable to the workers below them, where no such mechanism functionally exists in traditional autocratic workplaces. We do have research on people in worker cooperatives, and it seems that for the most part, they have better experiences and much higher opinions of management. So, in line with that, you know, I think that that could be applied in pretty much any workplace. And people have a right to control their workplace, of course.
Okay, but a market and rules can achieve similar outcomes, and it achieves it for more than just individual workplaces. It achieves it on a broad scale.
No substitution for democracy.
So it's more of an ideological disagreement with the very concept of people not electing their manager. It's not like a income based, it's not like a people are being exploited argument that you're making for these worker co-ops.
Authoritarianism is naturally exploitative. Call me socially liberal. I think that democracy should be a given. I don't think I should even have to make a case for it, frankly. People have a right to enfranchisement in the states that they live in. Likewise, I think that people should have control over the businesses they work in. And it does lead to better outcomes. You know, theoretically, you could achieve all of the positive downstream outcomes of a democracy under a monarchy. You could be like, oh, well, we don't need a democracy to get all these positive things. You don't want a democracy in and of itself. You want all the things you think you'll get from a democracy. Well, you could get that from like a benevolent monarchy, but we don't, do we? Right? You know, technically, Kim Jong Un could just do all of European social democracy, but that wouldn't make it a social democracy, and he would never do it either. Democracy is the best mechanism for ensuring the rights and beliefs of the workers are taken seriously.
But they can do that at the ballot box today via proxy of regulation, via getting the party they want, the Democratic Party, into office.
How will that make their manager less of an asshole?
By passing a law, what the government does.
An anti-asshole manager law?
Well, I'm saying you can illegalize certain labor practices that are characteristic of being a dickhead.
Sure, do that too.
So
there's no reason to believe, like, first of all, the amount of government bloat that would be introduced in trying to have all of the regulatory mechanisms and agencies necessary to determine whether or not all these standards would be met, ridiculous. Why not just give them democracy? It's the easier solution by far. I mean, it's less costly to the taxpayer because you wouldn't need like 50 federal agencies to determine whether or not your boss is being an asshole in one of any number of ways. You could just let these organizations run themselves. And it's organization operation at the local level, which is good, I think, especially when it comes to interpersonal stuff.
Okay, so you made a good point there. I would agree that there is a local knowledge problem, that the central government just can't have access to all of the information of every single workplace to make sure that everybody's, has a good manager. But that's the reason why we have things like the NLRB and individual unions that can negotiate for that even without being a worker co-op.
Why not just make it a worker co-op?
Because that prohibits the free trading of stocks.
Who cares? Great. Good. I want that. Yeah. People who make their money off of stocks are literally making their money off of nothing. They contribute no labor. They hire people to invest and reinvest their wealth. Occasionally, they may make direct investment decisions, but for the most part, it's just a way for a small group of people to exert ungodly control over the economy from a distance while contributing, inventing, or developing nothing on their own. I don't want stocks as a concept. And the world got along just fine before stocks. I don't believe that they're even necessary to manage the investment problem in modern economies. I think it's very possible to do this through a wide variety of systems of wealth allocation, um, of government grants. I like the idea that the only way for corporations to get off the ground is through the stock market is total BS. There are tons of companies that get really big while private, and then they go public, and it's not always the public good, right? I mean, oftentimes when they go public, it means that a small group of investors get big, but it doesn't meaningfully improve their product or the quality of their services. It's just how they make their money.
Some people are able to scale their company without, an IPO, but the ability to hold and buy and sell stocks is a part of the allocation of capital resources.
Well, you know how I
And
feel about that.
no, I don't.
About capital,
Yeah.
I don't like it very much. I think it's kind of cringe, personally.
So you don't like. I'm sorry. This sounds absurd to me. Define capital.
Capital, currency used for reinvestment into the consolidation, improvement, development, whatever, of the means of production. Not just currency. Labor vouchers, for example, wouldn't be capital. But I don't like that. I mean, I'm not a capitalist. I don't like that. I think that there are very strong negative downstream effects to allowing for its existence. And not only because it facilitates the existence of the bourgeoisie as a class, but also, maybe even more importantly, because the existence of capital is essential to the tendency for capital to accumulate, for wealth to be held in the hands of a smaller and smaller group of people. Because the people with access to larger amounts or portions of the means of production have access to more capital, which they can use to consolidate further and further. We have fewer banks and companies in this country every single year as mergers, draw the pool down, and a smaller and smaller number of people control everything.
I'm sorry, my headphone disconnected for a second. Can you repeat like the last 15 seconds?
I think that capital as a form of accumulated wealth leads to more power in the hands of a smaller number of people, which I think is cringe.
Okay, so starting at the beginning of where you defined capital, I just don't think at all that's an appropriate definition to use of capital.
It's a Marxist definition. I'm aware there are multiple.
Okay, I don't think it's a particularly useful definition for any context beyond understanding Marx.
I do like understanding Marx.
Well, then, understanding Marx as a historical figure is one thing, but
currency used for reinvestment would be the simplest definition. I think that's a fine distinction. There are forms of currency that can't be used for reinvestment, for example.
Okay, I would use a wildly different definition of capital, of goods and services used in the production of other goods and services.
Well, that's fine. If that's the definition of capital that we're using, then it can exist. But this is literally a semantics distinction, is it not? I mean, my concern here is about getting rid of Wall Street.
The point of this is when you say you're against capital, what I hear is you're against the use of goods and services to produce other goods and services. That's like being against the shovel as an invention. That's you understand why when you initially said you're against capital, I thought that was insane, right?
By your definition, sure. Though, of course, if I'm an anti-capitalist, there has to be some definition of capital that I don't get along with, right?
Okay, so I'm going to continue using definition of capital that I outlined. So when I say that stocks are important in the allocation of capital resources, I mean the ability to buy and sell stocks is a fundamental aspect that is important in allocating capital to where it is most beneficially used, and
I
therefore
disagree.
making society wealthy.
I don't think that it puts capital towards where it's most necessary to be used. I think that the Wall Street and stocks in general are a constant 24/7 shit show where games are played by very wealthy people to make a lot of money for doing nothing. I do not think that this in any way meaningfully correlates towards responsible social investment. In fact, I'm pretty sure the data on this does side with me, because the relationship between like activity within the stock market and capital investment, I don't know how much of a correlation there is towards like innovation, increase in product quality, or anything of that sort. It seems like it's just a lot of money shifting hands between very wealthy people. And that's not even like a controversial position or anything. That's just like how it's played. I want markets, economies, and businesses to be more local. I want them to remain, well, not private, of course, but in the hands of the workers who actually work there. I don't want everything to be controlled by a small group of transnational corporations that have no allegiances other than to their own bottom lines. And I don't think what I'm asking for here is crazy either. There are plenty of like mainstream liberal economists who have laid out critiques of the way capital allocation works in our current system, and we have plenty of examples of it being done in other ways that are effective. Government grants or local grants would be a pretty good way of handling things on local levels, I think. When it comes to small worker cooperatives, people can either front up the cash to begin with, or I mean, shit, maybe maybe like there can be like a city or county level effort to hand out grants for local businesses to certain plots of land.
So what I'm going to respond to that with is that I can understand how you can see Wall Street and think, oh, that's a shit show. And to be fair, it kind of is. It's just that what you're observing there is the secondary stock market. It's an important aspect to make the primary stock market function, but companies sell equity in order to get the money, in order to buy the capital to produce more and better things.
And they will no longer. Yeah.
But then how will they acquire that?
I don't
And
think
how will
there are plenty of companies that manage to build themselves up without like selling equity. They can take out loans like a normal human would have to. They can benefit from grants if they can make a case for it. The problem is the moment you open up the opportunity for selling equity, you create the bourgeoisie all over again. And how could you not, right? You're literally giving ownership of the company and a portion of its profits over to someone who doesn't work there. This is an unacceptable outcome. There are ways of managing this, the idea of financing cooperatives. I mean, cooperatives have money, after all, without selling their equity. It's possible, it can be done. And when there is no alternative, I think you'll see a much better set of social outcomes as well. No longer will all of the good parts of your town be ruined as they're brought up by transnational corporations, then sold and left to dust. You'll have CEOs no longer jumping off the companies they control with golden parachutes. You will bring the economy back down to what it should be, a human level. And I think that everyone could stand for that. I mean, look at the hollowing out of middle America, and hell, even coastal America at this point. As shop after shop after shop after shop after shop closes, everything unique and individual about a neighborhood dies. And meanwhile, you have this theoretical economic benefit brought about by the low prices of Walmart or Target. What's the actual consequence? People in the area get poorer because there's no longer any money circulating.
So, again, starting at the beginning of your response, sure, some companies have been able to scale without selling equity or without selling bonds, but that's overwhelmingly the exception. And there are some companies that weren't able to scale. What you're seeing is a selection bias there. The ability to, again, be able to sell your stock in order to get more money, in order to buy more capital, is an important aspect of discovering which firms are the most productive.
Productive by what definition?
In terms of the value of their outputs being greater than the value of their inputs.
Okay. I don't care. Are they valuable to their community? Are they providing something of value to the people who actually manage them? Because the idea that there's a positive correlation between the stock market indexed price of a company and how much social good they do is ludicrous. Quite the opposite, in fact. I think it's essentially a zero correlation game. In fact, I would say there's inverse correlation. The average person day to day, I would be willing to bet, derives more enjoyment and more pleasure from the existence of local businesses that do not in any way have any shot of making it onto a listing. Now, of course, I'm not denying the need for broad corporations, for supply chains, for what have you, for such and such. For very large things that need to be done, I support decommodification. Let the biggest corporation of all, the government, handle it. Already democratic, at least ostensibly. And for things that want to be kept private, I think that it's perfectly possible to manage these supply chains without leaning on the idea that it can only be done through capital reinvestment.
So you say this, you don't give a shit about productivity, and
Of course I do. But
well, you
stock market index price is not productivity.
yes. Sorry if I gave that impression that that's what the value of when I say the value of the outputs being greater than the value of the inputs, I mean when you have $20 worth of goods and services being produced using $1 of labor and $1 of capital, that's good. When you have $10 of labor and $10 of capital producing $5 of goods and services, that's a net social loss. That's
Why?
bullshit.
No, it's not. The money
Because
that
you're
went
using
to the money that went to labor went in the hands of workers. You think that's money lost. That's money gained. It's not inefficient to pay your workers more because those workers are the ones who buy the products. This is how Walmart hollowed out middle America. Sure, they offer their products for cheap, but they don't pay shit either, and all the money leaves the community. Back in the day when you had a bunch of small businesses in a town, were people poor on average in terms of their ability to buy stuff like in a broad economic, distant sense? Sure they were, for sure. It was less economically efficient, but the money was kept in the community and people were paid more proportionally by the jobs they worked. So they could go out and buy more. But what happens when you buy something from Walmart when you live in the middle of fucking West Virginia? Well, the money goes to Walmart and that just ends up sitting in some gigantic dragon's vault somewhere in the Walmart family fortune. You know, it doesn't go back in the community. But if you buy stuff from a local business, even if it's more expensive, that money then goes in the hands of the local businessman, who then turns around and spends it at the local shops. And that money from the local shops enriches the community and allows them to pay their employees more. And that's how small town America has died over the past 70 years, You think of labor costs a loss, and that's how any capitalist would think. But in reality, that thinking is what's destroying this country.
okay, but the reason I say that this productivity is important and all of that is when you are producing less with more resources, that's less less goods and services for everybody to enjoy, and that's what ultimately decides the material abundance that people have to live in.
And
If you're
yet,
making $30,000 or $300,000 and you're only producing tiny amounts of shit, you're just going to pay $30,000 to have a tiny amount of shit.
I don't agree with the idea that capital investment through stocks and equity ownership has allowed for this massive breakthrough in productivity. I think that the size of corporations corresponds to this to an extent, but I do not think it's like this. Capital investment unlocks this higher tier of productivity. But what's more, again, productivity isn't everything. Walmart is enormously economically productive, but it bankrupts and ruins communities that it sets up in. So clearly we're looking for the wrong metrics here, or at least we're looking at an incomplete picture.
Well, Walmart also disperses its extra revenue to the people who produce the goods and services that it sells and to the investors.
I don't care about the investors making money. I don't give a single shit.
Okay, so then Walmart disperses the money to the people who make the goods and services it sells.
Who?
To the to the 1 million Chinese laborers who are manufacturing the shit they sell.
Oh, yeah, they're making lots.
They're making a lot more than they would.
No, they're not. They could be working on industry that benefits their own country. The idea that Walmart is making efficient use of its economy-ruining standards because there are Chinese sweatshop workers out there barely making a living in China is ridiculous. You're an ideologue. You have an ideological investment in defending this, but the consequences of Walmart's behavior on America, this is not just a lefty proposition. There are tons of liberal economists who have wrote on this. Everyone thought that the economy of scale would lift America out of poverty because everyone would have a Walmart. And now go to those Walmarts and everything around there is dead. And these towns have been bleeding population, you know? And then it's like, oh, well, it's all for the good of the Chinese. You know what? I'll be a nationalist here. I don't give a fuck. They can work on their own shit. I don't think I will not abide the hollowing out of this country on the imagined belief that the sweatshop laborers are benefiting from it. America first.
Why do you hate the global poor?
I don't hate the global poor, and this is a bullshit argument. The countries that have risen up and become wealthy the fastest are the ones that engaged in protectionist policy and didn't allow themselves to be cucked out by Western industry. This has also been empirically demonstrated. The idea that these countries are benefiting, like China, the Chinese workers are benefiting from this state of affairs is not the case. Yeah, if you want to see countries that have completely given themselves over to Western investment, go to like half of Africa. Yeah, they're doing great over there. Meanwhile, over here in America, we have a separate system where we recognize there's value in local manufacturing, local jobs, local industry. But then when it comes to them, it's like, oh yeah, well, shouldn't they be thankful that they get to do our slave work, you know? Nah, fuck that. We directly aid and abet the worker exploitation of the Chinese Communist Party by allowing them to get away with this this bullshit.
So I fundamentally disagree.
It doesn't matter if you disagree. You're incorrect on this one.
Okay, I was going to say I fundamentally disagree with the facts that companies that isolate themselves from the global financial system have developed faster.
What about the East Asian tigers? What about like Singapore, South Korea and stuff? Countries that engage in protectionist mechanisms so they can develop their own industry before being bullied out by Western businesses. Because if they compete with Western businesses right off the get-go, they'll lose every time, right? So you'd think the right answer here would be, oh, they should open up the market to Western business because the local consumers would benefit from being able to get all these cool, cheap Western goods. But then it's like, well, wait, hold on a second. Where does the money go if everyone's buying foreign goods? It goes out of the country, and then everyone's poor again. And this is what's happened in country after country after country. Look at countries that like have all these Western imports. They're not doing good.
So what you are doing is you're making the infant industry argument that, you know, countries starting out with, you know, some industry should introduce protectionist barriers to make sure that their industries develop. But the thing is, that's not really whatever happens. It's the infant industries, the small companies that could hypothetically benefit from these protectionist barriers. They don't have the political sway in order to get these countries to institute these protectionist barriers to protect them. It's the large major companies that are challenged by these infant industries that overwhelmingly have the political power to raise these protectionist barriers.
Why would a company being challenged by smaller domestic industries then use that as a justification for protectionist policies? That makes no sense.
Can you rephrase that question? I don't understand the point.
I don't understand the point. Why? This isn't. I think this is a distraction. The influence that protectionist policies have had on the development of countries that manage to break free of these sweatshops. There's a reason why China has sweatshops and South Korea has a functioning economy that's closer to parity with us. Because not long ago, they were in basically the same spot. And it's because they took different paths. They made different decisions. So again, this is all a bullshit distraction from the point. No, we don't need capital reinvestment in the way that you describe for industries to flourish. And no, I don't hate the global poor for suggesting they should be able to have something better than sweatshops. The economy is more complicated than that. And very often you want things to be contained at a local level in order to increase not only productivity, but the circulation of currency internally. You also want to keep money out of the hands of the wealthy. All the wealthy do is store it. They don't spend it. And money that's stored is bad for the economy. The trillions held in the offshore accounts the Panama Papers revealed would be enough to usher the world into a new economic age. But wealthy people are demons, so they keep it to themselves. Um, I think we really need to refocus our economic analysis on a local level because that is where economy happens, day to day, middle class people going and buying and saving and storing. That's what economic activity is, not a bunch of fat cat investors greedily exchanging, equity so they can store more money in the Bahamas.
So, what I believe is that you are getting, you have a bit of tunnel vision. Money isn't what matters at all. The money is just a unit of measurement. Like, for example, the United States is running a gigantic trade deficit right now, but the US isn't becoming any poorer for that. Even though, green slips of paper are coming out, but we're getting real goods and services that contribute to the standard of living of Americans in exchange.
I don't know what this has to do with what I said.
So when you say that this local circulation of money is what matters and what keeps economies, no, that's wrong.
Wait, hold on. I genuinely don't feel like you have any knowledge with which to speak on this. There is no relationship whatsoever between the statement that economic activity happens in the local level with the exchange of goods and services and the fact that the United States can run a trade deficit without it leading to significant negative outcomes. Things work differently between a nation and individual economic, like microtransactions. I mean, obviously, America is the institution that prints the currency. It has a different kind of control over the worth of the currency, especially when it comes to trade. I feel like a lot of what you've been saying lately is a kind of deflection. If you have a fundamental issue with the reallocation of wealth, then speak to that. But don't pretend that I hate that. Don't be a coward. Don't pretend that I hate the global poor because I don't think that we should be maintaining an interminable relationship of sweatshops between us and China. Like, don't pretend that I don't understand like the the debt and global capital because I think that the economy should be understood as like a local force. I'm speaking primarily here, I feel, from analysis that I've done of largely liberal economists. The problem is that liberals are cowards. They're spineless. They're weak-blooded. And they don't take these things to their logical conclusions. We see a billion problems emerging from one group of people, the bourgeoisie. So what do we do with them? Well, clearly, they have to be legislated out of existence. And that's everything that I argue for.
So you said it yourself when you were discussing China versus South Korea. Not long ago, they were in the same position, that Korea was just like China, having a bunch of sweatshops. The difference here is that not the protectionist industries or protectionist measures, it's that Korea had better social institutions in order to be able to contribute to a better and more innovative economy that let them, once they had money, use that to develop even more productivity. That's what led to them gaining.
So they were more
wages.
innovative.
Yes.
You realize this is bunk, right? You didn't even respond to what I just said.
Can you repeat the contention you had that you would like me to respond to?
The entire thing that I ranted? No, I'm afraid you're going to have to rely on your memory for that one. No, the idea that two countries could take wildly different economic paths purely because one country was more innovative than another is not the case. I mean, Korea was fascist back when it started making these protectionist policy decisions. It's not as though they were politically in that much better of a place than China was at the time. They chose a different strategy. Rather than being the factories of the world, they focused more on their own development, and that ended up working out much better for the people of Korea.
Korea focusing on being the factory of the world is exactly what led them to where they are today.
China focused on being the factory of the world.
And Korea did too.
I do not, when I say factory of the world in reference to what China is doing right now, there is no country ever that competes with that. I don't think you could fairly say they did that.
Well, Korea has a large amount of exports because they literally mandate companies have a certain amount of revenue from external sources. That's why there's all these Hyundais and all these Samsung phones in the US. It's because that's what led to the innovation.
Do you know what led to them being able to develop those industries?
Having enough money in order to do that?
It was them banning imports of competing products, so they had the ability to develop them internally. those industries would have never developed if they had immediately just brought in Western goods, because there would have been no room. There would have been no market space to compete with our massive manufacturing abilities. They were protectionist.
I disagree.
Okay, then I'm going to read this. In the early
Read what?
1970s, third five-year plan focused on heavy and chemical industries, hence new engine of growth shifted from light manufacturing to heavy manufacturing. Meanwhile, South Korea continued with its export promotion and import restriction policies. The production of automobiles began while imported cars virtually disappeared from the market. The increase in exports was roughly 45% a year. So you talk about their cars. Well, the reason that we know about their cars, about their tech, is because they restricted imports. They allowed protectionist policies to develop their industry.
But the industry developed because they had a comparative advantage in that field. Argentina also tried import substitution industrialization, and they did not get the same outcome.
Doesn't always work, but it doesn't change the fact that in South Korea, all of the industries that we now recognize them for were developed because the government kept them from competing with our industry.
It's because they had the correct institutions, an educated and innovative populace,
So this
and
is
again, that comparative advantage.
spineless.
That's the deciding factor.
They engaged in protectionist policies, and it allowed
So
them
did
to develop
Argentina.
Yes, I'm not saying that policies work out all the time. I am saying that these, and it's not just South Korea either. We can take a look at the South, or the East Asian tigers. You know, this is a pretty consistent trend with them. It sounds to me like you're putting your fingers in your ears. You're doing na 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 na. The idea that protectionism allowed them to build their industries, this is, again, not a controversial position. See, the problem that I often have when I talk about economic stuff is that I want to be the crazy commie. I want to sit here and ramble about Marx and workers. But so often, defending the current status quo requires a level of ignorance, which means you can't even have engaged with liberal economic critique either. Like, in order to, like, I don't even get to the second order stuff. I have to be like, okay, well, can we acknowledge the fact that, you know, many Americans can't afford like an emergency, and no, going on credit doesn't solve that problem. No, we have to acknowledge that there was a different economic path taken for China than for South Korea. Like, I don't even get to do the commie rambling, which is, you know, something I generally enjoy doing. I said that I would just be explaining stuff to you, but I don't think you care about this. I feel like this is a distraction. Do you have an ideological bias towards these inequitable outcomes? Like, why argue this?
So I want to remind you of the difference between dependent and independent variables.
If you're seriously going to pretend that there isn't a ton of research and engagement with the idea that protectionism can be beneficial for the development of industry in smaller countries, like, there's not really a point in having this conversation. The only thing I can really say is, like, I don't know, read like basic econ stuff. This isn't like a me thing, you know? I'm not dying on this hill, and it's not my job to go over stuff like this. I don't think you're unintelligent, or maybe you're trolling or something, but like, it's very easy to not have these opinions, you know?
I want you to take a look at the mean weighted tariff rate of various countries and see if there's any correlation.
This
is what defines protectionism. These more protectionist countries aren't on average wealthier.
We're not talking about national wealth. China is wealthier than South Korea, for one. We're talking about the median GDP per person, in which South Korea is certainly outperforming China. For two, if you were to do this on a country by country basis, you know, obviously characteristics would determine or would sway massively. I think that if a country is really poor to begin with, I don't think there's much of a chance in either case. Like, if like, I don't know, Sri Lanka, or, well, not Sri Lanka, I don't know, if Sudan decided, oh, we're going to do protectionism to build our industry, I don't think it would make that much of a difference, because Sudan is a poor shithole anyway. Like, the country is so mega fucked in so many different directions that it's difficult. It's difficult to like understand, if any, or like what set of economic changes would lead to those kinds of conclusions. You know, like, what do you want to get those outcomes? I have no idea when it comes to Sudan. But that doesn't change the fact that, and the only reason we're talking about this right now is because you disingenuously accused me of hating the global poor because I said that I don't think Walmart is good for America, a position almost so ubiquitously held by economists today that they're practically screaming about it in their papers. The idea that Walmart has not led to this massive like increase in living standards for Americans. Like all of this is a tangent to another point that you disingenuously argued. So I
So
don't care for it. You can read up on protectionism if you like. I stand by my positions. They will not sway in this conversation, certainly.
can I make one comment?
If it's to this, you can, but I won't engage with it.
Yes, thank you. It is to this. I would recommend that you read The Great Reversal, How America Gave Up on Free Markets by Thomas Philippon. And it makes exactly the opposite argument about Walmart that you just made. When you actually look at it, Walmart, yes, has led to this lower prices, more material abundance for Americans effect.
And yet, wealth inequality is higher than ever, and people can't afford their rent or an emergency or their bills.
Sure, but there's other systemic factors in the economy.
No,
Walmart isn't the cause of that.
so ones that I don't care about. This is always how it gets around, you know. It's always that, well, hey, everyone agrees that things are materially worse, and all these analyses show things are materially worse. And then it's like, well, by this really abstracted, inhuman definition that we've come up with, actually things are better than ever. Oh, well, thank you. You know, the people of America, thank you for your engagement with their real issues.
What is materially worse from 40 years ago?
I just talked about these things. You realize that, like, in terms of the ability to afford a house, in terms of like average rent costs, in terms of like proportional value of income with the minimum wage not rising with the GDP and with productivity, on there are so many levels in which the economy is worse than it used to be. Sure, goods are cheaper, but the fundamentals proportional to our income are certainly relative to the economic growth that we've seen not catching up. This is why when you say you think some systemic changes would be good or beneficial, I think you're lying. You know, this is what everyone says. Like the Republicans say this. Oh, you know, I think we need real meaningful change to fix our economy. And then what changes do they offer? They want to lower the marginal tax rate on businesses. Like, oh, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. You've really solved the problem. But you can't even acknowledge the problem.
Vosh, I do not appreciate it when you accuse me of lying.
Okay.
So, what I'm going to say is that, sure, yes, the fact that people are struggling to afford housing is bad, but again, that's zoning policies that are leading to a housing shortage.
Mm-hmm.
That's not Walmart.
Well, Walmart drained these communities of wealth. Again, I want to be a lefty, but like I'm arguing liberal shit with you. Listen, this is a fact, okay? Okay. Do you know about Black Wall Street?
Yes, Tulsa, Oklahoma firebombed.
Right. Okay. What was their strategy for keeping wealth in the community?
To own the means of production themselves?
To shop at black-owned businesses. Effectively, yes. On a micro scale at least, to shop at black-owned businesses so that when black men made black money, they could go to a black business in their black neighborhood and keep it all in neighborhood. Because the problem they kept running into is even if all of these people went out and they made money and brought it back home to their black household, they would then spend it on taxes, on property and income taxes that went to white governments. They would spend it on goods at white-owned stores that would go to white people, and shortly, all the money would leave the black community, not be reinvested, and then kablamo, they're back as poor as they were before. So they decided to start shopping in the black community, and it worked. Likewise, what Walmart did was it undid that process all over America. You had all these Midwestern towns that relied almost entirely on local business. Not entirely, but mostly. And then they all get their big box store. And the big box store might employ a lot of people at first, and it might offer cheaper goods, you know, but it doesn't pay very much. And when money goes into Walmart, it doesn't go back into the community. It just goes into the broad transnational capitalist hands that own the place. And as a consequence of this, it leads to money being siphoned out. That money doesn't get reinvested. This is not like a lefty, like crazy crackpot lefty thing. This is what happened. It's a well-studied phenomena.
So you've said a couple times you want to go on about crazy lefty stuff, and I want you to have a little fun. So I want you to
Can
make
you
an
engage
assertion.
with what I said and acknowledge the
Oh.
fact that there is an economic tendency for big box stores and things like that to drain wealth from the communities they set up in?
No.
Okay, then read up on it because you're just ignoring reality. I mean, you might as well be like a Lysenkoist. You know, you're screaming that genetics don't have an influence on plant growth. It is an empirical fact.
There's, like I said, the fact that Walmart has had these economies of scale that have allowed it to offer lower prices and have allowed it to
This is
employ
what everyone
millions of
people were
people in the
saying.
global
This
south
people no
has led to
you
immense
don't
increases in
you
living
don't believe
standards.
this. You're just saying it. It's dogma. This is what people said decades ago. This was what people said when they didn't know any better. I don't think you actually believe this. You're just saying it. It's NPC behavior.
I'm sorry, what do you think I do believe?
I don't think you. I think that you primarily believe in being contrarian. The first thing that you emailed me was, I disagree with your video. And when I responded with what, you said, oh, I said that before actually watching your video. I think you believe that you're smarter than
Well,
me and then smarter than the people watching. And I think that you came on here expecting to be able to own me for being a dumb commie, which I am, admittedly. But the problem now is that running up against not communist arguments, but a basic liberal understanding of how the economy functions, you can do nothing but retreat back like a coward to some vaguely held presupposed beliefs that may or may not contradict reality or what I have to say. I don't think you're stupid. I think you're being a coward right now.
So what have I conceded on? What am I cowardly about?
Your inability to concede is the cowardice. That's the point. You're wrong. The ability to concede when wrong is a sign of strength, showing that you're confident enough to acknowledge that you've made a mistake. I mean, I'm not going to get you on like the, edge case lefty stuff like, oh, abolishing stocks would be good for the economy. Obviously, that's a highly theoretical thing. But like doubling down on the Walmart thing, come on, this is cult behavior. I don't think you actually believe this. What did you read this somewhere? Was this an Amazon fulfillment module that they made you watch at the warehouse? I mean, what got you on this?
Again, I've read the literature. The scientific literature does not agree with the point you're making.
What's scientific literature?
I mentioned the book before, but it's a collection of various quantitative studies. The literature on economies of scale, on corporate profits, and that sort of thing, when you look at it, it just doesn't come to the conclusion that Walmart is this huge exploitative thing. It's the book I mentioned before is How America Gave Up on Free Markets.
I didn't say, I gotta say, the idea of trusting a book with that title is hilarious to me from the onset. Not to mention the fact that when I said, here are all the metrics by which the economy has gotten worse for the average American, and I listed out like, all the things that matter, your response was, well, the other metrics, it's better. I think that you probably read a book, assuming the book is honest, and it might not be, but if you read an honest book, you probably read one that had a lot to say about the abstract economic benefits of the economy of scale, and probably a book that advocated either implicitly or otherwise for deregulation or higher investment in corporate, greed. But I doubt you read a book that was about, say, the workers of Amazon or about the small town communities they hollowed out. So even without reading it, like just from the name alone, how America gave up on the free market, like what is the thesis then? That we need to double down? Ridiculous. Insane.
So the thesis of the book is that America has had a decline in competitiveness in the terms of our markets, and this has led to decreased wages. It has led to increased corporate profits, and it has harmed Americans in various ways.
Here, somebody just linked me this. This is from Investopedia. It says exactly what I said. So my position is so lefty that it's on Investopedia, explaining the Walmart effect. The Walmart effect is the effect that Walmart has been known to have in the communities in which it builds locations. The presence of a Walmart store can hurt the business of smaller companies and lower wages for local workers. Much of the Walmart effect can be attributed to Walmart's immense buying power. The Walmart effect can also affect suppliers who must drive their production costs down in order to afford to sell to Walmart. Driving their production costs down means paying their workers less, just so you know. So there, like that's Investopedia. I mean, email them.
So again, that's a problem of Walmart is a very large scale company and it becomes the labor monopsonist. That's a problem of a lack of competition.
Okay.
These small towns
I
are
know.
just too
It's
small to facilitate the
it's
amount of competition
well,
required.
then that is a problem. It seems that on the global scale, everything is too small to properly compete with Walmart. I mean, if this is a degree of science, what do we need? Another planet? We need the Martian economic conglomerate to rise up and do this? No,
Well,
ridiculous.
if you look at the European Union, they have a much higher degree of competition and therefore lower corporate profits, and that's a good thing.
It's not just the higher degree of cooperation, it's also the fact that the government there is less explicitly pro-business than ours.
And this competition is this promoting competition between businesses is largely the anti-business thing that they do in order to get these lower profits. That's their policy of promoting competition.
What?
I'm sorry. I told you before I get nervous.
Well, it's the problem. You're nervous, and you're going to be increasingly nervous because the correct thing for you to do here is to concede the point entirely. That's fine, you know. I can't continue to argue
Uh,
on the Walmart thing. I feel like I'm gonna start having to like crack open articles from like neocon hedge funds, you know, or think tanks to try to argue like the basic economic shit here. This happens all over the place. You know, economies need to be local and democratic. That's my position. I'm locking it in. I'm hitting it and I'm locking it in. I've hit the button and the buzzer has gone off. That's my belief.
okay. I'm going to say neither of us are having fun with this Walmart topic. I would rather discuss something else too. I think we can agree to disagree. And if I could leave my ending thesis statement, I believe that a globalized market leads to the sort of supply chain resilience and competition that allows for the low profits and that enable low prices that make our material standard of living higher.
Look, I'm all for global markets. I just want things to be controlled at the local level. And I don't think those are in any way contradictory. We have local governments, and the United States of America is one of the largest governments, both in terms of power and landmass in the world. Um, you know, I'm not asking for anything crazy here. I just think that we need to understand that there is a balance to be had between the incredible power and influence of like globalized supply chains while also maintaining a healthy respect for the positive you know, outcomes that one can get from keeping things democratic at a local level. And competition is a farce. You know, capitalists don't want competition, of course, and there is a tendency towards monopolization given enough time in any market, and it's important to understand that if we are to understand how to control them.
So I would say that you're correct that capitalists don't like competition, and that's why anti-monopoly policy is part of the rules plus free markets thing that is important to getting good outcomes from capitalism.
Well, you know what would make it a lot easier to get good outcomes from capitalism?
What?
If we abolished the economic class that seemed to have a very distinct set of interests to our own. I think that would be very beneficial in the long run when it comes to making these kinds of positive changes.
So I said it before earlier in this conversation, but it's not a class. It's a sliding scale of how many resources you have. It's just wealth.
I think that it often overlaps with wealth, but if you would prefer to think of it as a wealth issue, then you can. It's not as though I want anyone to be able to be wealthy either.
you don't want people to be wealthy.
Of course not. Wealthy in terms of disproportionate social control, the ability to be like wealthy as a meaningful class signifier. No, I think that
Okay.
people should be comfortable. Wealth implies a level of power and influence outside of what I'm comfortable with.
Okay. It's a slight semantic, I guess, disagreement there. I would say that you're saying that wealth is having resources above and beyond everybody else. I just say wealth is having resources. I want everybody to be wealthy.
I want people to have things. I don't want people to have disproportionate power in any economic or political sense.
I agree that a more equal distribution of resources is better.
But you support the institutions that lead to that inequitable distribution. Capital reinvestment, Walmart, that sort of thing.
Well, no. The markets plus we don't have the right rules in our capitalist system is the thing. We need markets plus better rules. We need a better system of distributing financial support to people in need. If you've ever applied for food stamps or anything like that, there's a tremendous amount of administrative hurdles in order to get that. We make it very hard for poor people to get any amount of extra money. So if we'd had a system with much less in the administrative burden, such as some sort of universal basic income, that's a better rule. That's the markets plus rules.
Sure. I mean, there are other rules we could implement too, perhaps more radical ones if we wanted to be spicy with it.
So when you agree like this, when you say like yes, we can implement more rules, I'm not seeing how you're not just getting markets plus rules equals capitalism can have good outcome.
Because capitalism implies non-democratic control of the means of production, which is unacceptable. I mean, you can get good outcomes under capitalism, right? But you can get good outcomes under feudalism. I mean, under the right circumstances, the idea then would be to create rules that lead to the best long-term positive outcomes. I mean, you would want to create systems that are beneficial in the long haul.
Okay, so you're saying that a system of markets plus rules can have good outcomes.
Any system can have good outcomes, but I don't think we should stop at can have good outcomes. I think we should try to improve them as much as is possible.
Okay, yes, people being happy is good. People having better lives is good. But I fundamentally believe that the market is part of what enables people to have those better lives.
Yeah, sure. Then have market democracy. You never even stated anything close to an opposition to worker cooperatives. You just kept asking, well, what if this?
Yeah.
Well, what if that? Why not something else? Which, like,
So,
why the aversion?
as I understood it, my objection to worker democracy is based on the equity argument. So when you said you don't want any equity considered, I did not know how to proceed. So normally, when people say they want worker democracy, worker co-ops, they want the workers to own the means of production in order to get the financial winnings of that. But my argument is that when you own a single company like that, that's putting all of your eggs in one basket. And with a more diverse set of companies you own via a 401k or something, the sample standard deviation will tend to decrease as the number increases.
Most
so
people
you get
don't own anything with regards to
most
equity.
people, the median net worth is $121,000.
Equity.
Well, yes, we should have better. Most people have a 401k.
Most? I don't know how many people it is, but I'd be very surprised if it was most. Also, you know that hold on. Median net worth U.S. citizen. Yeah. Okay, so this is net worth of an average family, not citizen, but okay, fine, household then. Median debt household.
The net worth already accounts for the debt because it's net worth.
Just a moment. Average total consumer household debt in 2022 was 101,915. If the median person has enough net worth to cover their debt, why don't they just instantly pay their debt?
Because they can make higher returns by investing that money or
Oh my God,
buying things that they want instead of paying off that debt.
You're so unreal brained. This is wait, hold on. I recognize that argument. Are you a DGGer?
What's DGG?
Ah, damn it. That sounded dead on. The idea that like people are holding on to a ton of credit card debt because they can leverage the the $25,000 in credit card debt or whatever. It's like because they're trying to leverage that so they can buy other things. Using median worth as an indicator of how much money people potentially have to spend in an emergency situation is ridiculous in a world where most Americans don't have anything saved for retirement. The idea that like indicator refers to what you think it's referring to is just not true. It's not true. People are in a worse position than you seem to think they are.
I feel like I'm repeating myself that the median net worth is 121. That means 50% of Americans have more than that.
I don't think you know what that number means.
Yes, that median net worth, their assets over their debts.
Okay, and considering the fact that their assets can include like their car or their house, and the fact that the median debt is over 100,000. The fact that the idea that like all of that is being leveraged, that apart from whatever is their mortgage or car debt or whatever, that like credit card debt is just being held and not paid off as some kind of like flippant economic mismanagement.
So I'm going to say it's overwhelmingly not credit card debt that people hold on to for a long time. It's, a student loan debt has like what, 7% interest? People can focus on buying the things that they want. People can focus on investing that money instead of paying debt off immediately.
This is not how anything works.
It's exactly how it works.
It is no, it's not. No, it's not. Not in reality.
People use debt to smooth consumption over time.
I feel like I'm talking to a person who's learned everything about a subject from the subreddit for it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, debt? Okay, the average American apparently has something in the ballpark of $6,000 in credit card debt. What do you think that they're leveraging that credit card debt to invest? So considering credit card debt interest is quite high, what returns do you think they're making on the investment opportunities that they're holding on to with that credit card debt?
They bought things they wanted with that.
Well,
the return is the happiness they get from buying the things they want.
Why do they have the debt if their net worth on average would allow them to cover it?
Because they decided it was a better option. And again, that's a net worth. That's factoring in the debt.
Yeah, okay, so if they have additional net worth considering the debt, then why don't they just pay off the credit card debt?
Because they didn't want to sell the things they already had in order to acquire more things.
Okay, so they're willing to deal with insane monthly credit card interest rate, which of course vary, significantly, but they're quite high on average. For what?
Again, for the happiness of buying the things that they want.
No, but like, why aren't they paying it off with their significant net worth?
I've answered this once before, but it's because they would rather not sell the things they already have in order to acquire more things.
Okay, so that net worth then is so inaccessible, so non-liquid, that they are willing to incur the interest payments of thousands of dollars of credit card debt in order to hold on to it.
It's not necessarily a matter of liquidity. It's just what their preferences are.
Okay, if their preferences are leading to thousands of dollars of credit card debt that they're not paying off, do you think we might have an economic issue here?
I've already said that there should be a more equitable system of resource distribution.
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about right now?
Resources distribution is income.
Okay, what does that have to do with what I'm talking about right now?
People should have the money in order to pay off the debt that they have.
Okay, people should have more money.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad that we agree on that.
So then with that, what is your contention of on this topic?
On which topic?
On why people choose to maintain that debt?
Because earlier you were using net worth as an indicator that they could choose to pay for an emergency if they wanted to.
And they could.
But if people are so if a person says, I can't afford X, do you think that you could then say, oh, wrong, you could sell your kidney? Do you think that's like a good rebuttal? Like they said, that idiot, I bet they haven't even read Economics 101 on Reddit, r/economics 101. You could sell your kidney. Do you think that's like a good rebuttal? Or do you think there might be a problem with that?
So you're going to these extremes.
Answer the question.
You're going to these
Answer
extremes.
No. Answer.
Hold on,
No,
this is how I'm answering.
Answer the question. Do you think it would be a good rebuttal if they're like, oh, I can't afford this debt. I got in a car accident, a fender bender. I can't afford this repair bill. And then you're like, you've got 2 kidneys. You're wrong, idiot. Do you think that would be like a good rebuttal? Would that be a correct answer on your part?
People don't have to sell their kidneys.
Answer the question.
The answer is that the question is inapplicable to the...
Answer the question.
People having to sell their kidneys is bad.
Okay. What about people having to sell a random assortment of household objects in order to pay off the cost of an emergency?
That is significantly less bad.
Okay. Can you explain to me again, really quickly, with a yes or no answer, would you be correct in that response?
In what response?
Saying the person was an idiot because they have 2 kidneys and they can sell one.
I already said that that was bad.
Oh, I didn't ask you if it was bad. I asked you if that was a valid response.
No.
Okay. Now, what if a person said, oh, I can't afford this. I literally can't afford this. And you say, hold on, that bill is for $1,000. However, you have at least $1,200 worth of non-essential furniture that you could sell. So you're wrong. You can afford it. Do you think that is a correct answer?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the fundamental problem here, all right? It's that when people say, I can't afford X, what they mean is, I can't afford it with the liquid currency that I possess. Not, I can't afford it if I'm willing to pull out all the stops and sell these non-essential things that I already own. Normally, if a person is in a position where they have to sell possessions of theirs to make ends meet, that itself is an emergency. The fact that you were willing to use median net worth as an indicator of whether or not people can afford to pay for their emergencies is the problem. Because can afford to, in this context, makes about as much sense to me as arguing, again, well, haha, you have 2 kidneys. We're not really addressing whether or not they can afford it. It's a meaningless definition of whether or not we can afford it, you know? You could sell your body. Well, sure, I guess anyone could, but that doesn't really answer the question, does it? It makes it hard for me to believe you care about improving people's standards of living when the definitions that you use and the phrases that you jump to are so implicitly dismissive.
So I would say that you've, by definition, assumed that this person is in an emergency. I think it is good that people can have enough resources where they don't need to take out debt in order to have the solution to that emergency.
Okay. So then what I said earlier about most Americans not being able to afford an emergency is true. I don't know why we argued on that then, if that's the case.
But they can. Again, people aren't selling their kidney. People aren't selling their furniture. People, the
You
median
just said
person.
taking on credit. No, stop using net worth. It's not relevant. If we've agreed that we shouldn't be taking on debt or selling furniture when we talk about whether or not someone can afford something, net worth is no longer the stat we should be looking at. We should be looking at how much money they have in the bank, because that is the only possible thing they could use to pay for an emergency that isn't going on credit or selling things to make the debt.
It's nobody stores their money in the form of money in the bank.
Or okay. Just out of curiosity, where do you think the average American stores the excess money they have?
Mostly in their house that they own.
You think the average American owns a house and that they store their excess money in cash in their house?
No, not in a pile of cash. I mean the value of their home.
Okay, okay, we just said that we're not talking about selling. We're talking about money they have on hand. The house that you own is the most non-liquid possible form of wealth that you can have. Like there is no less liquid form of wealth. It is a hardened diamond of wealth.
And
So no, because we were talking about liquid currency with which to pay for an emergency. Why did you just go to a house when I said liquid currency, when that is the most not liquid currency?
Because liquid currency is an irrelevant metric.
It is the only relevant metric when we are talking about being able to pay for an emergency without selling things or without going on credit. That is the only other place you can have. You have to have liquid currency. If you're not selling something, it has to be liquid currency.
But the things people would on average sell aren't their kidneys. It isn't their furniture. It's some stocks they own.
Oh my God.
They have a retirement account that they can break into.
A retirement account. You think
yes,
the average you realize you can't just break into a 401k, right?
Yeah, you can. Sure, you pay a higher tax rate when you get your income out of it, but you can.
So you're saying a person, hold on. Hefty penalties and tax consequences, findings to have their retirement funds are okay. So when a person says, I can't afford this, you think it's a valid answer to say, oh, you could just withdraw from your 401k at a heavy penalty.
Sorry, I was eating. Yes.
Only 60 million Americans have a 401k, by the way. That's less than 20% of Americans.
That seems incorrect. Who doesn't have a 401k?
Lots of people. You don't have one.
I have one.
You have one? Where do you work?
Amazon.
Okay. Do all Amazon fulfillment workers get 401k plans?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
It's an employer sponsored too. So the first 2% of my wage that I put in towards it, Amazon also matches that. They give me free money if I contribute to my 401k.
Well, at your young age, if you had an emergency you couldn't afford otherwise, I don't think you'd have very much to tap into here.
Well, I own $40,000 in stocks, so
oh
I
my
have plenty.
Fucking God, of course you do. And where'd you get that $40,000 from?
From working at Amazon.
Okay. And where do you live, out of curiosity?
Chicago.
No. Where do you live?
What do you mean?
Who do you live with?
On my own.
You live on your own in Chicago at 25 and you have $40,000, not just liquid, but that you have invested.
Yes, I don't understand what you're surprised about.
I know. This is, guys, it's like the the every account that you think, right, where it's like, here's 10 easy steps in getting involved in real estate management. It's like, where's the $500 million donation from your parents, you know? Yeah, working from Amazon too. Yeah.
Do you know what the average Amazon worker makes?
Why don't you tell me? How long have you worked there, by the way?
I have worked there since 2017.
Since 2017. So that's gotcha. How much?
Like 6 years.
Yeah, so how much?
I currently make about $23 an hour.
I don't think that's the average amount made in an Amazon fulfillment center.
It's a little bit above average because the average is pulled down by a bunch of people who work there for 6 months, and they, you know, obviously start at the starting wage, which is below the average.
That's just what the wage would be. If you work at a place for 6 months, that would be the wage. That's not the average wage then.
But yes, I said that's below the average.
The average Amazon fulfillment associate hourly pay in Seattle is approximately $19 an hour, which is 25% above the national average. Chicago must pay good money. What's minimum wage in Chicago?
$13.25, I think.
It's 15 here in Seattle. Average hourly pay from ZipRecruiter is $16.50 an hour at a warehouse job in Chicago. Well, it's difficult to trust those sites anyway. Well, regardless of what, I think you're lying, by the way, but regardless of what, you're either lying or you're so friendless that you have literally nothing to spend your money on other than reinvestment. But the average American does not have 40K in stocks, and the average American does not have a 401k to pull from, and the average American cannot afford an emergency of just around $1,000, and that does not change if they have a 401k they could suffer heavy penalties in withdrawing from. When you say you can't afford something, that means you don't have the liquid cash to pay for it. If you have to sell something to pay for it, that means you couldn't afford it and you had to make a sacrifice to pay it. And I don't think people should be making sacrifices in order to meet daily demands, needs, debts, and emergencies.
People make trade-offs all of the time.
Yes, they do. Everyone has. It's a meaningless answer. It doesn't speak to anything that I have said. Notice how you claim to be in favor of social changes that improve the living situation for the average person, but then every time anything specific comes up, you sound like a fucking you know, like a top hat wearing pig capitalist sneering at the worker for demanding more. You seem very contemptuous of people who you think are below you.
What have I said that sounds contemptuous? Pray tell.
This entire conversation is dripping with the vibe that you think you're smarter than the average worker and that their problems are self-inflicted due to poor economic management.
Well, I don't think it's poor economic management. They just have different priorities than me.
Priorities that lead to them being in debt and working multiple jobs and not being able to afford things and being forced out of their houses and so on and so on. Do you think their priorities might just be worse living situations?
No, I believe in many ways their priorities are better living situations. Because I'm not applying any moral judgment to this.
Not applying any moral judgment, but and you claim to want better standards of living for these workers, you know, but at the same time, all these people could just afford, you know, to solve their problems, to not work that hard, to not have to work multiple jobs, to not have to move out of the houses in which they live, and they're just making, what, poor decisions which lead to it?
No, it's not making poor decisions, it's just making different decisions.
Different decisions which lead to them being evicted and having high credit card debt.
Sometimes, yes.
So this is what I mean by contemptuous. and it's a poor job at
What's the
masking it too.
contempt? I'm not
I
understanding.
agree. What is with the contempt? What the fuck?
No, what is contemptuous about that?
You have a laughably poor understanding of the plight of the average American worker, and in spite of, in the case of some of the specific stuff that we've discussed, empirical and widely accepted evidence of things being skewed against them, you have instead obstinately refused to acknowledge the extent to which this game is rigged on any level. Like, you claim to want better conditions, but it's all just like skill issue with you.
I believe that that's an inaccurate characterization, because I've said things like the lack of competition in the American economy leads to
You're
lower
doing it
wages
again.
and higher corporate profits.
You're doing it again.
That's a systemic issue that I would like to see
Yeah,
solved.
it's a systemic issue on which you're wrong. The idea that these problems can be fixed with higher competition is the line that politicians have been running for literal decades. Pro-competition, pro-competition, pro-competition. And what's happened? Nothing. Like, this is the line that's led to all the harm that we're talking about here.
The American populace right now has the highest standard of living they ever have had.
The what?
The American populace right now has the highest standard of living that they ever have had.
By what standard?
By the Human Development Index.
Okay, and what metrics are they looking at?
They're looking at education. They're looking at median wealth. They're looking at various things like this.
And yet, for some reason,
health outcomes. They're looking at all of these things.
And yet, for some reason, the average life expectancy right now is lowering. People are having a harder time finding gainful employment. Underemployment rates have skyrocketed. People are having a harder and harder time affording rent. This is what I mean by contempt. There are plenty of contempt. There are plenty of metrics that you can look at. Economic journals you can read. I'm not asking you to be all lovey-dovey, feely-feely here, okay? There's plenty you can read, hard data you can read to indicate that things are getting, in many cases, worse. But you have two contradictory values that you're trying to push here. On one hand, you claim to want things that are better for the average worker by pushing for more economic competition, because that's been so effective in terms of dealing with these issues. You know, we've definitely done a lot to fight the inevitable monopolization of our economy. But then, at every level, you patronize and condescend the experience of the average worker. You say you want things better. Why? According to your worldview, they're better than ever. And all the mistakes they make that lead to them being evicted or having credit card debt or not being able to afford an emergency, well, that's just poor economic management on their part. Oh, sorry, different priorities, ones that lead to them in poverty.
So there are a couple things that can simultaneously be true. Things are better now than they ever have been, but they're not good enough.
Okay, that's great to know. You do know, of course, that the plight of the worker has never been meaningfully improved by people whose first ideological priority is defense of the status quo. You argued that I hated the global poor because I don't think that we should be defending Walmart because they support sweatshops in China. I don't think you have any serious positions outside of feeling smarter than the people you talk to. Something in which you've spectacularly failed in this conversation, if your goal was to appease any audience, by the way. If you want to have real positions on these issues, like actual genuine positions, you have to work out the inconsistencies, because you cannot simultaneously say that you care about improving the standard of living for the average worker and then also talk about how not only are things better than they have ever been, which is wrong, but also, all of these articles explaining how things have gotten worse, well, they're just hand-wringing.
I don't appreciate this hostility that you're directing towards me.
The
I
American
think it's
worker
unfair.
doesn't appreciate the contempt and derision you've directed at them.
What do you mean contempt? I haven't.
Then you never will, and that's fine.
But okay, can I say one closing statement if you're going to be like this?
Sure.
There are barriers to the productions of goods and services, such as zoning laws that prevent housing construction, that lead to specific bad outcomes, such as people not being able to afford housing. there are also barriers to immigration that prevent the sort of increases to wealth that would hugely benefit everybody, but especially the global poorest. And that's... sorry, I'm nervous again.
The eyes of the American working class are on the back of your neck.
Um,
None of this will ever mean anything. If you continue to tout the line that things are better than they ever have been, a empirically and provably false statement, then there is no reason to believe any subsequent qualification. It's Steven Pinker shit, you know? It's ludicrous. I think that I mean, you do know you're being motivated primarily by a feeling of superiority to the people you're talking about, right?
no, I'm not.
I've seen so much of it, and I can identify it really easily when talking to people, I think, more so than almost anything. I'm not denying the fact that you're intelligent, but like so much of what you've said and so much of the rhetoric that you engage in is picture perfect. It's stereotypical. And assuming you're telling the truth about the money you've saved and what have you, I think if anything, it's more indicative. You're a person who, I assume, has been very fastidious and thoughtful in how you've managed your finances and your affairs. You certainly seem fastidious in our conversations, so that seems applicable, I think. And you have a high opinion of your own intelligence, which plenty of people, I do too. So that's not like a huge demarcation. It's not hugely negative, but people in that position are, I mean, we have a term for them. It's embarrassed millionaires, right? Temporarily embarrassed millionaires. The idea of people who believe very much in the system on a fundamental level, who maybe have some sort of outside or specific intellectual critiques. But the one thing they can't abide is the idea that the system is not meritocratic. And I don't think you'd say it's meritocratic, but everything you've said comes across as the defenses of a person who wants people to believe it's meritocratic. I mean, arguing over median net wealth as a determiner of whether people can afford to pay for it, like stuff like that,
Can I interject?
Sure.
I would like to specifically state that I don't believe the system is currently anywhere near fully meritocratic.
But I just said you wouldn't say that.
I'm just saying, well, you've also said that everything I've said seems like that is something I would believe. And I want to make it clear to you that I'm not this evil monster. I recognize that there are some systemic issues.
Can you understand how, from my perspective, somebody like you would be, even assuming you're completely genuine, would be completely evil? That you would be like a demon to somebody like me? Because it seems like your reflexive priority on most every issue we've discussed is to take a line that is, at the very least, reminiscent of like hardline neocon, fuck the poor attitudes. Like that's the reflexive thing, that is consensual, the Coconut Island analogy, that, hey, whoa, the average American can afford this, huh? Take a look at this like chart on like net median wealth or whatever. Like, oh man, there's some stuff you can sell if you got an emergency. I wouldn't even think to say that is the thing for me. If somebody was talking to me about like the state of economically, like the state of affairs that we live in, and someone was talking about how bad it had gotten, my response would not be like, I wouldn't even think to say, well, here's net like median wealth, there must be something you can sell. But you went to that instantly, because I think that like your first priority is like the skill issue thing, because you've skilled your way into a pretty decent economic system or state of affairs with the money that you've saved up. So why shouldn't or why can't other people? It makes what you say sound contemptuous to the working class, because it sounds like they have different priorities, but it reads like in reality, you think they have stupid priorities. You think that they're stupid. They've mismanaged their affairs in a way that you haven't. You did well. You were smart. You saved the money. You did what everyone said you should do. You probably lived with your parents for a while saving up money. You invested it smartly. You did what I read on Reddit that I should do back when I was young. You know, you stay there for 2 or 3 years with your parents and you save up money, you pay down your student debt, and you go right ahead. And, you know, I'm not saying it's bad advice or that a lot more people couldn't do it, but that's kind of been your response to a lot of this, right? Like skill issue, skill issue, skill issue, just in different words.
So when you say it like that, I can understand how that is the impression that you might have gotten from some of the things I say. And I can understand how jumping to, yes, you can sell things might be seen as like flippant and what's the adjective? Well, like you said, demonic. But when I was thinking of that, I was thinking of, you know, it's not saying sell your furniture. It's not saying sell your kidney. It's the average person has more than that they can sell. They can sell something fairly non-consequential to their life.
But even what you're doing right now, still, why would they have to sell anything? If they have no liquid cash on hand to spend on the emergency, that's the issue being discussed. Like
Uh,
see, you've done it again, right? You're saying like, okay, well, you know, I'm not saying it's a skill issue, but it's a skill issue. But
Can I
that's
interject?
if it's not liquid cash, that's the problem.
Can I interject?
Yes.
I don't have any liquid cash on hand because I keep it in stocks.
The average American does not have no liquid cash on hand because they keep it in stocks. And also, you should really keep liquid cash on hand. You really don't want to have to like quickly sell in case you get into a car accident.
Okay, but so you say that I have this negative view of other people because they don't have liquid cash, but I'm in that exact position.
No,
I'm not moralizing.
You're doing it again, though. You just equivocated them not having liquid cash because they're broke, and you not having liquid cash because you're playing like Wall Street gold games on the exchange. Like that's, you know damn well that is not why the average American who doesn't have liquid cash doesn't have liquid cash. It's because they're broke.
Yes, some people are in really unfair positions. Some people have not had a fair shot in life. Some people have been victims of racism. Some people have been they're undocumented and so they can't get that. But the reforms I want an open borders that undocumented people can work in the United States freely. I want a less racist society. I want to eliminate the barriers that have been put in place by society to prevent people from getting into my position.
Yeah, but I think the thing is that when you say this stuff, I think you're doing it from more of a libertarian perspective. You didn't buy into liberal economic critique either. I think that like if like you say you want more competition, but then you defend the ultra monopoly Walmart, you know? You say you want better working standards for the American poor, but then you say things are better than they ever have been, which is demonstrably false. You say you don't want to come across the demon, but then when it comes to talking about people's debt, you sound like a Fox News article saying, "Debt? Well, why don't they just sell their iPhones?" You know, it's at every personal level, you leap towards something that indicates great personal bias. Even if intellectually you defend all these things, like the only thing that I know for sure is that the consequence of your political beliefs, given the fact that you defend Walmart and can't accept the effect it's had on local economies, is that you're fine with monopolies. By more competition, what you mean is less government barriers to corporate power. When you talk about
No. When I say more competition, I mean anti-monopoly policy. I mean it
then why
breaking apart.
defend Walmart?
Because Walmart isn't an example of a firm that has had those effects. Look at their profit rate. It's very low.
What?
When a monopoly is having a harmful effect, it leads to higher corporate profits, higher prices.
No, that's not necessarily true. A monopoly can have incredibly harmful effects even if it's doing poorly.
I disagree.
No, you can't disagree on that. Nobody who complains about monopolies is like, well, the problem with monopolies is when they make too much money, they're dangerous. No, the problem with monopolies is that they drain local economies. They lock out competitors. They have like back end negotiations they can do to like. This is what I mean. You don't want things to be better for the American worker. You want a specific set of economic policies that you've adopted, in all likelihood, because you think holding them makes you smarter than the average person, and and your policies would be ruinous. When you talk about the poor, you sound like a sniveling neocon, a 75-year-old white man on Fox News. And when you do this, well, I actually want systemic change, the systemic change you want would make things worse.
So I want to say, for example, it's literally just specifically Walmart. If you asked me about United Airlines, I would say that they should be broken up. If you asked me about Apple or Google or Amazon, I would say that they should be broken
Why
up.
United Airlines? Their profit margins are even lower than Walmart's.
United Airlines has made a fundamental in the last 30 years, I think. They have consolidated industry in a way that has harmed the consumer experience of using the airline, and they have increased their profits.
Okay, but airlines operate at an incredibly narrow margin because of all the expenses that go into that kind of industry. If we're talking about these margins,
it's a narrow margin, but it's higher than it should be given the nature of that industry. It should be even lower.
This seems like a very arbitrary determination. You know that a monopoly can be bad even if it's not making money, right?
Sure. But what? What about that?
Well, that would be the category Walmart falls into.
Well, Walmart makes money.
Yeah, but well, that's my point. You were the one that said they didn't make enough money to categorize themselves as a monopoly.
They make $1 billion in revenue, but on a very high amount of expense.
But this is irrelevant to whether or not monopolies are harmful.
Where have they used their monopolistic market share in order to gain price setting power?
I don't care about price setting. This is what I mean. It's no, none of this you are so locked into your into the framework by which you analyze this. The problems with their monopolization are present everywhere. I mean, to start, the fact that they are able to use the economy of scale to drive prices far lower, which means that the suppliers have to pay their workers less, and it means that they pay their workers less. I mean, a ton of Walmart workers are subsidized by welfare, and the fact that it means that they can lower prices beyond what local industry can do, which drives them out of business. Like, all of these are problems associated with price setting, but those aren't the only ones. Like, monopolies are just bad in general.
So when you talk about their ability to set workers' wages, that's a monopsony, not a monopoly. I agree that Walmart very often has monopsony power that's problematic.
Okay.
Maybe I'm too focused on the specific definitions of words.
You realize that monopolies develop monopsonies, right? Like, the more omnipresent any given firm is in an industry, either locally or like in terms of broad availability, these are like, this is total semantics. You know perfectly well that when we're talking about monopolies here, we are talking about industry giants that have grown too powerful and control too much of the market share.
I don't presume that a company being big is bad in and of itself. It is what they do with that bigness.
The bigness is something they will always use to do the bad thing.
Not if there's a sufficient rules-based order to the market.
Which has been doing wonderfully so far in an age of unprecedented monopolization.
And I've said that I want the rules to change that.
Okay, but you said it wouldn't apply to Walmart. So why would I care about the changes that you want if you don't think Walmart, one of the main groups that should be broken up, should benefit from them? Like, clearly your definition of what needs to be stopped in a monopoly is very different from mine. I think that, like, if your rules, if applied, would lead to a situation just as nightmarish for the average worker, and then I would point that out, and you would go like, oh, but look, according to this one chart, you know, their overall purchasing power is increased, so things are actually better than ever, you know? And then you would, like, conveniently ignore the fact that more and more people are working, like, multiple gig jobs just in order to survive, and then they would all go back to their workplaces, and then they would argue for workplace democracy, and you'd be like, what for? Just lobby the government. And then the government is completely controlled by corporate lobbies, like it always has been.
Flush, I'm seeing that we're probably not going to come to an agreement
You
on
don't.
what things mean. But I want to leave on the note of what we agreed on. I want to keep this amicable because I don't hate you. But we agreed on carbon taxation. We agreed on. You have a better memory than I do. I'm sorry.
I don't have a great memory. Would you agree at least that Amazon should be broken up?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, trans rights.
Trans rights. But also, please don't stomp on any poor, earnest working class people on your way to the fucking stock exchange to pick up your revenue, okay?
No guarantees.
All right, take care.
See ya.
See ya. We can fix her. You're only saying that because they implied they're trans. Oh man, that was. Yeah, what about it? Yeah, okay. All right, there you go. She's actually a working class hero. What was that? Dude, fuck. Oh my god. Some people are going to say that I was mean for that, and I mean, I don't write her or anyone off. I don't want to, and I don't try to. And obviously, like, I'm mean to people, but like, okay, I stand by that. The problem is that, like, so much of when you're trying to talk about these issues, a lot of it comes down to what the implicit values a person seems to demonstrate are. And I just could not help but read. And I hope a lot of you understand what I was seeing there. I hope a lot of you can read that a lot of what she said came across to me as extremely contemptuous of poor people. How, even though in the abstract, a lot of the stuff that she said seemed fine and sensible and liberal, at least enough, at every opportunity there would be this giveaway, and you have to look for stuff like that, because there are a ton of, like, Fox News articles that are like, the people say that the working class are struggling, but it turns out 90% of poor homes have a refrigerator. You guys remember that famous article? And then it's like, and then you look at that and it's like, okay, the article is correct. 90% of American homes do have a refrigerator. I can't argue with that. But what is this article really saying? And what the article is really saying, they're not really saying that the average American has a fridge, because that's not very interesting information. What they're really saying is that the average American is being a whiny baby when they talk about the consequence of poverty. Oh, you say you're poor, but, you look at all this stuff you've got, And that's the vibe I got from so much of the shit that she said. And she seems really intelligent too. So the vibe that I get is that she is, okay, at first I thought maybe she's like a mommy and daddy money kind of person, right? But, oh, whoops. Maybe she's like a mommy or daddy money kind of person. But I think it's more complicated than that. I think that she might actually be quite accomplished and intelligent in how she manages her finances. And as a consequence of that, right, she has a strong emotional investment in, a kind of survivorship bias to an extent, which affects her perception. Because I bet you that at some point, oh, I guarantee this. Oh my God, I know for a fact. I'm seeing with my third eye. I'm divining the past, and I can see it. I guarantee you that she has had friends who got into financial trouble for their own, like, their own fuck ups. Like, I guarantee you she's had friends who have gotten themselves into economic trouble, and then because they made stupid decisions, and in her head, she was like, well, what the fuck? Like, is that really anyone's fault but your own? And that and maybe those friends really did fuck up, and I get that, and I get that. Um I I understand that, but I feel like maybe she projects that out because she just could not acknowledge. Like, this is why I was mean. She could not acknowledge the idea of Americans suffering through poverty and engage with it. She distracted from it at every opportunity. Like, whenever I would talk about like the average person not having much liquid income, and she was like, well, I don't have any because I have 40K in stocks. Or like the average American's paycheck. It's like, well, the average American can't be paycheck. Look at this median net worth. It seemed like she wanted to really avoid dealing with the idea of a poor American. Like, she didn't want to engage with that because there's something about that that is like discomforting. Does everyone understand why I'm saying what I'm saying right now? I feel like that's something that was like influencing how she talked about these issues in a negative way. I don't think she like hates poor people, but I think it's very telling that she could not deal with that reality. Like, I mean, hold on. I didn't want to like run through a bunch and just like listed her, but like, holy shit. Okay. How many Americans food insecure? 34 million Americans are food insecure. A tenth of the population have trouble like getting, like, knowing where their food's going to come from, or whether or not like for sure they'll be able to get it, or like there's difficulty or anxiety in getting it. So yeah, some are in here now watching. Yeah. Over 33.8 million Americans lived in households that struggled against food insecurity or lack of access to affordable nutritious diet. Like, food isn't like a guaranteed thing for them. Like food insecure means that availability and access of food is to them not a given. Like, for most Americans, maybe they're suffering with money issues, but you always know you can get your food if you need it. You can get your rice and beans, whatever. But 34 million Americans, don't fit in that category. And then you have how many Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and it's okay, 69% nice living in of Americans living in urban areas. 2/3 are living paycheck to paycheck. And I feel like if I had said this to her, she would have been like, okay, well, they say they're living paycheck to paycheck, but if things really came down to it, they could always, like, I don't know, sell a nice lamp they have or whatever. And it's like, that's not. It's always 60% plus. It's always like around 60% living paycheck to paycheck. And then she said, like, oh, well, they actually can afford an emergency. They actually can afford an emergency because they could put it on credit. And it's like, what do you think afford means? By definition, if you have to put something on credit in order to buy it or pay for it, you can't afford it. That's the point of credit. You all understand what I'm talking about, right? I didn't want to be me because, again, I don't know if she's aware of the extent to which this all. You weren't mean, dude? Maybe not. I'm getting my ass kicked over here, dude. Master mode, hard mode in Terraria does not fuck around. Jesus Christ. You die in like 2 hits to anything. Anyway, yeah, hopefully you all understand. I think it's very important, I think, to call out those like vibes issues, where it's like, oh well, on the numbers we agree. I think it said a lot that she wasn't able to acknowledge that protectionist policies were economically beneficial to South Korea as well. I think that's really indicative. So protectionism for a country like America is not a good idea. And the reason for that is because America is already an economic giant, and we don't really need to protect our local industry for any reason other than, I don't know, to be really nice to our local industry and fuck our local industry. Okay, they're fine. But if you're a poor country, or more likely in the case of South Korea, a poor country with the potential for a lot of industrialization, and you want to be like really big into car manufacturing, like let's say you're South Korea and it's 1976 or something, and your country is currently a fascist dictatorship, and you really, really, really want to be like a manufacturing giant. Well, here's the thing, okay? You can be producing American cars. Have fun, bucko. Have fun in your sweatshops. But what they thought over in South Korea was, okay, hold on. Look, I think if we really gun for it, we can make a good car. We can make good local industry. But we can't do it if we open up our markets and every local South Korean just runs out and buys an American car that gets imported. If they just run out and buy a Ford or whatever, how the fuck is our own car industry going to grow? So what they do is they heavily tax or otherwise disincentivize imports, and they subsidize and promote their own industry. And as a consequence of that, South Korea was able to do some pretty economically miraculous shit, like definitely a lot better than what like China has done with regards to local, export power. And South Korea is still a major exporter, as I understand it correctly. Singapore did this. Like this is pretty commonly known. I don't know why she would disagree with that. Troll? I don't think she was a troll. I don't think she's a troll. I still don't understand her love of Walmart. I don't think she loves Walmart. I just think that I think that, okay, I think that she's autistic, and I stand by that. And I think that she thinks of the economy as a complex little, watch, like a little mechanical device. And that if you're very smart and if you're very thoughtful, you can build out that machine in a way that's very productive. But her standards of productivity are different from mine, because obviously productivity on its own isn't enough for me, right? Like I want economic equality and worker rights and stuff. So she's trying to maximize for definitions of productivity that don't really factor in equitability, or in all likelihood, she's one of those like, let the government, like let the government tax the business proceeds kind of people, where, like, okay, if you think Walmart's doing something bad, then maybe you should like, let them do really economically productive stuff, but then you can turn around and tax them. But the problem, and this is always the problem, is that leaving aside the fact that that never fucking works, it never fucking works. You're always like, oh, dude, let's let the corporations run rampant. We'll get our money back from them when we tax them. And it never fucking works, does it? You know why? Because of the fucking bourgeoisie. Huh? Because if you let there be a super small concentrated group of ultra powerful wealthy people, they're not going to let you tax that money away, are they? And that's always how it's been, trickle down economics, or even with taxing it. It's like, oh, they fight it on every level because they have no sense of social responsibility, because of course they don't. You think therapy would help her? I don't think that's responsible messaging. I don't think there was anything psychologically wrong with the chick that we just talked to at all. I think that I think that I think that she has a specific set of definitions in mind when she talks about like economic good, and she's maximizing for those, and she's uncomfortable with any framework that goes outside of whatever maximizes those. Vosh, she was just ignorant. You calling her a demon is on the level of calling her mentally unwell for her bad positions. No, no, no. I said, and I stand by this, can you understand why what you're saying would make you come across like a demon to us? And I stand by that. Because the stuff she was saying was not distinguishable from a lot of like really overt anti-poor, messaging. Fuck, dude, I have that fucking Twitter space shit in like 40 minutes. I can't do that on stream. God damn it, we're not even gonna have time for God damn it. Donations or anything or finishing the thing. Not today, Tequila Sunset. Twitter space? Yeah. Okay, okay, yeah. So in like 40 minutes, I'm going to be joining a Twitter space for an hour to argue about the Ukraine war. With some libertarian dumb fuck. But I can't do it on stream because unfortunately for Twitter spaces, you can actually only do it via phone, which is really annoying. Like extremely annoying, actually. So Vosh, why couldn't China do protectionism? Well, they just didn't. And it's very complicated. I'm just saying that it's Vosh, you can listen to the space on stream for us, and you can just talk through your phone into the space. Yes, please. But I wanted to take a break before doing the thing. Yeah, Keffels did that. Yeah, Comrade Clara, you're right. That is correct. That is true. Take a break and come back. Okay. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. All right. Okay, just making sure that everything's set. Why did I agree to a phone debate? It feels so weird. Okay, well, if I'm committing to this. Add? Okay, fine, add. Also, I'm going to read donos, since I have some time. But I'm going to read them quick, okay? Nimitz and Dionysus, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Yeah, there's a huge urban-rural divide. Oh yeah, no, yeah, Night in the Woods is fantastic. Polaris, thank you for the $10. Yes, there's a huge urban-rural communication divide in the United States. It's pretty wild. Amateur opponent HNF, thank you for the 5 Australian and Canadian, respectively. Really appreciate that. Yeah, possibly HNF. Jalen Hilton, thank you for the very kind $2. I really appreciate that. Ghost Forzio, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, hopefully. I hope she wisens up, yeah. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. That's all debates these days, Sake. There is no escape. Patrick and Western Moose 133, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. It's true. Into the Void, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Confirm my mom's crazy. Won't let my 16-year-old bro hang in public with my fiance because she's trans in fear that her son will be bullied/assaulted. Context USA Get. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty crazy. That's pretty wild, I'd say. I don't think that's very good, in my opinion. I think that's bad, actually. Virtual Solari and Sarcastic Banana, thanks to tier 1 subs. Why are you so procedural and incrementalist in how to effectively build socialism, but also insurrectionary in how to effectively solve climate change? Because I think that different attitudes towards different things have different levels of effectiveness, you know? And I don't think I'm that procedural or incremental, you know? I mean, I think saying we need, like, a transitionary state, I really don't feel like that's that procedural, you know? It's not like a Pell Grant or whatever. Snowy Thompson, no, I do not want to debate my media takes. Still alive, thanks to the 5, maybe one day. Moxley Productions Live, thank you for the €6. Have you seen China's new map that claims a chunk of Russia? I did see that. It's very, 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 very funny. Fjord of Justice and Darn Tundra, thanks to the $5 both. I will never play modded Terraria. Darn Tundra, I don't like playing mods, even if they're very good. Vulcan Nova, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. True. Xerox, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that as well. Squid, thanks to 2 Australian. Dusty OMG, thank you for the €6. Really appreciate that. David Stotler. Archer had some pretty good seasons, I feel. Dead Raccoon, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Fantasy Jorts, thank you for the $5. Hey Vosh, what do you think of the no draft, no women vote crowd? Think about Mulan and the countless accounts of women disguised to enter the military. The people who say women shouldn't vote because they're not part of the draft also don't want women to be a part of the draft. They just don't want women to vote and they're looking for an excuse. Still alive, thanks to the $5. Narcissist, the term, does get overused a lot, but there are also a lot of narcissists. Frankenstein, thanks to the 5. Shadow Angel, thank you for the 2. Pewter Online, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Evelyane, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Maybe, Evil, but you don't want to, like, give him more of a career off that. Frankenstein, thank you for the 5. Nemosine with the $10. The average debt is $100,000 for a U.S. citizen. Yeah, like, I assume that's mean, because that would account for, like, mortgage and car debt, I'm guessing. McNovan Roman, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. How do you convince your sympathetics to leftist ideals dad that overpopulation is not a real problem? I don't know. I haven't really argued with, like, a overpopulation guy recently. That's not a thing I've had to do. I don't know. Oni Dundle, thanks the tier 1 sub. Not an Olive, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. Wokefield Wojak. True. Many such cases. Kalik Tessie, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Enjoy diving. Diving is really, really cool and fun. I hope you have a great time. Smilia, thank you for the $5. Germany sending their people to worker factories to train again. Please stop our German fascism. What? Ah. Germany building... Whoa! Sorry. Germany building trains again? Everyone be worried. Wolf Shadowhill, thank you for the $5. Camp collar or loop collar to refer to the V-shaped collar. Gotcha. I'll do some Googling. Save Point, thank you for the 5. Insane how people are mocking her and victim blaming her. Is this because somebody hit her with a brick? Oh yeah, I think I saw some fuss about this. I don't know the details, but presumably men are in the wrong or something. Nemesine, thank you for the $10. Trump plans to replace Fed workers if he wins. Dark right-wing network recruits MAGA army to replace 50K federal workers Trump plans to purge. Project 2025 is extremist newest plan to set fire to our democracy. This would, if it actually happened, be very bad, but it's also not going to happen. If replacing the entire administrative state was that easy, they would have done it a long time ago. I don't think this is... Yeah, it's not going to happen. I don't think it's really possible. Orange August, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Gotcha, White Nervosa. I'll take a look. We should improve the Democratic Party somewhat, yet we participate in the Democratic Party, thus making us libs. I'm very smart. True! Unironically, yes. Here we are. Still alive. Thank you for the very kind $20. Really appreciate that. One thing I'll say about your media takes, Vosh, is although I disagree with much of it, when you say a game is excellent, it makes me want to try the game out even more. When you say a game is good, it really means something. Lol. Oh, thank you. Yeah, if nothing else, a positive consequence of me bitching nonstop about the media that I consume is that it does lend my recommendations, I'd like to believe, at least some weight. Thank you. Weebspec, thank you for the 5. Thank you for adding me to the employees of the month. I don't know what this is in reference to, but I appreciate it. Looking good. Right above Wokefield pronouns guy. Vibrant Pico, thank you for the $5. Yeah, just a bit of luck is all it takes for people to get survivorship bias. Stock A with the 5 tier 1 subs. Vosh, I'm an average American. I can afford the GDP of most subcontinental regions and gifted subs annually and still be richer than Hassan will ever be. And thank God you're on our side. Layla Spellman with the 932. I used to watch Heel's Babyface before I came out as trans. Absolutely dreadful. I want to praise everyone who chose to watch Vosh instead of that fool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about him. I have to admit, I don't really see the appeal, but, you know. Who knows, right? Dusty OMG, thanks to the €6. This is a good idea to unite the human race into one state, like a one world government. I don't know. It's a very broad, abstract question. Squid, I have not seen Fiona and Cake yet. Still alive, thank you for the $10. As a Smash fan, it would have been great if Sakurai would have kept releasing more characters. The next Smash will likely not have everyone that was in Ultimate. I still want Crash Bandicoot in Smash. I think that Crash Bandicoot would be a fun addition to Smash, for sure, for sure. Johnny Jr., thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. Pure Online, thank you for the 5. Yeah, I agree. Shadow Angel, thank you for the 2. Frankenstein with the $5. Vosh, the median is high because of billionaires, not the same as average. No, a lot of people were getting this confused. When you guys think of the ultra wealthy, like skewing the numbers higher, that's the mean. Mean is the numerical average. You take the number, you take the total amount, you divide by the number of participants or whatever. And that's not what this is. This is this median is like if you line them all up from least to most, you choose the one in the middle, which is the better stat to use in many cases. Jillian Hilton, thank you for the 2. Thank you, Amateur Pone. And Benjamin Gilbert Leaf with the incredibly kind $400 donation. I really, really appreciate that. My goodness. Jesus. 400. Vosh, I'm a Sokdem who thinks market socialism is better than libertarian socialism, but libertarian socialism, market socialism is a subcategory of libertarian socialism. Can we debate which is better and why? I'm open to changing my mind, but I disagree with the highly localized approach. Basically, you do the commie rant with me because I don't fully understand why you think your approach is better. I can't promise a debate, even with the incredibly kind dono, because I don't want to set a standard for accepting debates with very high dono numbers attached to them. And, you know, I would turn down this debate broadly under any circumstances because I don't think it'd be very oppositional. But yeah, I can talk about it. Keep in mind, when I say I want like stuff to be kept at a local level, I don't literally mean like there's no such thing as a corporation or a higher governance. Market socialism would have to maintain like national and even international economic you know, actors in order to maintain the economic superstructure that we have to preserve before decommodification. But it would be a matter of trying to bring at least representation down to a local level. Pay to play, yeah. Oh, thank you, Benjamin. Yes. Keep in mind that I'm not generally a protectionist. I just think that it's beneficial for smaller, weaker countries to do it sometimes. Why is median better to use over mean? Because if you have a couple of really, really, really high outliers that are skewing the data, it fucks things up. So, for instance, like if you were to map out like total worth in the United States on a scale for like everyone, where you have, so you'd have like it'd look like this basically. You would have like no movement, and then a bit, and then you would have this. Like basically like that. It would like when you have people who have hundreds of billions of dollars, the average person's wealth wouldn't even factor. You know, it would look like that. So you when it comes to like the average experience of the average American, you don't want to include the outliers. So by doing a median, you get what's here rather than getting the total average, which would be like here or something, which would still be a lot of money. Like basically. Is mode not better than median? Well, it depends on what you're looking for. Anyway, thank you very much for the very kind dono. Okay, well, I wanted to take a break before the thing, but I guess I'll just play it on stream and like play Terraria while on my phone right here. Like I'll move the mic. So I'm not even gonna play anything because I just want to pee and lay down and have a bite to eat. So I'm gonna hit the add button, and I'm gonna see you guys in a bit. Okay? Can you have your editors record it? I'll be right here. Maybe put on Family Guy or something. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Whoop. All right, love you. It's kind of like a pre-stream. We're pre-streaming. What's up? Okay. So remember the rules. Um, I have to join and talk through the Twitter space on my phone. So I'm going to be muting my microphone and you're going to be hearing the audio of the Twitter space from my computer. That means there's going to be a desynchronization. Thanks, honey. Between my mouth moving and my audio. There is no way to avoid this in the system that we'll be doing. Oh, hello, Boobin. I'm so tired. No, I shouldn't be either. It's not like I have the hardest job. Just that means we should all spam chat complaining about the audio delay, right? Yes, you've got it. You've got it perfect. What?
Have you considered having someone in chat record the audio on their device so they can give it to Tempest and they can line it up for a video?
I think they should be able to do that even from my audio because it'll be pure audio. It won't be affected by Terraria or anything.
It'll still be like the space.
Pure space audio, yeah. Ruben! Ooh, he's attacking my foot. Ooh. He's so cute. I was laying down in bed for a bit. And he ran up and licked my ear. Cute little baby. Cute little baby. Is he being adorable? Always. Would socialism solve these audio problems? It just might. 3 minutes. Guys, just so you guys know, this debate's going to be a shit show. I don't even know. I think this is going to be one of those can you win a game of chess versus a pigeon kind of deals. Boobin. Ooh. Are you debating tank use or the right? What's the difference? Ruben. Oh my god, he's like aggressively trying to get my attention here. You can speak via desktop now in Twitter Spaces. I don't think that's true. All right, well, I suppose I'm joining. And if I'm joining, I'm not going to need this microphone anymore. So, yeah.
requests, if you can see those.
Hello.
Hello. I'm just waiting on Clint to get here. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, I think I got both y'all in here. Okay, I guess we'll just get started. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spaces with Josie. I'm Josie, the redheaded libertarian, and I've been looking forward to hosting today's space since we were able to book it. I'm joined tonight by Clint Russell and Vosh. Welcome, gentlemen.
Howdy.
Hello. Would you each be so kind as to introduce yourselves? I guess Vosh and then Clint.
Yeah, my name's Vosh. Not my real name, but and I'm a libertarian socialist. I do politics, which always fun and uncontroversial.
Excellent. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Hold on, let me get Clint back up here again. All right, so there have been some issues. Spaces have been a little glitchy the last few days. So if anybody's in here and you all of a sudden can't hear me or Vosh or Clint, go ahead and drop down and then come back up again. And that should hopefully fix the problem. Clint, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Before I was getting a circular audio thing. It was very strange.
Oh, that's interesting. Can you hear Vosh okay?
Talk for me, Bosh.
Howdy.
What's up, man? All right, yeah, I can hear.
All right, perfect. All right, Clint, you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Clint Russell, host of Liberty Lockdown. I am a second-generation libertarian, big anti-war, non-interventionist guy. Obviously, a protege of the Scott Hordens and Dave Smiths of the world, and starting up a show with Luke Rutkowski tomorrow. So that's me.
Awesome. All right. Just a second. I'm just pulling up my notes. All right. So thank you both for joining me. So Clint and Vosh are going to be debating the war in Ukraine. Vosh, you will have the pros. Clint, you will have the cons. So just the rules. So as many of you who've been in my spaces know, I'm a free speech absolutist. So I don't have a lot of rules when it comes to these spaces in regards to what you can and can't say. So feel free to cuss, just, cuss respectfully, I guess, if that makes any sense. And try not to interrupt each other. I do understand that things can become heated in debates sometimes, so I simply ask for civility and patience if they do, and I'll intervene as needed if things go off track, drag on, become personal, etc. And finally, since this is a debate, I only ask that you gentlemen debate the topic at hand and try your best to avoid logical fallacies such as whataboutisms, non sequiturs, ad hominems, false dilemmas, inductive reasoning, etc. Do either of you have any questions?
No, I think that about sets it.
All right, awesome. All right,
Yeah, I'm
perfect.
good.
All right, so let's kick it off. Ukraine became a battleground in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea and began arming and abetting the separatists in the Donbas region in the country's southeast. Russia's seizure of Crimea was the first time since World War II that the European state essentially had annexed the territory of another. And on the 24th of February of last year, Russia invaded Ukraine again in the escalation of the Russo-Ukrainian War. This last invasion, it's killed tens of thousands on both sides. Peace deals have been rejected, and there is no end in sight. So, Vosh, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah. Well, I want to say right off the bat that I'm always sympathetic to any anti-interventionist arguments when it comes to our foreign policy. The history of American intervention in foreign countries' affairs is not a great one, and I think there's plenty of reason to be skeptical generally. I've been against most everything America has done abroad, certainly when it comes to military engagement. I just think this is one of the rare examples where we're doing something decent. I think that Americans and American government officials should prioritize Americans first, right? We have our own affairs to take care of. But we do live in a global society. There is no ignoring what goes on around the world, and we have to acknowledge the fact that our withdrawal from international engagement only cedes ground to others. I think that what fascism has done to Ukraine, both to its population and invasion, and what it's done to Russia in the form of the Putinist regime, is a net negative globally. I think it causes incredible harm around the world, and I think that it's good for us to support our ally by providing them arms and intel. There are, of course, ways in which this can go poorly, but at the moment, right now, I think that there is genuine benefit for the American and Ukrainian people, and God willing, the Russians down the line, the Russian citizens, that we see a Ukrainian victory in this conflict.
Bosch, do you think that we're on track for a Ukrainian victory at this point?
Well, it's a difficult road and it's hard to say. I think that Ukraine is doing better now than anyone expected in the onset of the conflict. I don't think they're doing as well as many people hoped. But I do think there is still a road to what many Ukrainians would call a victory, yes.
And would that victory entail maintaining the Donbass and Crimea?
I'm not sure. I mean, I can't see the future, of course. If they have the ability to retake Crimea or the Donbass, then that's certainly something they want to do. And I think they should be supported in doing so, depending on certain conditions. Whether or not they're going to be able to, though, it's a tough fight.
Yeah, well, it's a very tough fight at this point. Just to give kind of my overarching thesis about this is that this war was highly avoidable. There's a litany of both political and commentating professionals from the 1990s that knew that the expansion of NATO right up into kind of an encircling alliance on Russia's border, the old Baltic states, would catalyze this conflict almost inevitably. Obviously, the timeline was unknowable, but just to give an example, I'm glad to hear Vosh say that he does disagree with much of our imperialist, past. I struggle to understand why this is different, but I'm sure we'll get into that. The U.S. since 1991 and the end of the USSR has bombed and invaded a litany of countries. I'll just run down a quick list. You have Iraq, obviously, then Bosnia, Afghanistan, Iraq once again, Pakistan, Somalia, Kenya, Libya, Iraq again, Yemen, Syria. So that's 10 wars. That doesn't include the nations that we sanctioned and a dozen color revolutions that we funded. I could go through the list of color revolutions that were also largely funded by our State Department and fomented through the CIA, oftentimes Yugoslavia, Georgia, Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, Lebanon, Belarus, Moldova, and then Iran. It's my opinion that the U.S. is the empire of the world, at least in modern history, and this is playing directly into the Project for a New American Century kind of Dick Cheney worldview, and it is not to the benefit of the American people. It ultimately is leading us towards what could amount to a hot nuclear war, or if by some miracle, a non-nuclear World War III. It has also driven Russia, which repeatedly requested to be added to NATO. It has driven them into the arms of China, which I think is not to the benefit of the American people. It is breaking apart kind of the unipolar moment into a bipolar one, and bipolar both in terms of physical, but also in terms of psychological. It's becoming increasingly dangerous. And while I am personally grateful to see the unipolar moment ending, just simply because I don't think that the U.S. government has behaved in a way that is worthy or morally befitting a unipolar hegemon. It is also a moment of great peril in that there's going to be a kind of a reshuffling of the power dynamics on Earth. You have the BRICS alliance, which is now creating a competing currency system that looks to undermine or at least go head to head with the U.S. dollar. Given that the primary export of the U.S. economy for the past 30 years has been our inflation, that will be truly catastrophic. So the risk-reward benefit on this is completely lopsided, and I apologize for going on for so long, but that is my operating thesis.
Yeah, so I think the problem here is that we're running into the same rigmarole. First, and I hear this all the time, you talk about a bunch of other conflicts. Well, this isn't those conflicts. This is this one. You talk about you play up the idea that it's Western behavior that's causing a breakdown in the unipolar world. I disagree. The idea that Russia was trying to join NATO right before this conflict, Russia briefly bantied with joining NATO, and that was something that we entertained. Uh, but it didn't play out for a wide variety of reasons. Ultimately, this breakdown in communication, this failure in our international diplomacy, it is a product of the fact that Russia's regime has pursued an ultra-nationalist, fascist agenda. Like the idea that this all gets laid at our feet, it sounds almost like an America last attitude. You talk about it's not beneficial to the American people, but then what do? You play up the idea that BRICS is really going to establish like a contrary economic bloc, the idea that we're the ones to blame for the breakdown in diplomacy when Russia is the one that is constantly and nonstop engaged in threats, both nuclear and across borders. Russia is the one that actually engaged in the invasion. No, I think ultimately, when you look at all the problems that we've had with Russia and you draw them down to a common denominator, it's pretty clear. The problem is with Russia, it's with Putin. And if we want to deal with these issues, we have to help the Russian people arrive at different leadership. That may sound harsh or interference oriented, but hey, what's the reason why we have no ability whatsoever to engage in any kind of diplomatic relations with North Korea? Well, it's certainly not the United States, right? Their government relies on that distance. It's a strategy for them. And that's the problem that we're dealing with here, too. So, yeah, I say we have to acknowledge who's to blame here, and we have to leave all of that aside when it comes to the real material issue of assisting our ally. Ukraine, even if everything said here was true, Ukraine doesn't deserve to suffer and to have its population annihilated, its land taken, just because, what, 30 years ago, America pursued a strategy with NATO that Putin didn't like?
Well, let me start by pushing back against one thing you said. You're basically endorsing the toppling of Putin. I assume you mean through CIA means. I don't know exactly what you're hinting at, but I believe that to be a truly psychotic perspective, given that they still have 6,000 nuclear warheads and some of the most advanced arsenal on Earth. Not to mention their submarine fleet. It's an extraordinarily dangerous thing to push for. But on top of that, this belief that you're going to topple Putin and then have some sort of liberty-oriented, non-fascistic, ruler rise up in his stead is largely delusional. But also, if you look at the other history of nations that we've toppled over the past 20 years, you don't see that. That's not what comes about. So what is it in this circumstance that makes you finally believe that the US's decisions in this process to replace him with someone more befitting of our preferences would actually come to pass? I just don't see it.
I didn't say we should topple him or imply anything with the CIA. It's a fascist regime, and Putin is banking on success in Ukraine. It's a centerpiece to his current
You
domestic strategy.
you said we should help the Russian people find a way to replace him. What does that mean?
He's a dictator. If he grows sufficiently unpopular that people oust him, then that's the responsibility and the right of the Russian people. I don't like autocrats, but I'm not saying the CIA should do that. That's the right of the Russian people. And the Russian people right now are blanketed nonstop with pro-Russian propaganda. I mean, it is completely insular. I mean, you see this in many countries where their entire internal propaganda network is oriented around oppositional foreign policy, North Korea, Iran, to name a few. I think the only thing we can really do there is we can, well, for one, not let our ally get invaded and conquered. I think that would be good. But also, a failure militarily will probably be detrimental to Putin's regime, makes him look bad. I mean, he plays the strongman card, doesn't he?
Okay, so your point is that if our support of the Ukrainian military, if they were to push back Russia, that would be enough to potentially topple him.
I think that it would contribute towards his unpopularity. We're already seeing signs of weakness from him. That business with Kadyrov, and then later with the Wagner group, where Lukashenko had to step in, the whole thing made Putin look pretty weak. And right now, of course, he's running a deficit war economy. He's providing pretty strong financial incentives to soldiers. The economy is keeping up as it is now. A lot of this has to do with the fact that Russia has a very small economy, but a very large net export market for oil and natural gas, which,
Right.
right, economically it's complicated to like unseat stuff like that. But I think that narratively, when you take a look at how Putin's talked about his country, it's been all about glorious revival and opposition to the West. But we're not invading Russia, and I don't want to invade Russia, and it would be a silly idea considering all the nukes. I think that this invasion of Ukraine is a desperate bid to try to reclaim a bit of former glory. And I think that he should lose, not only because it is right, but because it might destabilize a strong man's, boasting and power grabbing.
Well, you and I agree that this is a bit of a desperate bid, but I think that we should be respectful of that desperation, particularly. God damn it. Sorry, I got a call. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Okay. Michael Heiss, don't call me while I'm debating Michael Heiss. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I think we should be respectful of the desperation that they're in. I think that Crimea and Sevastopol in particular is viewed by Putin and his cadre of elites as being existential to their survival. Whether they're right or wrong, they perceive it to be that. And I think that people don't like to do this, but I think that if the shoe were on the other foot, everyone would expect the U.S. empire to react in the exact same fashion. If we only had one year-round warm water port and it was in Tijuana, and all of the same confluence of events came to pass, undoubtedly the U.S. government would invade Mexico and claim the Tijuana port for themselves. So it's just a level of hypocrisy to dictate 6,000 miles from our border that we can have both the moral authority, much less the gall to tell them that they shouldn't be doing this. Now, I will agree with you wholeheartedly that this war is tragic, and I absolutely do not support Putin in his invasion. But I think, one, it's a losing effort, and two, it is not in American interests to be doing so. And ultimately, you said that Putin is running a deficit budget to support this war. Well, so the fuck are we. So there's a many reasons that I think that this is not America's place, and they do not have the moral authority any longer to be dictating to the global stage what others need to be doing.
I think you're using a lot of morally loaded language. I'm not saying America should dictate anything. Ukraine wants to defend itself, and they are our ally, and we are helping. And also, frankly, I don't really care if America's done bad stuff in the past. I don't think that means that I should do bad stuff now. Like, I'd be like, well, America's done bad things in the past, so we shouldn't have assisted in defeating the Nazis. Or like, well, no, okay. Maybe America as a country is self-interested and hypocritical, but my personal justifications, I think, in this case are pretty consistent. Now, I agree with. I'm being told by well-meaning listeners that my voice sounds terrible through Twitter Spaces.
I have no idea why, and there's nothing I can do about it.
It sounds fine on my end.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. If you now you talked about like Russia being a dangerous bear to poke, and I understand that. The problem I have is that I think it's worse in the other direction. If Putin gets a win and takes over all of Ukraine, now they share a border with Poland. That's dangerous. I mean, if we meaningfully want to fix this, right? If we want to destabilize, or sorry, not destabilize, de-escalate the conflict. Yeah. If we want to de-escalate the conflict, we cannot let Russia border more NATO countries. Russia does not have the most self-control when it comes to engagement with its borders, especially when it comes to former Soviet states. I think it's necessary that they lose here for exactly the reason you cite, that they need to not be interfered with. Because the worst thing you can do with somebody like Putin is let him win, is let him get what he wants over and over. With Chechnya, with Georgia, with Crimea, he builds and he builds and he builds. And then what are you teaching him? Well, I mean, ultimately, you're teaching him that he can get what he wants with violence. And I think that it's essential that he not. If nothing else, Ukraine is a quagmire, a desperate one that has cost the lives of many soldiers on both sides, and that's horrible. But it's a war Putin started. And I think that we face the potential of much more conflict down the line if he gets the impression this is a consistent winning tactic for his ratings.
Well, again, I just don't know how Americans can view Russia and say if they get wins, that'll set a terrible precedent, given that our the nature of our empire over the past 30 years has been truly catastrophic for the globe. At least the people that we've invaded and bombed into oblivion. So why is it that the American I mean, well, let's actually circle back to another point. I think that certainly the invasion was ultimately Putin's decision. You can't disconnect the catalyzing factors that led to his decision-making process. You have a litany of examples of him from 2008 all the way up until 2022 or 21, where he's declaring repeatedly, Ukraine is the red line. You have our State Department that's acknowledging it in confidential wires to Condoleezza Rice. They knew that this was the red line, and yet still Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, in the 6 months lead up to his decision to ultimately invade, were still talking openly about adding them to NATO. If given that fact, given that our government knew, given that they knew that this was the reddest of red lines, given that they knew that the Russian people also would galvanize around Putin in this decision because they also view NATO or view Ukraine being added to NATO as an existential threat to their survival, how is it that we can then turn around and say, well, this is all Putin's fault, and ultimately we should, risk world war to push him back?
Putin does not get to decide for a foreign military alliance whether or not another country gets to apply. Application to NATO from Ukraine hasn't really been on the table for a while because they're currently engaged in civil conflict after 2014. Like, it's not really on the table. But if you set the standard where Russia, an autocratic dictatorship, has the ability to determine for NATO who NATO considers, no. You don't buy into his lies. Putin did not invade Ukraine because he was afraid of a NATO alliance. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's ahistorical. The odds of Ukraine joining NATO went down after 2014 because of the ongoing engagement within the country. This isn't some panic fear thing. You said it yourself. America would invade Mexico if they were looking for their only warm water port. Well, that's what this is for Russia. They want the land, they want the zeal, but this is not really about threat. Of course they play up the threat. That's all they do. Go listen to Iran's public broadcasts, and what do you hear? Every single day, Iran says, oh, America does this, America did that. Now, did America do bad things in Iran? Sure, yeah, we did. But in 2023, right now, is every specific government decision from Iran a direct consequence of us? No. They use us as a scapegoat. We're an easy thing to blame. We're an easy thing to point at and go, okay, maybe I can't justify this behavior on its own merits, but I sure as hell can say that America is the one responsible. That's what I'm concerned about. We're kind of playing into the narrative a bit. Imagine what it would say about not just America, but Ukraine, if Russia, the country Ukraine is afraid of, would be able to take them off the list for self-defense. I mean, that would be, why not give them everything at that point?
Well, I mean, so you acknowledge that America would do that, but you don't think that Russia should be allowed to, and America should be the one dictating that they don't.
No,
I mean,
I oppose
it's
both.
Essentially the Monroe Doctrine kind of conceptual framework. But instead of our Monroe Doctrine, it seems that you're advocating that our Monroe Doctrine spans the entire globe, and that they have no right to dictate the policy of their bordering nations.
No, wait, hold on. No, Russia does not have the right to dictate the policy of its bordering nations. Certainly, I don't know why you keep implying that I'm okay with all of the bad stuff that America does.
Because you're advocating for America to do this. So
no. No. Wait, I fundamentally reject this framing. Ukraine was invaded. They request America for aid. That is not America dictating the rules or the boundaries abroad. That is not us exercising moral authority.
That's not true. You know that there was peace negotiations that were happening in the early stages of this invasion and in lead up to it that were shuttled by Boris Johnson at the explicit direction of the State Department. So how can you
No.
say that we are not dictating policy there, especially given that the outcome of this war is almost certainly going to be what that peace negotiation would have ultimately yielded?
First of all, I'm not Boris Johnson. He wasn't even he's not even an American, so I don't know how I'm meant to account for that. But what's more, when it comes to this invasion, we are not the ones dictating that Ukraine be invaded. That was Russia. And we are not the ones who initiated the request for aid. That was Ukraine. We are providing aid to an ally. I don't like this constant, well, how can you as an American? I'm not an American alone. I'm Vosh. I have my own opinions and beliefs. And if America was to invade Mexico for a warm water port, I would take issue with that as well. Great issue. I would be thrown in jail for treason, the extent to which I personally would disagree with that conflict. But if you're to argue this, well, how do you have the moral authority? What you're essentially saying is that nobody has the right to push for anything good internationally because every country has done bad things. And I just
No,
don't buy that.
I'm specifically saying that the United States government doesn't have that right. If I framed it as if it was you as an American, then I retract that. I was saying how is it that the American government has that authority to do so, given that they would do the exact same fucking thing in their area of influence, but instead of just realizing that the Monroe Doctrine and their area of influence is in this hemisphere, we're applying our own, moral dictates across the entire planet. It's just totally unreasonable and hypocritical on a scale that's you have to be able to recognize.
I think that it's insane and nonsensical to Ukraine requests aid because our ally is being invaded, and for us to go, oh no, sorry, we've invaded countries in the past, so we can't help you not be invaded by fascists. It's ridiculous. I feel like the obsession with pointing fingers and accusing people of hypocrisy is born out of an unwillingness to engage with the actual moral conundrum. Has America done bad things? Yes, and it always will. Nation states will do bad things. I mean, I'm a libertarian. I don't believe that we can ever expect reliably good behavior when it comes to nation states under any circumstances. But I still support the U.S. intervening to stop the Nazis. I still support the United States, honestly, the number of things that it's done abroad that are good is pretty small, so I'm just going to stop with the Nazis. But I support that, and I support
on what libertarian framework are you basing your support for interventionist policies, regardless of the moral, quandary?
Providing aids when requested by an ally because they're being invaded by fascists is a classic. We're helping them against a violation of the non-aggression principle. Ukraine did not invade Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine is not capable of defending itself because Russia's a big country, and well, Ukraine was pretty weak and young.
But this is still an intervention. This is still an interventionist position. So I'm just trying to nail down how intervention from a libertarian framework makes sense, because I'm unfamiliar with it, just to be honest.
Do you think that libertarianism means that you can't have any kind of international negotiation? Because by that definition, all negotiation and diplomacy would be intervention, which it technically is.
Yeah, no, I would argue that entangling alliances are both foundational to the American framework, but also to libertarianism.
So wait, you think entangling alliances are a good thing?
No, I'm arguing against them.
I misheard. Well, it seems to me then that you're pro-war. International alliance and diplomacy have been the most effective tools for preventing warfare that the world has ever seen. I mean, countries used to spend centuries at war with everyone next to them. We live in an era of unprecedented peace, and a lot of that is because we rely on international trade and negotiation and trading blocs in order to encourage countries to get what they want through non-war means. And I think that is all interventionist, right? I mean, us having trade deals and negotiations with other countries, we are intervening, to be sure. But I mean, it's
wait. How is trading with another nation intervention? I'm lost.
Because trade has to be facilitated through international trade agreements. Corporations don't usually just do it on their own. It's usually something that gets built and brought about by the nation states working with each other to some extent as well. And as long as they're doing that, they are shaping each other's policies. But if it prevents war, I am all for it.
Well, in terms of trade, I don't perceive that to be intervention at all. But
we're trading them with arms.
Well, not really. I mean, we're giving them the money to acquire those arms,
Well, we're
So,
giving a lot of the times we're just giving them like some of our surplus equipment. God knows we have tons of it. But that, I mean, that's a trade. It's a nation providing something in exchange for something else. In this
well,
case, sometimes it's for debt, but sometimes this is just you know, uh,
but Bosch, I
free,
know
pro
you,
bono.
I know you're smart enough to know that when they give them the old arsenal, it's just so that they can then turn back on the mic complex and replenish that stock. So you can't possibly think that we're doing that out of the kindness of our heart, right?
I don't think any nation does anything for the kindness of our heart. I think it's in the geopolitical interest of the United States to see Russia lose in Ukraine. I also think that it's in the interest of Ukraine to see Russia lose, and I think it's morally right for Russia to lose. So, no, I don't think it's out of the goodness of our heart.
Okay. Well, I will agree with you that the entangling alliances, particularly NATO, has decreased, the World War phenomenon that we saw with obviously one and two. But I would argue that that is more a product of the nuclear arsenal that came about, at the tail end of World War II. And I would also argue that by intervening consistently and having all these entangling alliances, what we're in fact doing is not allowing local skirmishes to be settled on their own terms, but rather building up to the potential for a cataclysmic war that endangers all humanity on Earth. And I don't perceive that to be the benefit of humanity. Quite the contrary. I think it's extraordinarily dangerous.
I mean, I don't think there are any local skirmishes. I don't think that's a real thing, right? If you want local skirmishes, you can go to like Africa, right? Where you have like the Sudan conflict and everything. I mean, that exists, sure. But when it comes to war, war is war, and a lot of countries have nukes these days. I don't think the absence of alliances would improve the situation. I think what we need to do is make sure that everyone is playing the same game. We need to essentially break Russia and Saudi Arabia to a large extent too, countries that maintain their economies based on resource trading. We want everyone to be playing the same econ game, right? Like the reason why America and China will never really go to war with each other, we'll see how the Taiwan thing plays out, but I really doubt they will, is because we're so economically codependent. Russia is not economically dependent on anyone because their economy is so small that it's easy to internally maintain, and they just sell all their natural resources. They don't need to engage in like a complicated network of mutual exchange. As long as we're all playing the same game, we're safe. And Putin's regime is a major impediment to that. I mean, we talk about the irresponsibility of the West when it comes to our NATO preferences. Sure, fine, fine. But like, Putin threatens nuclear war every other week. And why? Right? Why? Because Ukraine next to them may in 20 years join NATO? No, because like North Korea, the screaming of tin pot dictators is a way to maintain constant internal fervor, drum up support, keep people angry and scared, so they don't think of voting in Navalny or a more democratic leader. And the only way to fix this, you got to arrange the conditions in such a way that there are fewer world leaders like Putin, and giving them victories and letting them handle their local squabbles without international, engagement. That does what they want. That's what they want.
That perspective totally diminishes the efforts of Russia post USSR, where they attempted to essentially immerse themselves in the European economy. Every step of the way, they've been, given the cold shoulder. It's really tragic that when they consist. I mean, even Putin himself said, "We don't want to be in alliance with the Chinese. We are European. Accept us as such." And they've been told repeatedly no. And when he's threatening nuclear war, I mean, you laugh it off. I take it quite seriously. If he views this to be as existential as I believe he believes it is, well, then we ought to be listening. And that also includes the expansion of NATO, which we promised repeatedly we would not expand. And then we did, to the tune of 20 nations and thousands of miles encircling their entire border. It's just not anything that the American government would ever permit to happen to them. But when Russia does it, you describe him as a tin pot dictator and a fascist and a lunatic and all these other things. And it's just not fair to the Russian people. It truly is not.
You don't bring it back to the Russian people. He's a dictator, all right? And also, there was no correlation between half the stuff you just said. First of all, even if he's gotten sidelined by the EU community, cry about it. He's threatening nuclear war. You think this is the language you're engaging in unwittingly appeases him. This is appeasement rhetoric. If you were to
Bosh, come
say,
on.
no,
Why is he doing
I,
that? Why
I
is he
want to finish.
doing that,
Wait,
though?
why? Okay, why does North Korea do it? Why do countries do this? They do it because it drums up internal support. North Korea isn't under threat of being invaded every day. They threaten nuking Japan. Do you think Japan's going to invade North Korea? No, of course not. Tin pot dictators do this. We see them do this. It's not new. You really think, like, this is you playing into his dynamic. You're doing his propaganda. You think Putin really thinks threatening nuclear war is a valid response to what? Being shafted by the EU when he was building the Nord Stream pipelines and was going to
No,
make trillions off of selling
I
to
think
them?
it's extraordinarily reasonable given the encirclement strategy that the U.S. Empire is utilizing against the Russian. What?
What
No.
encirclement?
What?
What encirclement?
I mean, we have our military, our Navy on his eastern seaboard, and then we also have NATO alliance
Where?
that's encircling him on the west.
Wait, where?
What? What do you mean where?
Yeah, okay, so Russia is the largest country on Earth by far. It is so large that you could accidentally encircle Russia simply by existing on Earth in multiple locations. It is massive. What you're describing, I assume, is our presence in Japan and our presence in Europe. First of all, this is hardly encirclement. We don't encircle them towards their largest borders on the north and the south. To their south, they find allies and unwitting compatriots, and to the north, they find nothing but the cold, frozen wastes they seem to enjoy living in.
Yes, we're encircling them in the most hospitable and habitable areas of their landmass, and you're dismissing that as if it's just some rantings of a lunatic.
That's not. First of all, okay, yeah, it is rantings of a lunatic for a couple of reasons that you won't be able to answer. First of all, nobody is thinking about invading Russia. The idea that he's operating out of some kind of legitimate fear of the territorial sovereignty, well, then there's no reason to be threatening nukes, and the encirclement thing is BS. Encirclement implies
the reason it's so existential. The reason it's so existential to them is because the nuclear deterrent strategy only works if they actually have some time to react, and we're diminishing that time. We're increasing the chances of a human error, a misread of the radar. Like, this is all extraordinarily dangerous, and you're dismissing
we're not.
it.
Wait, we haven't been moving nukes towards Russia since the Cold War. We've moved nuclear capabilities away. The idea that there's some First of all, the idea that we have moved nukes so close to Russia that we could stop them from retaliating when they have the largest country on Earth and they have nuclear silos that are so heavily dotted across the landscape that it would be impossible to hit them all is ludicrous. You just said they don't fear invasion, but now you're implying that we're setting up for some kind of first strike, like 2024.
No, I'm not implying that.
What threat justifies Putin threatening to nuke the world? What justifies that? You say it's a legitimate fear. What makes that fear legitimate?
Because we are increasing our alliance territory on their western border. And they have explicitly said that it's the reddest of red lines for them. You dismiss it out of hand.
We're not allowed to form alliances. So wait, we form alliances that they don't like, and in response, they legitimately fear military aggression enough to threaten to nuke the world.
It's not just the fear of a first strike. It's not just the fear of invasion. It's also the fear of not being able to participate in the global economic system, which they have great reason to fear that, given that they've been kicked off of SWIFT and ultimately had sanctions and a whole litany of basically the entire. We fired a financial nuclear arsenal at them already. So yes, they are very concerned about this, as they should be. That wasn't them. That was our response to their invasion.
Yeah, that was them. Yes, you can't blame us for kicking them off SWIFT when they invaded Ukraine.
Oh, I can blame us. I can blame us when we knew that adding Ukraine into NATO was the reddest of red lines.
They have not been added into NATO. You keep going back to that, but it's
because you have the President of the United States openly stating it. You have the Vice President of the United States openly stating that the door is wide open. They said it in fucking 6 months leading up to it. That's not an acceptable position to have. The American government would never allow for that with anything in our hemisphere, and
Russia
you know it.
Does not quit with the hypocrisy arguments. They're weak-minded. Russia does not get
That's not true. It's valid.
They're weak-minded.
It's not weak-minded. It's valid.
Russia does not get to dictate whether or not the countries they're eyeing for invasion are allowed to seek defense by joining other military alliances. And the idea that Russia's been trying to get up with the EU, as if Yanukovych in Ukraine, their puppet leader who got ousted after he tried to become a dictator, he got ousted in Euromaidan after he abandoned the EU to join
Yeah,
up with
if history
Russia's
started
economic
15
bloc.
years ago, that point might be valid, but it didn't. It started in 1991 when USSR fell. I'm talking about from 1991 all the way up until 2005. You had multiple leaders of Russia that were attempting to become more in alignment with the EU economy, and they were fucking laughed off repeatedly.
They were not laughed off. It's more complicated than that. Also, Russia was making bank off of selling natural gas and oil, the largest pipeline in the world for Russia, meeting all of Europe's energy needs. And they fucked it up. They fucked it up by invading because Putin couldn't keep his hands to himself. They had a pathway. Now, am I saying we're blameless? No, of course I'm not. This isn't about defending America. It's about the fact that Putin's fear-mongering, his I have no choice but to threaten ending the world, is bullshit. And I think, and by the way, I think it's very cowardly of you to accept that framing when you are correct in accusing the United States of being generally quite bad. You're willing to acknowledge the US has done this and this and this, but then when it comes to Russia threatening to, again, nuke the world, then it's like, oh, well, how could he not when Ukraine might have joined NATO in 20 years? I think that's bullshit, and I think you're playing clever for it.
I'm not at all okay with it. And sure, it is cowardly. I don't want to die in a nuclear fucking war, Bosch.
But
So-
you are making it worse. You are justifying the logic that the person who would fire the nukes is engaging.
No, I'm explaining the logic, not justifying it. That's
He's
different.
lying. He wants Ukraine for the land and the territory and the clout. He wants it because strongmen need invasions. Saddam Hussein did the exact same thing. Strongmen need invasions to justify their power. But you're accepting his framing at face value, which is what he wants, which is
I'm not
a pro-war
accepting his
position.
framing at face value. I'm accepting the fact that his framing is supported by many of the leaders in the United States government, including our State Department, for 30 fucking years, Vosh. You can't dismiss it.
Our State Department has said that he needs to threaten to nuke the world because
No.
Ukraine may or may not join.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
But that's what he's saying.
his framing about expanding NATO and that Ukraine was the reddest of red lines was supported by our State Department. This is not some fucking myth that I'm concocting that's some sort of Russian propaganda attempt. It's a fact. It's a fact, and you know it.
It's a fact that he said it. I don't think we should respect it. Why should Russia get to decide whether or not the ally they're looking to, or the neighbor they're looking to invade, join another military alliance? Do you want to give them that next? Maybe next they'll say, now our red line is that Poland is part of NATO. Poland is part of historical Soviet territory. And the fact that we now border Poland, now that we've conquered Ukraine, is a red line for us. If
Bosh,
the West doesn't do something about this, then we might get angry. Like, would you give them that?
The reality of their demands before the invasion is essentially what we're looking at as the outcome of this tragic war where hundreds of thousands of people needlessly died. And it's all because the fucking peace treaty was shuttled by Boris Johnson at the direction of the State Department.
Incorrect.
And yes, it's true. And
It's not correct.
ultimately what is going to be the outcome of this is that the Donbass region is going to end up being autonomous. Crimea is going to stick with Russia, and that's going to be the end of this.
So
and
you
when that
just
happens,
avoided my framing right there. I just said, like, would you accept it if they started going, oh, Poland is a part of NATO. That's our historical territory. This is our new red line.
I would like to see the United States government exit NATO personally. I think that it is.
No, answer the question. If Putin says, after successfully conquering Ukraine, now Poland is our red line, this is our territory, actually, would you go, oh, well, yeah, I guess it is like historical Soviet territory. And to be fair, we did say in that one time that never got recorded on paper that we would not move NATO over to Poland. So
my position will be consistent in that I do not believe the United States government should have entangling alliances, nor should it be intervening in the politics 6,000 miles away.
You're America last. Yeah.
No, I'm America first. I'm a non-interventionist. You're not a libertarian. You don't understand non-intervention at all.
Bro, you hate the American people. You're like, America should give up power everywhere, and Russia should get to invade whoever they want. Russia should get Ukraine. They should get Poland. Fuck it. Give them the Baltic states too. Because after all, if America ever did anything as audacious as, I don't know,
that's an absurd. That's an absurd framing of my argument. These nations all have a right to defend themselves. They all have a right to defend themselves.
But we shouldn't help our allies.
Correct.
Okay, well then that's an America last position because Russia does bully its allies into helping. Belarus, they're puppet states. You would give the world to Russia because you want to see America weak. You want to see us cowering. Listen, to earlier you propped up BRICS as though it was like a real thing. Like, yeah, BRICS.
It
Yeah.
is.
This isn't America first. This is like you're like, oh, America better watch out. China is 3,000 years ahead of us. Look at this. Look at this like video of children learning how to swap magazines.
I'm not
in a
saying
rifle.
any of this. I don't know. I don't even know where you're pulling this from.
Because it seems to me like all of your America first positions seem to involve us ceding all power on the world stage to a fascist in exchange for literally nothing. Like you're asking America to, so we're giving power to fascists, gaining nothing, losing alliances, losing economic clout. How is this America first?
How is it libertarian to believe to the contrary, that the United States empire should be dictating policies 6,000 miles away?
We're not. Ukraine asked with free association
Bullshit,
for a contract
we're not,
with
Bosch.
us. Ukraine
Bullshit, we're
wanted
not.
free association with us. They asked us for aid, and we accepted their contract. Their NAP was violated.
Are you denying that we shuttled the peace treaty early on? Are you denying that?
If you seriously think Boris Johnson has the ability, all he did was go over there and suggest they not. No, he doesn't. That's not how it works. The Ukrainian
I do believe that. I do believe that Ukraine would not be in this war if it weren't for the West support. So ultimately, they get to dictate peace or war.
The Ukrainian people overwhelmingly support Zelensky and his continuing the conflict. All like one Westerner going over there and giving advice is not the same as us dictating policy.
Well, that's a very naive perspective, Bosch.
Yeah, because I don't think you think the Ukrainians are real people. It's like tens of
No, I think they're real people. I just think that they're powerless in the face of the Russian army.
Well, they voted
if not for the West. Yeah, if not for the West, though, they would have no chance in this fight, and you know it. That's why you support
allies are for. Yeah, and you support them being bowled over and murdered and raped by fascists. And I
support not catalyzing these invasions in the first place by dismissing the concerns of a country with 6,000 nuclear weapons.
Yes,
if you had actually listened to their concerns, there's a distinct possibility that this invasion never happens.
Well,
but you dismiss that.
We can't turn back time. Now we're dealing with this. I think that your framing of this is totally incorrect, by the way. The idea that this was because of NATO, I think Putin's just flatly lying, so people like you will pick up that rhetoric and pretend that
so is our State Department. So is Condoleezza Rice. They're all lying, Bob.
Yes, I'm aware, but I'm not trying to. But you're the one repeating State Department lies. The Russian State Department.
What? No, get the fuck out of here, dude. That's Condoleezza Rice, dude.
Yes, you're like word for word.
These are cables from our State Department, the United States State Department.
I think that Comrade Putin is correct in his glorious fight against U.S. imperialism, and I think that NATO expansionism is to blame for that. Like, you are repeating State Department lies. You're just doing it for a different government.
That's the U.S. government that acknowledged this repeatedly. I don't know what you're talking about.
The U.S. government believes that Ukraine not being denied NATO membership off the bat is the reason why Russia invaded, or the U.S. government has acknowledged that Russia has said that's a red line, because those are two very different things.
The U.S. has said that it's a red line for Russia.
They say it's a red line. Should we allow foreign dictators?
It sure looks like it was, huh? It sure looks like it was a red line, huh?
No, because it's been 30 years of us possibly having Ukraine as part of NATO in the future. So what, just any time in the past 30 years this might have happened?
No, it was after the Maidan Revolution, that the coup, that they ultimately took a much more antagonistic stance, including taking Crimea.
But Ukraine has been potentially in the future eligible for NATO membership since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Why now?
Yes, because they were manipulating the politicians in Ukraine, and then after the coup, they didn't have a friendly politician there anymore, so they realized that it was imminent threat. They took Crimea, they took Sebastopol, and then, Bob's your uncle.
So it sounds then like the real red line for Russia was not controlling Ukraine, and the moment they no longer had, okay. So if you agree then that it's not about Russia actually being worried about its safety and it's just about politically controlling its neighbors, then I agree with you completely.
Well, it's not entirely that, but yes, that's a huge part of it for sure.
So they're just a bully that wants to control their neighbors, and we, the United States, are supposed to abandon our allies because they want to bully harder. What is that? What is
Yeah,
this?
yeah. The U.S. government should should probably stop bullying the entire planet if that's
Yes,
the case.
I agree. I am principally against bullying, but you seem to be in favor of it as long as the U.S.
No,
isn't the one doing it.
no, I'm saying that the U.S. government doesn't have the moral authority to be bullying
Who
back.
cares? I don't give a shit about moral authority. It's either things are good or bad.
Well, I do give a shit because it's ultimately my tax dollars or the inflationary, destruction of my life savings that is funding this.
That doesn't have anything
and
to do
it's
with
also
moral
risking.
authority.
It's also risk. What?
That's not a moral authority issue. We're just arguing over whether it's good or bad. I don't care if America has done 999 bad things. If they do a good thing, I'll defend the good thing. I'll keep at it too.
Well, you can argue that it's a good thing in defending the ally, but you'd have to then acknowledge the bad thing, which was catalyzing this war and this conflict in the first place, which you won't do.
Yeah, I don't think we did. I think that Russia was pretty much always going to head down this road as long as Putin was the leader. When strongmen are leaders of countries that don't have much economic exchange with other nations, we're pretty much like, you've set yourself up for failure right there.
If Russia were to have fomented a revolution or a coup to have a less friendly political establishment in Mexico, would you find that to be an acceptable thing to do?
What coup?
The Maidan Revolution. According to George, what's his name, Friedman of Stratfor, it's the most obvious coup in the history of the world.
I don't agree with that at all. The Ukrainian people didn't like their leadership.
Well, I agree with you. They didn't like their leadership, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. If you want to make it as simplistic as possible to fit your framework, that's fine. But the rest of us dealing with the reality of the situation are going to acknowledge that this war, it was catalyzed by U.S. intervention abroad, 6,000 miles away, unnecessarily. They don't have the moral authority to dictate what Russia should do in response. This is what they wanted. This is what they wanted from the jump.
No, it's not even remotely. All of this was caused by Russia, and you're so like held.
All of it was caused by Russia. As John McCain, the warmonger of warmongers, is standing at the Maidan Revolution with a microphone, fucking advocating, saying America stands with you.
This is what I mean by you being America last. You're like those white guys who keep bragging to everyone in earshot.
No, I'm America first. I think John McCain's a fucking nightmare of a human being.
You hate America because you are so desperate to blame every element.
No, I hate our empire. I love America.
Let me finish. America did not cause the Euromaidan. Russia tried to have a pet dictatorship over in Ukraine by allowing Yanukovych to enforce the black protest laws. What was it, Black Tuesday? They encouraged him to do so. This is Russia doing this.
And then we replaced him with our puppet regime. It's the same bullshit.
No. See, this is how you keep making up because you hate America. You want to blame us. You want to accept moral fault for everything.
Bosh, it is such a bizarre framing to say that I hate America because I don't like our empire. I don't like our empire.
You just don't like America. You seek to blame it for everything, like the self-apologetic white man or the self-hating male feminist. You take America. No, that's what I mean. It's pathetic. America did not create the regime after Yanukovych was removed, not even remotely.
You're
the Ukrainian people.
I like you.
You're getting upset because you don't like this framing. The Ukrainian
I don't like the framing of saying that I hate America because I don't like our empire. Let me finish. Let me finish telling you how un-American you are.
You haven't let me finish in ages, man. Yanukovych was outed because he was a puppet dictator, and the Ukrainian people have consistently engaged in higher levels of democratic engagement.
Yeah,
I wasn't finished. Of democratic engagement and lowered levels of corruption constantly. Now, your goal here is to promote Russian state propaganda by blaming every change on America. Everything. America did the coup because McCain spoke one time at an event. Oh, actually, America was the one who shot down the peace treaty because Boris Johnson went over there. The Ukrainian people did not want a dictator. The Ukrainian people do not want to be invaded by Russia. The Ukrainian people have a very different take on these events than you do. As the ones actually being invaded, I think their perspective is very worthwhile to listen to. And what you are doing is taking every petty justification from the Kim Jong-un of Russia, and you're repeating it uncritically as though it actually is all our fault. Did we fuck up? Yes. Did we handle the dissolution of the Soviet Union terribly? Yes. Are we at fault for a lot of things? Yes. But for God's sake, there are things we're not at fault for. And I think it's really disgusting and anti-American to legitimately lay this at our feet, especially when it comes at the expense of a Ukrainian self-defense.
It's not anti-American to want to see American troops not go fucking die, dude.
They're not going over there, man. They're not over there. But
yes,
you want us to
actually,
see
actually, that's not true. There are
political and economic influence everywhere. You said you don't want us to have alliances.
Yes.
You don't want us to have trade alliances. You don't want anything.
No, I did not say trade alliances. You framed that as intervention. I don't believe that to be the case.
We're trading arms with Ukraine. You have issue with that.
That's not trading arms, dude. Stop being so fucking. That's such bullshit.
Yes,
Come on.
It's no. That's literally what we're doing. We're giving.
We lend them the money to buy our arms, Vosh, and then we forgive that debt later on. You know exactly the game.
Yeah, that is an economic exchange. That is trade by definition.
That's fucking communism, dude.
That's true. But it's communism to forgive loans? No, that's what Jesus asked for. Actually, Jesus Christ was the one who said you should forgive your debts every 7 years.
Yeah, I don't think he meant fucking a nuclear arsenal.
Well, you have to
or biolabs as part of that.
Ukraine is a nuclear arsenal?
You know what I'm saying. That's just a joke.
Oh, well, I mean, we'd have to find Jesus and ask him. Yeah, it's an economic trade. You know, we're trading.
Yeah, HIMAR missiles. You gotta give your allies HIMAR missiles and then forgive the debt. That's what Jesus said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if the alternative is being invaded and conquered by fascists, then yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, I do believe in.
Well, why not? Because it's not libertarian, brother. It's not libertarian.
Because you're not libertarian. You don't believe in self-defense.
No, I believe they have the full right to self-defense. I don't believe that the American empire has any role in that process.
Wait, we don't have the right to freely associate with Ukraine to provide them arms and help them self-defend?
We don't have the right to freely associate. Do I have the right to opt out of this process?
That's not how nation states work, but if we lived in a full libertarian society, then I guess sure. I mean, there wouldn't really be taxes or a nation state in a full libertarian society, right?
But we don't. So my opinion matters. And my opinion is that we shouldn't be doing this.
So you don't believe in nation states forming treaties or trading, or?
I think if it's a peace treaty or trading, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, wait, hold on. A peace treaty is a kind of interventionism because peace implies the absence of war. And the absence of war, I mean, that is a statement to the effect of we will not invade you, right? I don't know if peace treaties should be allowed under your definition.
Well, okay. I think I'm good with it.
I don't know what you think countries can and can't do, because it seems like, you're okay with Russia doing everything and fucking the dog. But then with America, we actually have to lose all of our allies.
That's just a bullshit framing, dude. I've never once said that what Putin did was okay. I've explained the rationale. I've explained the U.S. lead up to it. I've explained the U.S. participation in fomenting it. That is all pertinent information for the evaluation of the overall circumstances of this conflict. You want to diminish all of it because you're trying to ally yourself with the fucking Project for a New American Century neocon worldview that the U.S. government has the right to dictate everyone's policy all over the fucking planet. I disagree.
Ukraine's policy was already one of self-defense. You keep lying to justify your point. We are freely.
I'm not lying.
We are freely.
We replaced their leadership. You have Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt.
Not true.
We have Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Pyatt on the phone. What's that?
You're repeating all the Kremlin. I've literally heard everything you're saying.
Have you heard the tape?
Yeah, I have, because I heard it from Russian Telegram channels. It's all bullshit, but easily debunkable propaganda. But
that's not debunkable at all. They haven't even attempted to debunk it.
It's crazy that you, a so-called America First individual, it's like 1-to-1. Like, yeah, da Doyovich. Like, yeah, I'm getting my marching orders over from the Kremlin here.
Vosh, you haven't countered any of what I've said. You just labeled it as Russian propaganda. That's not an argument.
You say that you oppose what Putin's doing, but what will you actually do to oppose it? Nothing.
I will applaud them from afar, Vosh.
In the dick.
I will applaud them from afar.
Guys, remember to try to avoid.
Well, that's very helpful.
Remember to try to avoid logical fallacies and insulting each other personally. All right. I know it's getting heated.
Gotcha. Back to my logical argument. You want America to shoot itself in the dick. You're like, oh, I think what Putin's doing is bad. By the way, let him do it, and also America abandon all your allies and also lose all foreign influence.
What you're advocating for is actually increasing the chances of us all shooting ourselves in the dick. I'm trying to push back against your worldview. I think it's extraordinarily dangerous.
I want alliances. I want countries to get along. And in order for countries to get along, they have to have each other's backs. Otherwise, an alliance doesn't mean anything. But
All right, so
alliances mean peace.
it's a fairly similar circumstance with Taiwan. So I assume you're prepared for a dual front world war if they were to invade Taiwan.
I don't think China will, but if they do, yes.
That's fucking lunacy.
Yeah, I agree. I think that all countries but America should be able to conquer the world, and we should just sit on our thumbs and jerk off the whole time. I think that's an excellent America First position.
Yeah, your position is that to prevent any other empire, we must maintain our empire indefinitely.
Well, that's
correct?
the nice thing about our empire. Our empire with Taiwan is us just being on good terms with them, and China
Yeah,
would
see,
be invading them.
I'm glad you admitted that. You view our empire as benevolent. You ask the people in the Middle East, I think they would disagree.
I'm sorry. Do you think there is a meaningful difference between being allied with a country and invading them? Do you think there's a difference between those two things?
Sure.
Okay, so when we're quote unquote being an empire with Taiwan, what we mean by that is that they're a fully autonomous country over which we have no direct political control, but we're an ally to them. And when China means,
see, this is the difference, though.
When China wants to get involved, they invade and conquer. Do you think there's a difference between those two situations?
Of course, but that's also not acknowledging the invasion and conquering that the U.S. does, or the fact that the 2014 revolution put in a puppet for the West.
You are
and you
so
know that.
desperate to blame America. America last. Every
You're
time.
You're so desperate to dismiss all of this, even though it's true.
Listen, American man, bow down and prostrate before your Kremlin superiors, for you are responsible for all evil in the world. American man,
this framing
you
may
may
work
not
with
have
your
an opinion on anything abroad.
This framing may work with your incel audience online, but it ain't gonna work here, dude.
Incels love my America First rhetoric. It is true. Look,
I would imagine it's the only thing that makes them feel like their dicks are working.
It's like, but I mean, we'll know our dicks are working when we're sitting on our thumbs jerking them in your ideology. Like, no foreign influence whatsoever. You want us to cede everything.
Yes. Yes. I want to end the American empire, as most libertarians that aren't fucking rocking with the Project for New American Century believe, Vosh.
Mutually beneficial alliances, free association between nation states. Taiwan wants to be friends with us, and we want to be friends with Taiwan. But then you come in. No, you say.
I come in and I come in and I say that a hot war with 1.4 billion people and 300 nuclear weapons is not a good idea. That's where I come in.
So what happens when they want to take Poland? What happens when Russia wants to take Poland? Do we do anything?
I say that the fucking EU better get its shit together and defend itself. But the US is out.
Why would the EU do it? Because
it's NATO. It's, you know what I'm saying, man. Come on.
Whoa. Hold on. Wait, you want other European countries to get involved in a Polish conflict? What you want?
I'm saying that's to their actual benefit and their mutual defense treaty, right? Explain to me how the American how is the American wait how is the American homeland how is the American homeland jeopardized? How is the American homeland jeopardized by this?
You're okay with mutual defense treaties with literally everyone as long as America's not involved. America last. You think the EU defense treaties are okay?
I care about the American empire ending. That's what I care about.
What about the European empire?
Or is it expanding, Vosh?
The EU, yes, constantly.
Constantly?
Yes, the EU constantly evaluates both new members and adds them, and they have different economic zones they add people to, which is absolutely economic.
It seems to me that the EU is a trading pact more than a military alliance.
Nope. Well, first of all, there is. You said mutual defense alliance for one. And there is, to an extent, depending on like the.
Well, I was referencing NATO, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so wait. So should Poland just be on its own?
No, if those other nations want to be still in NATO and defend each other, I think that alliance makes a hell of a lot more sense, because if you're of the belief, which I'm not, but you honestly, I think you're lying. You've even said that this is an act of desperation. You don't think that Russia can even prevail in Ukraine, but now there's this danger of them taking over Poland and then rolling over Europe. I think it's all nonsense. But if you want to play in that framework, well, then it makes sense for the European members of NATO to work to defend one another. It doesn't make sense for the United States, which sits 5,000, 6,000 miles away, to be a participant in any of this.
You don't think that America has an interest in the regional stability of Europe? You just does your understanding of economics only like extend to arm's reach? You realize we have a global economy, right? Taiwan manufactures most of the world's the conductors and microchips and shit. Yeah, so we have an interest in the whole world. Everyone has an interest in the whole world.
All right, so you believe in the American empire as the global hegemon. That's fine. I don't.
No, you misunderstood. Every country has an interest in the goings-on of the entire world. Every country.
Yes, it would have an impact on our economy, undoubtedly. Doesn't change the fact that it's immoral for us to be dictating policy all over the planet.
No, you keep running back to the same talking points. We were asked to provide arms for Ukraine, and we are. That's it. That's not us dictating policy.
Oh, that's it. That's it. It's just as simple as that.
Yes, that is not us dictating policy. That is
if you dismiss the entire first hour of our discussion, then that's it. We just gave them weapons.
Policy, if anything. And also, by the way, we do have a decades-old mutual defense pact with Taiwan. So that would also, again, not be us dictating policy. That's just us fulfilling a half-century-old promise.
Yeah, just a half-century-old promise that leads to World War III.
Okay.
Sounds great.
So you do genuinely just believe China and Russia should get to eat the world?
No, I genuinely believe that the worst possible outcome for any of this would be World War III, and I want to avoid it at all costs.
Me too. I think that I'm doing that. So tell me, if Russia took Ukraine and then wanted to take Poland as well, do you think that
Poland can't defend itself?
It doesn't matter whether or not I think
No, I've already said that I want the U.S. to exit NATO. So,
yeah, wait, that's not relevant to what I'm saying. So do you think
yes, it is relevant.
Do you think Poland should defend itself?
Sure.
Why?
Because they have a right to defend themselves.
At the expense of World War III?
I don't know what you mean by that.
If Russia invades Poland and Poland fights back, don't you think there's a likelihood that Poland might resort to using tactical nuclear weapons as a way of settling the conflict quickly?
Yeah, but they still have a right to defend themselves.
What? And start World War III? Are you insane?
Well, I can't dictate that they don't defend themselves, Vosh. This is different. I'm just trying to say that the U.S. shouldn't be involved in this because they have fomented much of it.
No, okay, whoa, hold on. And if Poland defended itself, then it would be responsible for engaging in aggression against Russia.
That's not at all my framing of any of this. I've never once said that Ukraine was aggressing upon Russia. I mean, I could argue that with the Donbass region in terms of bombing Russian speakers, but I haven't gone there.
I know that'd be a terrible place to go. So wait, why isn't Ukraine aggressing? Wait, why wouldn't Poland be aggressing on Russia in this hypothetical?
Well, if they're being invaded, it's not aggression, it's defense.
Okay, well, you can be aggressive in defense. It's totally possible, right? Like striking within enemy positions. But with regards to Poland, isn't it irresponsible for them to defend themselves?
Is it irresponsible for them to? No, I don't believe it is. I don't believe that it's irresponsible for Ukraine to defend itself if it wants to.
Why not?
However, I do think it's irresponsible that they didn't go to the negotiating table and accept that peace offer in the first month of the invasion. I think that was irresponsible, and I don't think that would have happened if not for the West and the State Department's advisory.
So let's say Russia does a blitz on Poland and takes a decent amount of territory right from the get-go. And then they propose a peace deal where they get to keep most of Poland's territory, but Poland continues to fight back. Do you think that'd be irresponsible of them to do so?
Honestly, I lost the hypothetical at some point in there.
If Russia blitzed Polish territory and took a lot of it, and then
so you're saying they've already taken all of Ukraine
in this hypothetical?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
And now they want to take Poland. And they've blitzed Poland's territory. They've taken a lot of it in the opening few days of the war. And then when Poland starts to really mount a defense, Russia says, okay, here's a peace deal. Do you think it'd be irresponsible of Poland not to accept it?
Potentially. It depends on the circumstances. I'd have to evaluate in the real time.
What if the peace deal involved Russia holding and keeping all of the territory that it gained in the first few days of the war?
Well, that's not exactly the case in the situation in Ukraine, so I don't know if this analogy actually applies.
No, I know, but like if it was that case, do you think it'd be irresponsible of Poland not to accept it?
It depends. If they think that they can prevail in a fucking hot war with Russia, then maybe they should continue to fight. I don't know.
Wait, you think they should fight in a hot war with a nuclear power?
That's their prerogative. It's their nation, not mine.
You think, wait, hold on. You think that they have a right to initiate World War III potentially?
I think they have a right to defend themselves. I do, yes.
And start World War III?
Well, if you think that that leads to World War III, they still have a right to defend themselves, yes.
Okay, so what we're running into here is a completely incoherent ideology. I don't know if this is like an America Last thing or what specifically leads to it. The problem here is that
No, that's just a fair encapsulation. That's an unfair encapsulation of my belief. I'm saying I want the United States to not be dictating these policies.
I know
If they want to negotiate
I know
peace, they should
America Last.
negotiate peace based off of their circumstances.
Right, America Last. If your real goal is to avoid World War III, based on your logic, no nation should ever engage in conflict with Russia or China
No,
or any other aggressive nuclear power.
that's not the case. I
Why
believe
not?
that the potential for World War III increases when you're talking about the two, or really the three largest nuclear powers on Earth that are now antagonizing each other and using much of this as proxy fodder. And it's tragic. It's resulting in the death of hundreds of thousands of people, many of them innocent. I just think that the U.S. empire does not have the ability or the moral authority to be involved in this in any way, and it has ultimately worsened the situation.
You said avoid World War III at all costs.
I would like to avoid that at all costs. Yes, Vosh, I would.
Okay, so let's say Putin says he wants the Baltics. He wants former Yugoslavia. He wants half of Germany back. And
they all have a right to defend themselves, Vosh.
And potentially cause World War III.
They all have a right to defend themselves, Vosh.
Okay,
yes.
So you don't actually think that people should defend or avoid World War III at any cost. You think the right to self-defense supersedes the threat of ending the world?
Well, the right to self-defense is always paramount. You always have that right. I just think that the cost-benefit analysis changes when you're dealing with nuclear arsenals pointing at each other.
There are countries in Europe that have nukes. I mean,
of course.
Right, and if Putin reaches that point, he will eventually be engaged in combat with nuclear-capable nations.
Correct, and I hope that doesn't happen. So,
well,
what's your point?
If it does happen, should those countries immediately surrender to avoid engagement with Russia?
No, we're just saying the same thing over and over again. I don't know what are you trying to get at? I'm saying
I want to know whether or not avoid World War III at all costs is really your belief, or if you have another belief.
I honestly, I don't know what you're hinting at. So if you could just make it explicit, I'd appreciate it.
I'm explicitly asking this question over and over again.
I'm answering it consistently over and over again. I'm saying the U.S. shouldn't be involved. If these nations want to defend themselves, that's their prerogative. If that leads to World War III and nuclear war, that's tragic. How many times do I have to say it?
So your position here is genuinely America Last, because you believe in self-defense as an overriding principle above avoiding World War III for every other country except for us.
I believe that the United States is not Poland. I believe it is not Ukraine.
Well,
I believe it is not the Baltic states. I believe it is not the EU. I believe it is not Europe. I believe it's not Africa. I believe it's not the Middle East. I believe it's not the fucking the waters right off of China either. I believe that we should withdraw from global hegemon status.
We're not talking about you keep running back to that. I don't know why it's like the dialogue tree. You keep running back to it.
I'm running back to it because that's the reality of the situation.
I'm talking about self-defense relative to the threat for World War III. Now, if I understand your values correctly, you are okay with World War III happening and all life on Earth ending as long as it's brought about by a product of legitimate self-defense. Do I have that right?
No. You don't have that right. I'm not ever going to be okay or happy about World War III. I'm just saying that I believe that the U.S.'s involvement in all of this is increasing the likelihood of that actually coming to pass.
I know you hate America, but I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about general principles with regards to national self-defense and World War III. So you are okay with nations.
Okay, let's flip this on you, Bosch. Let's flip this on you because I've answered you fucking 20 times on the same topic.
I don't think you understand the point. It seems like for you, self-defense is a higher priority to avoiding World War III. So my argument then would be that nations that are allied with each other have mutual self-defense, and that the existence of mutual assured self-defense is the greatest preventer of war in human history. So my argument is that what I'm proposing avoids World War III and promotes self-defense. But you hate America.
Can you also no, I don't hate America. Can you also acknowledge that those alliances, if they behave in a antagonistic fashion, can ultimately be to the detriment and increase the chances of hot conflict?
Sure. I mean, potentially, but that doesn't seem to be empirically demonstrable.
Really?
Yeah, it seems like the formation of alliances decreases the total amount of conflict.
Well, yes, I'd say on net, yes, but there are examples where that's not the case, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, of course. But I don't think
Okay.
that there would be less conflict around the world if all of these alliances just broke down. You spoke positively of BRICS. Okay, I mean, I don't think they're doing much at the moment, but theoretically, I support a challenge to U.S. Like the international dollar. I think that's fine. With regards to Russia,
For the record, I didn't speak positively of BRICS. I just brought it up.
I think you overstated their potential influence in the global affairs.
Well, they now have over 35% of global trade is under the BRICS umbrella, so it's not nothing.
Yeah, but that's not BRICS trade. Like they've all agreed to it, but they're still bound by the U.S. dollar and our economic hegemon, right? Like South Africa,
Well,
Brazil.
until their debt rolls off, yeah, but that's still like this is all part of a process that will take probably a decade or two to unwind. But it didn't have to be that way. If not for this antagonistic approach with Russia, which drove them into the arms of the Chinese and ultimately scared the shit out of anybody else that was trying to dictate any sort of policy with their neighbors, and realizing that the U.S. would never allow any of that. That
Like,
they're now banding together to undermine the U.S. dollar's reserve currency status, which will ultimately be to the detriment of the American people. And I think that's, well, it's probably inevitability. It's still unfortunate.
Okay, so I mean, the main economic driver in BRICS is China, and they're still one of our major trading partners, and they always are going to be, at least until things meaningfully change.
Well, yeah, I mean, always until they invade Taiwan and you support World War III with them. So I don't know.
Well, hold on. We've established you're actually the one who's okay with World War III. I'm trying to prevent it.
Yeah, we've established that I'm the one that's okay with World War III. That's a real interesting framing.
Your ideology is all alliances should be broken and the world should be left to the handling of half-mad dictators.
I believe that the entangling alliances. I believe that the entangling alliances for the U.S. are used as justification ultimately to fund the military-industrial complex and increase their control over global dynamics. Really, not just trade, but control broadly, including pipelines. And I ultimately think that the empire is falling, and this is the lashing out phase where we risk.
This is what I mean. This is so strange to me because I feel like I'm reading. This reads to me like the way a lefty pamphlet might talk about how the U.S. empire is. Falling.
Yeah, because I'm actually anti-war, Bosch. It's
American
different.
Global hegemony
You've never heard
is stronger now than it literally ever has been in all of human history. The hegemony of the U.S. dollar and of our trade and of our influence, and this is empirically demonstrable, never been this strong before. So
yeah,
I
you just have to totally ignore the 33 trillion in debt that we have, and I guess you're right.
What does our national debt have to do with the U.S. international dollar being the center point for global trade? What does that have to do with anything? That's a different.
Do you really not understand?
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on.
Are you pretending to be ignorant?
Wait, hold on. Explain to me directly the relationship between U.S. national debt and the U.S. global dollar.
I'll explain it to you quite simply. The inflationary pressures will ultimately make people migrate away from the U.S. dollar. And the only way that the U.S. government can maintain their debt is to print.
But it hasn't. And we've been printing for decades.
That's not true.
And we're more powerful than ever.
That's not true. We've experienced the worst inflation in your lifetime.
Yeah, and then it lasted a year, and then Biden passed a bill, and it went back down, and now it's at 3%. And also, that's not the same as the national debt. That's a totally different number. That's like completely. You realize that like
you know that they have to maintain that debt, right, Bosch?
National inflation, national debt, and international hegemonic currency status are three somewhat related but largely disconnected factors when it comes to a country's power, right?
They're extraordinarily related. If you want to diminish that, it's just your ignorance, not mine.
It's a fact that we are more powerful economically on an international scale than we ever have been. Maybe that'll change in the future. I mean, I don't know. I can't see the future, but it's just weird to hear this, like, American empire fallen, glorious Chinese dollar now. And it's like, what the fuck am I listening to? Like, this doesn't sound like reality. It certainly doesn't sound like America first. I want to operate in reality where we
I
acknowledge
think
the
I
fact
think
that
I
the
think you
empire is not
actually
falling.
I think actually you're the one that's detached from reality. You're not able to see the tides changing, and that's fine, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm right and you're wrong.
I don't get all my news exclusively from Russian Telegram channels, so it's possible that I'm not.
I've
I'm
never
not
even
like
been
getting
on
all the.
Telegram, but okay.
What source do you get your Kremlin talking points from?
They send it to me with the rubles when they send me the checks.
Ooh, rubles. Oh man, and never mind about the whole U.S. international currency thing. That's rough. Look, I'm pulling your chain just a little bit on that one specifically, but I really do think that the problem is that ultimately your ideology doesn't really have an answer for imperialism. You want America to be weak, but you don't do anything or have any answer to
No,
other
I want
countries.
America to be strong, but I want it to be strong in national self-defense, not in global empire.
Okay, then who gets to have the empire?
The nations have a right to defend themselves, Bosch. I've been very clear on that.
Okay.
Your vantage point that Russia is going to roll across Europe, I think, is delusional. I think it's nonsense, and I think you know that, which makes this even more bizarre.
That's what people said about Ukraine until he invaded. Now, hold on. Wait, I really want to know though. What answer do you have to like international empire? So like what happens if every country withdraws and they do their own like isolationist thing, and then inevitably, because of course this is going to happen, countries like Russia and China start invading neighbors and growing stronger?
What is my answer to that? Those nations better defend themselves.
Okay, so no nation next to China can defend itself against China except for India and possibly Russia. So your answer then is just good luck, have fun?
Yeah, and your answer is that the most lethal empire of the past 50 years, you're going to just continue to support it because you think it's the benevolent controller.
Let me tell you what your ideology will lead to. If you got everything you wanted, all it would mean is that the biggest, baddest dictators in the world would start gobbling up their neighborhoods, and nobody would ever be able to resist them because they would hyper militarily industrialize, same as Germany did. No individual country would be able to stand up against them, and the world would be gobbled up under one or two empires, including eventually us.
Bosch, you've done an incredible job convincing me that you're a neoconservative. I wish you would drop the libertarian label.
Explicitly answer why that wouldn't happen without getting snarky about it.
I don't have the right to be snarky after you've said I'm un-American and America last repeatedly. I don't have a right to be snarky in response.
Accurate assessment of your position. It sounds to me like you want everyone to withdraw so the biggest, baddest dictators can gobble up all their neighbors. Explain how your ideology would prevent that.
I can't explain how it'll prevent it because it's going to be up to them to defend themselves. I can't see the future. I don't know what they'll do.
Okay, wait. So your answer is, Lamau, you better win. That's how you would do it. You realize that would just mean the whole world would be constant, nonstop conflict as nations constantly vie to invade each other or preemptively defend themselves by invading their neighbor. And it's might makes right everywhere all the time. And there would no longer be any international cooperation. And inevitably, some country with the nukes would end the world. This is the thing that gets me. You're so smug about how wrong you are, but your ideology speed runs global Armageddon. Like, you treat it like a joke. Like, oh yeah, let's just get rid of all alliances. And then, well, if you get invaded by another country, good luck, have fun. Like, bro, you are literally like, you're like a death cultist. You're like worshiping the end.
No, you're worshiping the U.S. empire. You're worshiping the U.S. empire. That's what you're doing.
Desperate. All you have is America bad, America bad, America bad. That's all you have. Your ideology is literally, let's speed run World War III. And all you can do to say in response to that is, well, at least when the world ends, America won't be in it, right? Christ.
So you acknowledge that you're in support of American empire, correct?
I'm in support of international alliance, the thing that prevents the end of the world.
And part of that has been the American empire for your entire life, which has cost millions of innocent lives. I mean, you good with it?
I mean,
you think that's been to our benefit? Is that America first?
Wait, first of all, so again, like, it's crazy. The only thing you have to say is, well, you know that America bad, right? It's insane.
Bosch, your entire argument boils down to the American empire must reign supreme, so that the Chinese and the Russia don't rule across their neighbors.
I really appreciate.
You support the neoconservative worldview. That's a fact.
You have nothing to say for your dogshit ideology other than, well, wanting international alliances makes you a neocon. You're John McCain. Your ideology would bring about more death than any ideology in human history. The Holocaust, nothing compared to it. Yes, you literally said
a non-interventionist perspective will lead to the Holocaust times 10. Really,
your answer not times 10, buddy, times 1,000. Everyone would die. Your answer to what do we do internationally about
this just goes to show how much you believe in the U.S. empire.
Your answer. That's literally, it's like a buzzword. You're like a broken NPC. I'm talking to somebody who was built by Bethesda right now. American Empire, American Empire.
Are you denying that it's real? Are you denying that it's real?
I am talking to you right now.
Are you denying that the U.S. empire exists?
He can't walk away from it. He can't. He's like, I need to talk about this specific subject. That's all I have. I need everyone to know
because it's the one thing you can't deal with.
Please, the people listening don't know enough that I hate America. I need to talk more about how everything is good as long as America suffers. Nuclear war, good as long as America suffers. International conflict, good as long as America suffers. Whoa, you want to prevent nuclear war? Well, huh, buddy? You want to keep nukes from falling on America? You fucking neocon? Well, yeah, you know what? I do want nukes to not fall on America. I do. It's true. You've got me. I want nukes to fall on nobody, which is why I support a system of international alliances and through collaboration.
As long as you say it calmly, then it doesn't sound like John McCain, huh?
Yes, it is true. I want international alliances is a John McCain ideology. It's something only he believes. Only he could have conceived of something that evil.
It's Dick Cheney. It's Victoria Nuland. It's your whole cartel, dude.
It's the entire.
I just wish you would drop the libertarian label. You're an interventionist. You believe in empire. That's okay.
You have no ideology outside of disliking America.
I'm a non-interventionist, Bosch. I'm an actual libertarian. I have plenty of ideology. Yours is inconsistent. You believe in the American empire while pretending to be non-interventionist, which isn't true. You are the biggest interventionist I've ever spoken to.
By wanting there to be international alliances. Yes, that's true. Can I get a repeater one more time in what you said earlier? Can I hear it? Your solution to everyone withdrawing and forming no international alliances
is that they no, I didn't say I've never said that I'm going to dictate what all of these nations are going to do.
Wait, hold on. I didn't ask you. Wait, I'm giving you, you'll say something stupid in a minute, but you need to give me a minute, okay? So under your ideology, every nation would be non-interventionist in the sense that you have described, right? Where they don't form international alliances, they don't dictate policy, they don't come to each other's defense, that sort of thing, right? What is this? Is he dead?
Oh, Clint, are you there?
Am I dead?
No, Bosch, can you hear me?
Is it over for me? No, I can hear you.
Okay. Clint, are you there? Did I lose you? I'm going to drop Clint down and then bring him back up.
Gotcha. I'm getting close to my end time too. We're at 90 minutes, so I would have to.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been having fun.
No, I know. I just wanted you guys to do your closing statements. This has been really good. Hold on. I'm going to dropping Clint. And I'm going to bring him back up.
He realized that X is an American company and he left. He left in a most expeditious fashion.
Oh, be nice. Okay. There we go. Bringing Clint back up. I invited you to speak, Clint, if you can see that. Would you want to do a closing statement and stick around for a question or two from the audience?
Yeah. I have time as long as it's decently quick.
Yes, of course. No. You just had a glitch. I'm just going to have you guys do your closing thoughts because we're coming up on 90 minutes, and then just take a couple questions from the audience if you're okay with that.
Yeah, sure.
All right, wonderful. All right, Bosch, closing thoughts?
Yeah, look, international affairs are messy business, but I think it's pretty clear with any understanding of the historical record that completely withdrawing from international agreement and leaving everyone to themselves is basically just, letting all of the big, mean countries gobble up all the small ones. It guarantees constant war. We did this for most of human history, and most of human history was constant war. If you were a man growing up, at certain points in history, quite a few of them in England or France or what would later become Germany, then war was just like, oh, that's the war I served in, then that's the war I served in, and that's the war my pop served in, and such and such. That's because without any kind of unifying force guiding these countries' behavior and helping them operate. Audio fine?
No, I can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. So that wouldn't be to your benefit at all. But secondly, I do not want America to like lock itself down completely isolate itself, and then like 20 years down the line, we all fucking die in nuclear holocaust. We need to try, I think, a little bit better than that. We need to believe in peace.
Thank you, Vosh. Clint, go ahead.
I agree. We do need to believe in peace. I don't believe that the U.S. empire has fomented peace throughout my lifetime. I think there's plenty of evidence to demonstrate that I am, in fact, correct in that statement. It was Secretary Perry who, under the Bill Clinton administration, almost resigned over NATO expansion. He said that bringing Russia into the fold first was much more important to him. And in his memoir, he said, "I did not believe the timing was right to push for NATO enlargement. Most important, we needed to keep moving forward with Russia. And I feared that NATO enlargement at this time, excuse me, would shove us into reverse. I believe that a regression here could squander the positive relations we had so painstakingly and patiently developed in the opportunistic post-Cold War period. I knew that NATO membership would and should eventually come to the Eastern European nations, but I believed that we needed more time to bring Russia in first." He has lamented that as the gravest failure of his career in politics. And there are a litany of other quotes from American, politicians and State Department representatives from the 1990s that all acknowledge that what I'm saying is correct, that ultimately it was the expansion of 20 nations into NATO after repeated promises that we would not be doing so that has catalyzed this conflict with Russia. We knew damn well that this was going to come about, and this was all part of the Project for New American Century, which unfortunately, Victoria Nuland is married to the creator of that, and she has been the focal point in Ukraine, negotiating, quote unquote, but really fomenting much of this conflict. So for that reason, primarily, I want the U.S. not to be involved with this. I believe that they are an impediment to peace, not a mechanism for peace. And I obviously do believe that the Ukrainian people, as well as the Polish or anybody in Europe, has a right to defend themselves against invasion. I think that the U.S. government should not be involved, and I believe that is firmly the American first position, contrary to what Vosh said repeatedly. Thank you for having me, Jesse.
Absolutely. I added two speakers to ask questions because I know Vosh will have to get out of here pretty soon. So Jethro, why don't you go ahead?
Hi, Vosh. Economics have come up several times in this debate, and you've repeatedly tried to frame Clint as being America last, so it's worth clarifying the reality of our macroeconomic situation. To quote Ron Paul, the greatest libertarian himself, "It is no coincidence that the century of total war coincided with the century of central banking." Are you aware that the United States government has already bankrupted itself, perpetuating the past 50 years of global petrodollar empire hegemony? With over $30 trillion in debt, soon to be $33 trillion. Are you aware that the US government's total unfunded liabilities add up to over $100 trillion? Bankrupt. Are you aware that when the US government sends aid...
Is this an actual question, or are you framing your manifesto with a question mark at the end?
It's a question about your economics understanding in America First.
My economic understanding in America First is that the American proletariat shall rise and the working class will shed the chains of the bourgeoisie.
So you're openly communist. Okay. Central banking is the fifth plank of the Communist Manifesto. So thank you for clarifying that you are not actually America First.
I'm America Communist First. It's called MAGA communism.
Okay. You're not a serious person.
Oh, no way. Oh, I thought you...
You're not a serious person. And
hey, man, I'm not the one quoting Ron Paul for my opinions. Yeah, anyway, in reality, like, obviously these questions require extremely complicated, nuanced answers, but you just wanted to, like, say stuff, so I can't really respond. Like, well, you like an hour to respond to all the false premises you laid out? My answer is glory to the working class.
$30 trillion in debt a false premise? Is printing money to perpetuate the slaughter a false premise? We're bankrupting our country.
Okay, please. He's...
All right, thank you, Jethro.
I love you, whatever their name was. I love them.
Jethro.
Jethro, yes.
Daniel, why don't you go ahead?
All right, thank you. Clint, I wanted to commend you for your candor and your composure throughout this, what wanted to be a debate. And then, Vouch, I just wanted to say, sorry I don't have a question, but I wanted to say if kicking and screaming and calling names was how a debate is won, you got this one, buddy. You got it.
Thank you.
You won. You're welcome. You won.
Thank you, Daniel. Anarchist Frodo, go ahead.
Hi, Vosh. Earlier you said that it was Russian state propaganda that the U.S. State Department or anybody would believe that they think Ukraine is some sort of red line, but the director of the CIA himself said that both he and Russia believe that that's a red line in the sand. So what do you say to that?
Yeah, the Russian propaganda is the framing that Russia legitimately believed that NATO expansion or the non-dissolution from NATO of Ukraine, that those things posed a geopolitical threat to Russia.
These are leaked cables from our State Department through WikiLeaks. You know that, right?
You didn't hear what I just said, but I'll repeat it. There is a difference between Russia saying it's a red line and Russia saying that it poses a real threat. The idea that Ukraine being a part of NATO is a real threat to Russia is factually incorrect. It is a ludicrous proposition. The idea that Russian politicians legitimately fear that, it's not true. The idea that Russia has said that it's a red line, that's absolutely true. But there's a pretty big and important difference between what's reality and what dictators say is reality. I mean, if we cede the framing to them, then you could rightly say, like, well, Hitler said that a total secession of the Versailles Treaty was, like, not doing so was the red line. They may say that, but you can't give them the framing that that's, like, actually the reason why they do it. Usually they do it for other reasons and they come up with a justification. In this case, Russia centered on this because they knew for a fact that NATO would never disallow a country from being considered for NATO, because to do so would give Russia, a geopolitical enemy, the power to determine who our allies are. And that's incredibly cucky. It's very cucked.
Thank you, Anarchist Frodo. Top Lobster, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you good.
Abundantly.
Okay, yeah, how you doing, Vosh? I wasn't familiar with you before this debate, and I'm gotta say that I'm very impressed. So what I do is I'm actually the host of it's like the largest homosexual podcast in probably online. We really we do our best to go out of our way to find the dumbest, gayest people online. It's called Tower Gang, and we usually go Wednesdays 9/11. We'll go for like an hour and a half, but like you would be the perfect guest. I mean, like our prerequisites, you met them and you've exceeded them. So reach out to me if you're interested, and thank you for the entertainment. This was a great debate. Thank you guys. Thank you, Josie.
You can't have the top dumb gay podcast because I run the top dumb gay podcast. Whose market do you think you're trying to pull?
Wow.
This is a free market, Bosch. Come on.
I think it speaks to some of them. Apart from the immaturity, I think it speaks to sort of like the whining or the manifesto writing. I want everyone to remember, of course, anyone who is listening, that my position here at the end of the day is one which I believe averts war and cements a strong economy and a civil democracy for everyone involved. I think that the ideology that I've had to argue here is pretty ludicrous, but I fully think that it's everyone's material interest to go along with it.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Mosh. And I just want to say that I host the gayest spaces on all of spaces. It is gayer than AIDS here, so I appreciate you all sticking with me.
That's why I'm here.
Let me see. Mark Random, go ahead.
Oh my God.
Okay, this is the serious version of me. What I noticed throughout the debate is it was almost 45 to 50 minutes of debate, and then both people just repeating what their talking points were. And I feel like the problem with debates is no one actually tries to find a solution. They just want to convince that they're right. So where I found a little dishonesty between both is where I don't think Clint was 100% acknowledging that Putin probably would have done the things regardless, but I don't think Vosh was ever going to admit the American antagonistic for the past 20 years that brought this upon. The problem is you can't call one thing fact and another thing propaganda because there's thousands of different types of facts. And unfortunately, you keep bringing up the past, but we don't know what would have happened. We can only deal with the here and now. And I honestly don't know. I went back and forth believing both would either be a solution to peace, but that's all I wanted to say is it just turns into a cycle and you never know what is going to be. You never know, but I just personally think war upon war doesn't work. And that's not me being America last. It's just that possibly going in a different direction would cause less war than what the U.S. has already done. But yes, obviously, if the U.S. had to go to war with Russia, it would be pro-America against Russia, but we're not at that point yet. And I think the only reason we should be is if it gets to that point. Sorry. Love you all.
Yeah, my wife, I went out halfway through what you were saying, so I apologize if anything was addressed to me. But no, I would not personally support the American government in a war against Russia. I would advocate for peace as soon as possible.
All right, love you guys. Bye.
Thanks, Mark. I'll take one more question for Vosh, and then we can let you go, Vosh. Night Shift, go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. Nice to see you all here. Vosh, I was just actually, the problem is Mark kind of stole what I was going to say for the most part. But I would like to hear your justification for, what was it, social democracy? Like, how do you justify that? How do you justify, like, that kind of mob rule as a government? And why would you think that would be the best form of government that there is?
Do you mean just democracy broadly?
Well, what is, okay, so what is your general belief of democracy? Like, what is your general philosophy on it?
I mean, I think that generally speaking, you should try to represent the people's interests. You should try to give them as much power as possible over decisions which it could be to their benefit to have power over. But you also need people to be well informed. If they're not well informed, their democratic decision making doesn't really mean that much. So it's a complicated process. But like ideally, you want people to do stuff that works in their interest. You would need built-in minority protections, of course. You don't want like a 90% majority to be able to just fuck over a 10% minority. I mean, the superseding, the overlapping systems that you would need to get like a really, really good democracy, I think, are pretty complicated. But at the end of the day, I just want people to be free. It's all about freedom.
Okay, and on that front, do you believe that a democracy would be better than an individualist anarchist system where people are individually free to make their own choices, unhindered by any kind of mob rule, unhindered by any kind of representation, or not? Like, what would you think?
Well, I think the latter ultimately would be a very unfree society, because without any laws or social norms to bind people's behavior, people would take the freedom from others. It's all well and good to say, let's make society as like anarchistic and free as possible. But if you don't design it properly or build the proper incentives, then all you get is like warlords. I mean, you effectively go to like pre-civilization days. So my goal, I guess, or my idea would just be see what kinds of freedom people can get and what they can be allowed to have, and draw the line where they take other freedoms away. And hopefully you can sort of build out well from that.
Yeah, okay, I'm just going to leave it with this. Okay, thank you for answering. I'm just going to leave it with this. I would love to debate you, Vosh. I would absolutely love to debate you sometime, but I'll leave it with that.
Oh, well, send me an email sometime. I can't make any promises, but it's not impossible.
I might just.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Vosh. It's hard to get people to have debates on really anything because everything is so polarized now. So I really appreciate you doing this. Thank you.
I'm sorry I couldn't do it earlier because I know initially the idea was like Tuesday 2 weeks ago, but then something changed and then it just da-da-da. Well, anyway, thank you for having me.
Absolutely, my pleasure. And September worked way, way better for me anyway. So thanks again. And
Woo! Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I don't know what was with the audio because at one point Conyer came in and Conyer said my audio sounded different than I do when I'm on the phone. Like, because of course Conyer knows what my phone voice sounds like, so I don't know what caused that. Um, you sounded lispy. Whatever. I mean, whatever. Um, anyway, what a lunatic, huh? Yeah. Did you know America is an empire? Okay. So, like, as is often the case, libertarianism is used as a front for far right ideology. That guy was like a perfect example of it because so I think like it's very obvious when you see and you notice that guy's ideology would be like speed running nuclear Armageddon because he's literally like, no country should form alliances or defend ourselves. And like, hey man, if you get invaded by your neighbor, good luck. And then like the whole world gets gobbled up by their neighbors and it leads to inevitable conflict, like literally inevitable. You know, even back in the Middle Ages, they still had national alliances. This would be like beyond anything. Um, and I think the reason he believes all this stuff is I mean, a lot of it's because it's like incoherent ideology or whatever, but a lot of it is also because it's kind of like permission giving to far right. Uh, you know, I think a lot of far right people kind of want everything to be destroyed and for like super ultra far right ideology to rise from the ashes. So it's like, oh well, this may destroy the world or whatever, but maybe like the white man will come back. I don't know if that guy had much like racial ideology behind him, but maybe. Accelerationist. I don't even know if it's maybe it's like accelerationism except towards bad things. I have no idea. He would have literally been anti-American revolution because I'm in Georgia. That's New England's problem. Yeah, the idea of like not having any kind of national alliances is just so silly. Vosh, when she said gayer than AIDS, that was redheaded libertarian. She's almost certainly a Nazi. Anyway, yeah, I knew that'd be a shit show. I had a lot of fun. I feel like the best thing I could have done there, or I the reason I went so hard on that like America last shit is because once I realized this guy's ideology was so incoherent that he couldn't really elaborate on it or answer hypotheticals, and when I realized that he knew his ideology was incoherent because he stopped like elaborating when I asked for explanations, I decided the best that I could really do is kind of like harp in on the idea that he wants to, yeah. You might as well make it funny if it's going to be like fucking worthless. Your Discord post something. I can't open Discord links, Quotath. When he called you a neocon. Well, the people who use neocon as a like insult most often, first of all, neocons are monsters, so I'm fine with them being insulted, right? But the people who use the insult most often are like Nazi types because they hate the idea of like cuck conservatives who claim to be on the right, but they're actually in favor of like support to Israel or like international relations or whatever. Yeah, it's like it's getting called a rhino basically. Because the idea that international alliances is neoconservative is psychotic. All ideologies allow for international alliances. Check his Twitter. He's posting about Azov being at January 6th and Obama being a secret gay man. Yeah, he's a lunatic. Yeah. No, I checked his Twitter beforehand. It's literally like full on psychotic, like schizo bullshit. Yeah. Only so much you can really do to like engage with that. Still, I had fun. Yeah, I'll go over it next stream. I'm like so over time. I have a fucking D&D game in a sec too. I have to eat before that. I man, today was like the worst day for me to have a lot of stuff lined up. Add button and donos. I don't know if I can do donos. I can hit the add button. I'll hit the add button. Kalamo. Yeah, he's literally going to interview this guy who said that he had gay sex with Obama or whatever. Donetsk Airport, Ukraine. Like, we now have confirmation that Azov people were at January 6th. Like, just total psycho shit. Is there any reason why this debate had to be on Twitter Spaces? It was just what the redheaded libertarian asked me to do. It's where the chuds are now, yeah. Also, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't think my audio was as bad to them as it was to you guys. Neptune 32, there were like a million things that could have gone on more. Like, there's like literally a million axes of like engagement there. I don't know if my audio was as bad to them as it was to everyone watching. Yeah, they said this, it sounded fine to them. I was listening on Twitter and it was fine. No, I was listening on Twitter and it was just as bad. Okay, it looks like it was literally just like just a complete fucking dice roll. Dude, Twitter Spaces audio is so fucked, man. Oh my god. It was probably a server consistency thing with oppression. Yeah, but it was like only 1,000 people were in there. Anyway, in case anyone is watching this and actually looking for some kind of resolution or like good information at the end of this, okay? The reason why that guy kept focusing on stuff like moral right and interfering in others' business is because he was trying to distract from the fundamental moral question, which is it right to help an ally, you know? And the answer is yes. If you believe in assisting allies when the allies' cause is just, like if the allies' cause is just, assisting them is just on almost all circumstances. But he wants to frame it as though it's like an extension of American empire, you know? The problem is that anything that benefits America abroad is an extension of American empire. All of it. Because obviously, like if anything happens internationally and it's to our benefit, that's an extension of American empire. Is he a tanky? No, he's a far-right dude, like far-right lunatic. Again, the majority of like pro-Russian weird like America third positionist talking points you hear these days are from Nazis, not from tankies. When you said the world needs a unifying force, it came out really bad, I think. I don't think so. No. The unifying force is just like international alliance. I think you have to be acting in deliberately bad faith to misinterpret that, but all the people who are going to disagree with me on that, the only people who can disagree with me on this are lunatics. Like, I was arguing with a guy who was posting conspiracies about Azov battalion dudes at Jan 6, and he was arguing that legitimately the best and most peaceful world would be one in which there are no alliances, and if you get invaded, good luck. Like, I'm not dealing with serious people here with serious ideologies. It's all clown show shit. So I don't think anything I said there came off even remotely bad. In my opinion. Yeah, he was, yeah, exactly. He was arguing for US and China to eat everything until we square off at the end of the world. Exactly. So fucked. That one guy in the Q&A was really funny too. The guy who just wanted to ramble about like insane libertarian, like economic theories that no one takes seriously. And he's like, how do you dispute the fact that, and he's got like 5 minutes, as Ron Paul said, and then my answer is just like, I don't fucking care, glory to the proletariat. And he was like, oh, so you're an admitted commie. He's like, Jesus Christ. What were those questions? Again, it's redheaded libertarian. Her audience is going to mostly be nutcases. And there were only about 1,000 people listening to the space. Those people are going to be like the hardline ideologues, you know? It's not like people watching me right now are pretty ideologically motivated, of course, but there's enough like leeway that a lot of people watching right now are probably just casual viewers. Most of the people who are watching that would be like fucking lunatics. So naturally, when like a call comes in, they're going to be lunatics. Oh, she's like a Tim Pool orbiter? No. She works with Tim Pool. She's on his show pretty frequently. She's a contributor. Pretty sure. Can you simultaneously scale down American hegemony while also preventing Russian or Chinese expansion? Yes, with alliances. That's the only way to do it. If you want to scale down American hegemony, what you want to do is you want to have us reach out and form mutually codependent alliances with many countries so that rather than it being America dictating everything, instead it becomes like a plurality of nations working together. You know? That's how you do it. Yeah. That's the whole point of all of this. Wet ass Ben. Wait, hold on. Wet ass Ben says some of his conspiracies are easily debunkable. No. You have to understand what kind of person you're talking to. Okay. Every single time we went down a rabbit hole with that guy, I know how to argue with conspiracy theorists. When you get down into the rabbit hole, it's a total waste of time. When they bring up like here's 17 like bullshit propaganda arguments, like you have to ignore them. Because if you try to engage with them, then all you do is run down like an ever fractally growing dialogue tree where you're going to spend an infinite amount of time like the idea would be that I would say like, no, actually that's been disproven because of this, this, and this. And then he would go like, oh, I guess you're right. But that's like the fantasy version of how this happens. In reality, it would be like I would say, I would debunk it, and then he would either say like no, or he would like pivot to a different thing, or he would pretend that he didn't hear me. Like it never goes out that way, you know? You want to maintain really, really, really strong control over the topic of discussion and not allow it to deviate too much. Bro, he bought the Ukrainian biolab stuff? Yeah. Yeah, calling us incels. I did think it was very funny how mad he got with the America First thing. The funny thing is that it really plays into my framing too, because he was pretending to be against American empire and against like American hegemony, but then he kept saying America first. Why would a libertarian give a fuck about America, you know? I should have asked him how he feels about open borders. That's always a really fun, like immediate way of working out who's a fake libertarian. What's the Ukrainian biolab stuff? It was a talking point so ridiculous that even the Kremlin didn't keep it up. It was the idea that the Russia had discovered biolabs where Ukrainian and American scientists were working on creating a specific disease that would kill ethnically Russian people and no one else. That's not how disease works. It's completely psychotic. Like a bioweapon that targets Russians. But it was such a stupid conspiracy theory that it's like Metal Gear Solid shit. That even Russia didn't keep it up. They said it a couple of times and then they dropped it because it was so fucking dumb, you know? But he's still parroting it. Like that's the kind of person we're dealing with here. Anyway, this was a total fucking shit show, but I thought it was pretty fun and informative, kind of a little bit. I hope you guys had fun. We have fun? Amazing stream. Yeah, we've been doing it for a while. Now, I have another obligation that I have to start in 5 minutes, okay? So I gotta go, guys. I'll read donations for tomorrow's stream. I love you all very much. You're beautiful people. Yeah, take care of yourselves. I'm gonna hit the add button one more time. No. I like that, Quoteth. I like calling myself a libertarian because in doing so, I feel like I attract funny responses. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you so much for the $100 donation. I really appreciate that. Sake, a challenge. You to a duel for role of Vosh's CIA handler. I mean, donator. Nice. Balthazar with the $10. Vosh, will you do Smash or Pass with the Infinite Fusion Pokemon? Maybe one day. That could be a fun stream. The Rocket King, thank you for the 5. Vosh should have a face filter of Zelensky while dismantling this dude's points. Yeah, sadly, he wouldn't be able to see it. Dude, this stream's been going on for 7 hours. Holy shit, I feel like Hassan. Well, let's not let our streams drop to that level of quality. Vosh, the Twitter space is very confused about MAGA communism. Are they talking about MAGA communism? Okay. Hold on. That's very funny. Let me... Yes, they are. Okay, good. Such a shit show. Okay. I'm gonna send you guys over to boom Xander Hall. I'm gonna send you over to Xander Hall, okay? Have a wonderful time. I'll see you guys soon. Take care of yourselves, and yeah, be well. Bum, ba-dee, bum, bum, boom, bum.